The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on in to a Monday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday from 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line to join the show, 310-840-4910. You could call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into, 310-840-4910. Right off the top here, I got to give some love to the big cat. We're going to talk more about Game 2 on Friday night, and we'll get set for Game 3 of the NBA Finals coming up tonight. Also, an unbelievable weekend in the Stanley Cup Final. But first, speaking of Karl Anthony Towns, he's our Defensive Player of the Week, which is sponsored by Navy Federal Credit Union, proudly serving all branches of the armed services, veterans, and their families. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. Our members are the mission. And again, this week's Defensive Player of the Week is Karl Anthony Towns of my New York Knicks, who has averaged 9 defensive rebounds, 1 steal, and 1 block in the NBA Finals, helping the Knicks to a 2-0 series lead. Brad, I hope you had a great weekend, brother. Friday night was unbelievable. PJ filling in for you. We were watching the game as we were doing the show and watching the Spurs jump out to an early 12-point lead. I said, all right, well, this was the response that I had feared was coming. And not only did the Knicks catch him, they catch him before the half, and the Knicks were dominating that game in the third quarter. They go up by nearly 15 points. It's looking like it's a blowout. I think the Knicks are actually up by 14 midway through the fourth quarter. Then Karl Anthony Towns gets his 4th foul, which I thought was BS. Spurs make a miraculous comeback, but then in the final minute, Wemby throws the ball off Stephon Castle's back. Then he bricks the game-winning shot. Jalen Brunson's 1 free throw with less than 15 seconds to go, the game winner. The Knicks have a 2-0 lead in the NBA Finals, coming back to the Garden tonight. And Brad, we got a lot to talk about from Game 2, but I couldn't help escape the news around Game 3 regarding the president and regarding his visit to the Madison Square Garden tonight, because it has caused absolute bedlam. It's caused it's just a giant pain in the, forget about me. Forget about us with the mics in front of our faces. Why don't we just quote Spurs point guard De'Aaron Fox? With Donald Trump getting set to attend Game 3 tonight, De'Aaron Fox said, quote, "The president being here just makes it an inconvenience for everyone else. You got security issues, a minimum 2-hour early requirement from Secret Service. Tickets, I mean, the one good thing, if you're looking for a last-minute opportunity to buy a ticket for Game 3 and you watch the prices get cut in half, from $10,000 on the secondary market, now they're just north of $4,000 due to increased security and wait times. So you've got a watch party that got canceled, the huge watch party that goes on outside Madison Square Garden, which they were probably planning on doing for Game 3. But now that the president's here, they built a giant barricade outside of MSG. No watch party, increased security. It's a nightmare. This is a pain in the ass. And as a Knicks fan, I just hope that Brunson, Cat, Josh Hart, and the rest of the Knicks have been able to block out all this BS, all this outside noise, all these distractions. Because, to be honest, I was never going to the game. We're doing a show. Obviously, I'm not going to be in the city. I don't really care about the increased security. The only thing I care about is if it somehow affects or distracts my New York Knicks. And if they lose this game tonight, I'm going to be pissed. And I already got my scapegoat planned.
Yeah, that's understandable. I think you and maybe tens of thousands of fans have that scapegoat ready on cue and ready to fire off all of the vitriol in the process. Yeah, man, it screams of selfishness is the best way to put it. The president could be a diehard New York Knicks fan. I have no idea what is coursing through his brain on a regular basis, let alone where his fandom lies with his hometown, and that being New York City. He's a friend of the owner in Dolan. He's going to be sitting in the suite. There was, some speculation. Is he going to be front and center on the floor? That would have caused additional level of headaches. It would have seemed near to impossible to play a basketball game with a sitting president on the floor of, that contest, given all the security ramifications around it. But he's going to be up in a very cushy and comfortable and safe environment. But yeah, you're right. This does distract from the ball on the court, and the pent-up frustration and anger this entire organization and city has had regarding their beloved New York Knicks. I mean, it's been since 1973, since the last title was hoisted in the Big Apple. So they've been waiting on plenty of pins and needles to finally release, and now you get this curveball. You're up 2-0, and which is really a surprise to me. Again, I had San Antonio in 7, and the fact that New York's right now, the Knicks are playing with house money in their own hometown, in their home building inside MSG. They want the greatest tactical advantage they could possibly have. Now, maybe that will be the case, and the president and his presence being there won't be a bit of a distraction once people are able to get in safely inside. But if you've been tracking on social media, and you and I, we work in the media, we are friends with a lot of people that work in the following the NBA, maybe work in the league, and there is a 4-hour wait time. 4 hour it's been for media members outside, and the line I saw stretches around the barricades that are there. It's like a city block long, and that's just for the media members, and that's right now. So we're several hours before tip-off, and it's not even the common fans are going to be rocking and rolling in MSG. Pat, I think it'll be maybe a stretch this bad boy starts remotely on time. The president also attended a golf tournament earlier this season, and it started 30 minutes later as a result of the security measures that were implemented. So, yeah, man, it is a massive distraction. It is a headache in the most concentrated population on North America. They're right in smack dab middle in Manhattan. The president just could watch the game at home and root on his supposed beloved team in the creature comforts of the White House. Why? And I know Dolan extended the invite. Why do you got to show up and make it about really yourself and not the Knicks fans, which you claim to be, who have waited for decades, for over 50 years to win a title, and they're on the cusp of doing exactly that. It's mind-blowing, and hopefully, for your sake, my man, it will not be the ultimate distraction.
Yeah. Look, you mentioned the golf out. How about last year? My neck of the woods, the U.S. Open tennis, the final between Alcaraz and Sinner got delayed 40 minutes. 40 minutes. And you had thousands of empty seats outside. People were chanting outside Arthur Ashe Stadium, "Let us in. Let us in." You had thousands of empty seats that people paid tickets for. People paid money. Can you imagine if that happens tonight? People stuck in line because they think that, like some people can't afford to get there 2 hours before tip-off. Some people get there 45 minutes before tip-off. And if they're stuck in line because of I get it, right? I get it. The increased security measures, but as much as I get it, like, he probably shouldn't be here. He probably shouldn't be at the game. Like, watch it from the White House. I don't care how big of a Knicks fan he is. I'll tell you this much, Brad. He wasn't there last year. Wasn't there last year when they lost to the conference finals. So what? Only shows up when they make it to the finals? Again, I don't give a damn about anything politically wise, where you lean politically. This has nothing to do with it. This is now something that's affecting the fan experience. It's happened before. And if you don't think it's going to happen tonight, if there's somebody that, let's say they get off work at 5:30 p.m. and they have to take a subway, and no matter what, the earliest they can get to the Garden is 7:45, which is supposed to be about 45 minutes before tip-off, normally an hour, and they get stuck in line for an hour and a half because of the increased security measures, and they pay $10,000 for a ticket, maybe $20,000 if you're bringing your significant other, maybe $40,000 if you really got it like that and you're bringing your family of four and you have to miss the entire first quarter because the president's at the game and they got increased security. I would lose my freaking mind. I would lose my mind. And I got another thing, Brad, because if James Dolan thinks that, who, by the way, has somehow managed to go from being like the most hated person in the entire Knicks organization to like now the spotlight's off him. We had Charles Oakley on the show, and I think a lot of people even start to like, James Dolan has gotten sympathy for how much Charles Oakley has gone on trashing everybody, the fans, the team. Don't get me wrong. We had an interview where he came on the show, and we heard many things that got said for the first time, and then people like Rachel Nichols are trying to play him off as their own quotes. And, the commissioner, Adam Silver, Michael Jordan, per Rachel Nichols, sources say that there was no, Charles Oakley said it on our show. But anyway, the whole thing being with James Dolan, again, he has managed to get a lot of hate off his shoulders. Do not treat Knicks fans and NBA fans like we're idiots, because we are not. And so I got a kick out of an MSG spokesperson who sent a statement to media outlets saying, quote, "The permit for the Plaza 33 Game 3 watch party was denied by the city's permitting office in consultation with the NYPD. However, the White House will confirm that this is not about the president. We understand NYPD Commissioner Tisch is planning additional street closures around Madison Square Garden." End quote. And then how about this? NYPD put out a statement, quote, "There will be no watch parties outside of Madison Square Garden for Game 3 only. This was done fully in coordination with the Secret Service because of the presidential visit. We expect watch parties at Madison Square Garden to resume for Game 4. So MSG, aka James Dolan, put out a statement. Oh, this has nothing to do with the president. We couldn't get a permit for a watch party that we've been having every game during the playoffs. And then NYPD says, no, this is like actually the only reason because of the presidential visit. So just don't treat people like they're fools and like they're idiots. James Dolan has actually managed to get the hate off his spotlight and get the hate off his back. You do something like this, it's so stupid. You've now cost thousands of fans an opportunity to come out and gather outside of the Garden, which has been a huge thing for the city, and watch the game. And now they can't because the president wanted to come to the game.
Yeah, so many contradictions. Just be truthful. Be upfront with people and say, hey, Secret Service, they have certain level of protocols, they rules, they regulations that they strictly follow, and understandably so. We have to abide by them because the president of the United States is going to be in attendance. That's all you had to say. You don't have to make up stuff to try to deflect and pin the blame on somebody else, because it is clear that, people who have a working nose, the olfactory system is not broken in their domes. They could smell that heaping pile of BS from a mile away. And that's what we got right now. So, yeah, Dolan's not doing himself any favors, to say the least. And look, folks, it's not out of their own possibility. This could happen again in Game 4. Well, let's say the Knicks go out and win tonight, and, they silence all the doubts. They alleviate all of the headaches and the pain that is endured pregame, and they go out and smash San Antonio. They're up 3-0, and they have an opportunity to close this sucker out. And again, hoist out hardware for the first time in 53 damn years. And the president's like, oh, I'm going to miss that. I got to be in Dolan's box yet again. Again, I'm a diehard Knicks fan. You're going to have these same headaches that are just going to continue to metastasize as a result. And the one thing that really pains me about this more than anything else are the watch parties, because it is an elite ticket to try to get. And there are a lot of people that just don't have the means to shell out that kind of coin, thousands of dollars to walk in the door at MSG and watch their beloveds in live and living color. But they could, take the streets of Manhattan. You got all these watch parties that are, built up as a result outside of MSG, and live in that moment and, have that cathartic and sweet release if they do indeed not only win Game 3, but also the whole shebang in the end. Now that opportunity, at least tonight, is completely ruined and spoiled to forge those memories with themselves, with their families, their youngsters they may have with them. That, to me, is one of the biggest travesties of what is unfolding tonight right before our eyes in Manhattan. And I'm telling you, again, as a betting man, we're going to be damn lucky if this thing actually tips off remotely close to 8:30 p.m. Eastern.
Well, I mean, again, the NBA is late all the time anyway. They say 8:30 p.m. listed game time. It don't tip till 8:45. I agree with you. I think we're lucky if this thing tips off by 9 p.m. Eastern tonight, which, and again, don't get me wrong, I love doing the show during the game and giving the in-game analysis and the live reaction and all that. But, Brad, selfishly speaking, all right, you know what? At the end of the day, I'm looking for a silver lining. They're going to be in the middle of third quarter. By the time our show ends at 11 p.m. Eastern, I'll be able to watch the entire fourth when we're off the air, and with these headphones out and the volume all the way up and downstairs on my nice big TV with my girlfriend next to me and my dog next to me on the other side, and there you go. So you know what? I'm looking for a silver lining. I got it, but it's just a huge inconvenience. Let's actually get a quick phone call here right off the top, 310-840-4910. Before we get to that phone call, you are listening to BetMGM tonight with Pat Boyle, Brad Evans, and we're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. Again, Brad and I don't give a damn where you lean politically because we are not inserting any political opinions. But the fact that the president is attending this game tonight, it has caused a gigantic inconvenience for fans outside, fans that aren't even going to the game. They've canceled the watch party, and the players, because our producer Brandon Combs says in the show chat, players will be undergoing strict TSA like security screenings, and they must bring minimal personal belongings into the arena. Unbelievable.
Jeez.
Unbelievable. Wow. So let's get to a phone call here. 310-840-4910. Chris is in Myrtle Beach. First up on BetMGM tonight. Chris is on line one. What's going on, Chris?
Yeah, so you guys keep hyping up about how exciting, how energetic it's going to be, the energy inside the building, all that stuff. If the president's a fan, he also waited 50 years for this. Why shouldn't he be able to join the party and experience it the way the fans experience it?
Yeah, Chris, appreciate the call because he's the president and because it brings massive security yellow tape that fans then have to go through. They're asking fans to get to the arena 2 hours ahead of time so they get into the arena on time. Tell me which other person that is going to any game then must inconvenience other folks that they have to show up 2 hours in advance or risk the start of the game. And if you think that's BS, literally, I gave the example last year, the U.S. Open in tennis, which is in New York City, but it's on Long Island, basically. It's like where Queens, it's right next to where the Mets play. And because, that's a pretty wide open area. And because of all the increased security measures, that match was delayed 40 minutes, and you had thousands of empty seats as the match was starting because people were going through the massive amounts of security measures that they implemented because the president was there. So I'm not saying that he can't, I'm not saying that he can't. I'm saying that he shouldn't because he's gonna. But now it's inconvenienced thousands of fans, and I think that it's honestly, it's just a waste of time, and it's a distraction, Brad.
Yeah, exactly. And again, it's all about selfishness is all it is. You got to sit down for a moment and say to yourself, look, I may be a diehard fan of this franchise, but think about the 10,000, 20,000 people that I'm going to be inconveniencing due to my presence there, and the headache I may be able to cause the franchise that I supposedly am an enormous fan of and that I love. I would never put myself in that situation knowing that other people could suffer as a result. My team could potentially suffer as a result. So you look, he can make his decisions just like any other American that's out there. I just feel that he made the wrong choice in this instance because of all the baggage that is associated with him being boots on the ground there and all the people that have to jump hurdles just to get their butts into the seats that they paid, maybe tens of thousands of dollars to get that opportunity. That's the issue that I have more than anything else.
Yeah. Yeah, again, this is one thing. If this is a regular season game in January where tickets are, even then in Madison Square Garden, you're paying, if you want a good seat, $2,000. People are paying. And I know that, the celebrities, they give them out for free, or they auctioned off $1 million pair of celebrity tickets that is going to get donated. No, but let's not act like in the Garden 20,000, that 10,000 are celebrities. There's maybe 500, okay? People, and a lot of those people probably still pay up a lump sum of money at the beginning of the year every few months so that they can get guaranteed seats if they want them. there are thousands of people that, yes, make a lot more money than you and me and everybody else listening, but still are ponying up. If they're bringing one other person, if they're bringing their family, $50,000, $100,000, $100,000 to go to this game. If you're somebody that has a pretty high net worth and you're like, you know what, screw it, I've been saving up for years. Why not? Once in a lifetime opportunity. And you got two kids that, let's say, are in high school or whatever, and you're planning on going into the city, and you get there at 7:30 p.m. thinking, all right, we're an hour before tip-off. Nope. Increased security measures. You now are going to miss the first quarter waiting in line. That's the inconvenience that we're talking about here. That is just absurdly dumb. All right, one more. We got a text here from an 832 number. Again, if you do want to text the show, we recommend you put your name and where you're from on the text so we can feature you. So this is just an 832 number. Listening to the beginning of the show, disagree with you guys on the president attending the basketball game. I haven't heard him making it about himself at all. I've heard his other media talking about it. Has he even mentioned it? Not sure. I don't really pay much attention. Just enjoy the game. I haven't really either because I don't really pay a whole lot of attention to politics, but I don't know if he's been making it about himself. Again, the fact that he's going, we've read you all the facts, all the facts that there are to know in this story. They've canceled a watch party with NYPD directly saying it's because of the presidential visit. So that's thousands of people that can't go to the watch party that were excited to do that. And now you're making fans show up 2 hours in advance and go through a massive amount of security infrastructure and measures just so that they can get into the arena on time.
Yeah, it's the bottom line. I mean, that still screams selfishness. You got to sit down and show some empathy, right? That's all you got to do. Just weigh the pros and cons of you attending a game. And, you could be the biggest fan, but again, with all the glaring inconveniences that you were causing and all the heartache that you're causing as a result, because some people may be denied entry because they didn't get there early enough, though they have tickets in hand. That is the downside. And I just don't think a certain high-standing individual thought that through. Instead was thinking about himself and the invitation that Dolan extended. He could say yes, or he could say, hey, no thanks. I want to do that because this is all about New York. It's all about the Knicks. It's about the organization and the fans. I am a fan, but I'm going to stay at the White House and watch it conveniently from my creature comfort so I don't inconvenience anybody. That's all that we're saying that the president had to do. He chose otherwise, and now we're seeing the repercussions as a result.
Yeah, and again, I realize that most of the fans going to this game make way more money than the rest of us. They're still people. They're still fellow U.S. citizens like you and me. 95% of the people going to this game tonight are not celebrities. Yes, they have a lot more money than us, but they're ponying up a ton of money, and now they're being majorly inconvenienced just because the president wanted to go to the game. Whether he's a fan or not, doesn't matter. He has every right to go to the game. He's going to go to the game. I'm just saying, it's now we speak for the fans, or at least we try to, and now there's going to be 19,000 plus fans that are at a major inconvenience because of this. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. All right, we got a couple of more callers that want to weigh in on this. We'll do that, and we'll also give you our early preview of Game 3 tonight. Knicks and the Spurs. Do my Knicks go up 3-0? And we're talking about breaking the brooms out. Or does Wemby and the Spurs finally wake up and get on the board in the NBA Finals? We're talking about it when we come back. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This is a tricky one. Sorsby, is it better for fans if Sorsby plays? Definitely yes. He's an awesome prospect, thought of as a potential first-round pick in like a loaded quarterback class next year in 2027 in the NFL. College football will be more fun if Brendan, and by the way, he's going to be suspended for the first 2 games as part of this. He's going to miss games against Abilene Christian and Oregon State. So this is an absolute joke. And Texas Tech is one of the best teams money can buy. So that is a joke. It is better for fans, like for us, if he plays. Now, I am a gambler. You know that about me. We're sponsored by BetMGM. I love to bet. I love to bet on sports. I am a huge believer because, I talk about this a lot. Now, I thankfully don't suffer from addiction, but I know a lot of people that do. And it's horrible. And in these instances, you obviously sincerely hope that people get well. And it's my sincere hope that Brendan Sorsby doesn't gamble again. It's a problem. Like, I'm not comparing, this is not to say I'm better than, but like some people, it's like with drinking, can have 1 drink and that's it. Can smoke 1 cigarette, that's it. Can place 1 bet and that's it. For him, it's clearly an issue. I don't say that to mock him at all. I want him to get well. And part of me absolutely believes in second chances in life. This feels crazy. Because basically, there's no punishment here. Like, I'm not advocating for the young to lose his livelihood or never be able to play. That's not what I'm saying at all. I want him to do well. I'm a huge believer in life. And like I have a daughter, a young child. Like I want her to feel this as she gets older. It's important. There have to be consequences for actions. Or else, like, what's the point of rules? Why do they exist? Like Sorsby blatantly broke the rules. And a huge one. Like, I don't ever want to take the NCAA side on something. Like, that doesn't give me pleasure. They're right. Again, I'm not like Sorsby should go thrown in jail or never play again. 2 games for gambling on his own team? Come on. And it's nothing against the young man. It isn't. I hope he's great. It feels like we're crossing the Rubicon a little bit here, and not in a good way. You may never hear me say this again. I think the NCAA is right on this one. Even if I acknowledge it's better for all of us if he plays because he's awesome. A complicated one. Complex storyline. Not black and white. And as far as Victor Wembanyama goes, he's awesome. He could go down as one of, if not the best players ever. ... But the moment has been too big for him. Call me a hater if you want. I just prefaced that comment by saying he's going to go down likely as one of the best players ever. Maybe the best. We'll see. It's early, obviously, right? I feel like he's going to lose this finals. That's okay. The moment's been too big for him. The brain fart pass to Stephon Castle in the waning moments of a tie game in Game 2 will go down infamous in finals lore. It's one of the worst plays we've seen. One of the biggest brain farts we've seen in the history of sports in a big spot. No? Like you could compare it to the J.R. Smith not knowing time and score in Game 1 of the 2018 finals. That's J.R. Smith and Victor Wembanyama.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. We'll get back to your phone calls here in just a second. We got some texts as well that we will get to, but before we even get to the X's and O's of the game tonight, and Brad and I giving our little mini preview, we're going to deep dive into Game 3 again tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, about 90 minutes from now, but give you a little taste here, especially what our friends at BetMGM are showing ahead of Game 3. But opening segment, Brad, as you know, it's kind of been hijacked. This Game 3 has been hijacked by the president attending the game, and why we think that that's a major inconvenience to the fans, canceling a watch party, NYPD admitting and acknowledging they canceled the watch party, and they've got multiple road closures and increased security because of the presidential visit. You got players having to go through TSA-like security screenings. De'Aaron Fox of the Spurs said it's a major inconvenience to the players and the fans, and they're asking fans to get there 2 hours ahead of time because, like we saw with the U.S. Open of tennis last year, if you're not there 2+ hours in advance, you might not get into the arena on time before the game starts. The U.S. Open between Carlos Alcaraz and Jannik Sinner last year, which was a major blockbuster event in the world of tennis, the two best players in the world, the two men that have created an incredible rivalry and are still not even in the prime of their careers yet. That match was delayed 40 minutes, and there were thousands of people left waiting in line outside as the match began because of the increased security measures. So let's get back to the phone calls here, 310-840-4910. Let's get to Harry in Baltimore, who's next up on BetMGM tonight. Harry's on line one. What's up, Harry?
Hey, how you guys doing? Back in 2010, I was working for the Baltimore Orioles on the grounds crew. And that summer, Michelle Obama went to every ballpark to do her Healthy Play initiative. And you'd have to get there an hour or two early. It was annoying. I'm sure it was annoying for every single ballpark that summer. But that's the nature of the beast. You got Obama. He goes to a lot more basketball games than Trump. So
Harry, you still there? All right, looks like we lost Harry. Harry? All right, we lost him. Yeah, I mean, again, the point he was making was that Michelle Obama did this in an Orioles game. I know Barack Obama went to the Game 2 of the NBA Finals between the Golden State Warriors and the Toronto Raptors. He sat courtside next to Adam Silver. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't doing a show when that happened. I don't know how much of a controversy or an inconvenience that caused the fans. If it caused the same one, I would have the same exact opinion on it. But again, This is New York City. This is Manhattan. This is the finals with the Knicks in the finals for the first time since 27 years. Were any watch parties canceled in Toronto because of that, because of the president attending? Were they asking fans to get there 2 hours ahead of time? I'd have the same exact feelings. I'd have the same exact opinions. But I know that right now, my team in this current day, my team's in it, and I know that fans and players are now being inconvenienced because of the president attending the game. So, again, you got my word. I'll feel the exact same way if it happens 4 years from now with a different president in a different city. But this is how I feel about this instance now, and I'll always feel this way. If the fans are inconvenienced because of the president attending a game and watch parties have to get canceled and there's unbelievable increased security measures, then that's annoying. And in my opinion, that I disagree with that.
Look, you and I are very much on the same page. It doesn't matter what the political affiliation is with a representative that is there. But this is a unique situation because of the sheer concentration of humanity that lives in Manhattan, right? And all the hustle and bustle that is around there on just a normal Monday evening. It's just chaos all the time and pandemonium. I've been to Manhattan. I love walking the streets of New York whenever I'm in town. It's busy. It's one of the busiest cities in the entire world. So this does get amplified. It gets really magnified as a result because of the location. That's different from, Michelle Obama's instance there in the example with the Baltimore Orioles and Barack Obama in the example there with the Warriors and Toronto Raptors series. It's different because of where it's at in the zip code, and that being in the NYC.
Agreed. All right, let's get to Jacob, who is in Jersey. Jacob in New Jersey next up on BetMGM tonight, 310-840-4910. Jacob's on line 2. Go ahead, Jacob.
Yeah, what's up? So you're making it sound like all the fans that are going are being caused major inconvenience. I'm just saying, if I was going as a fan tonight, I would think, I mean, I can't say for everyone, but it would be worth it for me to go through all this, just to have the vibe of a president there. And I think that it could be a big plus, you know, like it's pretty cool to be in the same stadium as the president, and it's just a big vibe. And I think that there is a lot in it for a lot of fans definitely there. And I would definitely choose to go through this, to be in the same stadium as him. It's cool. It's a massive vibe, and I think there can be a nice game for a bunch of thousands of fans.
All right, Jacob, appreciate the call. Brad, you want the first crack on this one?
Look, yeah, I mean, he's totally right to that opinion. If he feels that with the president being there, it's going to present a unique vibe. It's a unique vibe regardless if the president's going to be there or not, because of what's at stake and the fact that you're up 2-0 with a chance to extend it to 3-0 on your home floor and quell the pain. Finally, of 53 years of consistent and heartbreaking losses. Getting and trying to, achieve attaining the Larry O'Brien trophy. So I understand that point of view. It's just, my goodness, man. There are people that work. It is a Monday, and maybe they got first crack because they're season ticket holders. They're of the New York Knicks, and maybe they're not, multimillionaires by any stretch of the imagination, but they're fairly well off. But they're going to be attending the game. Who's to say they could leave work early and attend to get there in time, 2, 3, 4 hours early enough to guarantee that their butt's going to be in their seat in time for tip-off. I mean, that's the big issue here, right? And again, there's one individual thinking about himself, not the fans and the people around him, and saying, I'm going to be there because I'm a Knicks fan. And that person, even though they're a season ticket holder and they're a diehard fan, I don't really, I may or may not care about them. I care about me being there, and I'm not really considering their overall inconvenience. Again, these are the issues that I have because I'm showing a level of empathy that some people may not have.
Yeah, and again, I mean, here's somebody that I know is going to be at the game that isn't a millionaire, John Schmelk. We had him on the show last week. He's been a season ticket holder since 2007. A lot of those years were depressing. I basically told him right after he signed off when we had him on as a guest last week, I was like, you probably wasted your money for a solid 13 years, 12 out of 13 years there. I know he's not a millionaire because I know he was at Giants mandatory minicamp day 1 today. So he's somebody that's coming from East Rutherford to the city. I don't know what time he got out of there, but now a guy, again, he's got another job. He's got a job with the New York Giants. And then he had to commute into New York City. So unless he was able to get there 2 hours before time, he's somebody that is a season ticket holder, that has been a season ticket holder for years, that is now potentially not even going to get into the arena before the game begins because of the president attending the game. So Jacob in New Jersey, our last caller, who would be stoked. He thinks it's a vibe. Sure. And again, Jacob, if you're able to get there 2+ hours in ahead of time, great. But I'm sure there was probably a lot of people that were stoked that the president was attending the U.S. Open final last year and thought to themselves, okay, I can't get out of work. And that's on a Sunday. But even then, all right, there's a lot of traffic. We still should be there an hour before the match starts. I'll be okay. And no, it ended up taking some people 2.5, 3 hours to wait in lines to get into the stadium. I don't imagine if you were waiting in line to get in the arena and then you missed the entire first half that you would be so stoked about it. That's where me and Brad continue to come from. 310-840-4910. All right, we've got a bunch of text messages to get to, but Brad, before we do that, let's get to the X's and O's thing here, brother, because I needed to get to, I know where I'll be at 8:30 or 8:45 or 9 o'clock Eastern when the game does eventually start. I'll be right here doing this show. And so I don't have to, I just need this game to begin already. I need the game to start. And if you look at our friends at BetMGM right now, Game 3, NBA Finals, Knicks up 2-0. Right now, the Knicks are now down to a 1.5-point favorite. They're minus 130 on the money line. The total is 215.5. So, Brad, the Knicks already up 2-0, are a short favorite to go up 3-0. I got to be honest, after watching the first 2 games, how can I not be confident they win tonight? I think the Spurs are going to show up. They're not just going to roll over. I'm seeing Wemby is in Central Park over the weekend. He's doing some drawing. He could be playing chess, or he could be waxing on and waxing off with Mr. Miyagi. I don't give a damn. He could have brought the monks from Asia and wherever he was in the offseason. He could have brought them all to New York City to practice with him. It don't matter. I think the Knicks are winning tonight, Brad. I think it's going to be another defensive battle. Mark Davis is the crew chief. His crew normally does not call a lot of fouls. I think it's going to be a physical game. I think the crowd atmosphere is going to be off the charts. And I think it's going to be a defensive battle. And I think that has played into the Knicks' hands. The first two games, when it slows down into that half-court muck, the Knicks' half-court sets have been so much more efficient with so fewer turnovers than the Spurs. I think that's the difference tonight. I'll even give you a final score prediction. I don't think either team touches 100 points, Brad. I think this is 99-96. The Knicks squeak out another W, and they go up 3-0.
No bias waiting through with that very objective point of view there from my esteemed colleague, Pat Boyle, and more power to your beloved New York Knicks. Hopefully going to, extend the dominance in this series. And really, I'm going to pivot. You fed into a narrative I was going to sell a little bit later on. You're saying this game's going to be in the 90s. Just the under. Right now, I BetMGM is a play in my mind. I grabbed it earlier today at 215.5 at a -110 juice. I mean, it's gone comfortably under in the first two games played in San Antonio. Game 1 at 209, game 2 with 200 total points. It could be in maybe 10 points fewer than that. It could be 190 combined in the bitter end, as you said, with a referee crew. Not calling a lot of fouls. If they're knocking them out, that's got limited free throw opportunities. Of course, putting points to the board with no time falling off the clock. If it is a physical game, it will be low scoring. Hell, it may be in like the high 80s, low 90s when the final buzzer sounds, whether San Antonio gets a game back or the Knicks go up to a 3-0 start. Again, my favorite play tonight inside the Mecca is taking the under. Yeah, living in the land down under like my friends men at work on 215.5.
There you go. Oh,
There they are.
Wemby blows another game. He threw it off Stefan Castle's back. You better run. You better
take
something.
cover.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a different word for Wemby and the Spurs, but
It works.
How about this? You better run. You better get the brooms out. I feel confident, very confident the Knicks go up 3-0 tonight. Yeah. I can see them going up 3-0, and then I could see it getting a little hairy. I could see the Spurs winning game 4, and I could see the Spurs winning game 5 in San Antonio to then force a game 6 back at the Garden where me and every other Knick fan that is out there breathing and living thinking, oh my God, they cannot blow 3-0. They cannot blow 3-0. And game 6 in the Garden, I could see it being tight. I've said Knicks in 6 from the start. I'm sticking to Knicks in 6. But I think they win this game tonight, Brad. I think they go up 3-0. And then it's just about whether or not they're going to blow and collapse on an all-time series. 310-840-4910. All right, we got more calls. We got more texts to get to. But we also got to go streaking when we return. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Russell Wilson, recently announced he was retiring and he's going to be on the NFL on CBS, and I think he should be pretty good in that role, right? When you think back on, because there's a lot of talk right now, is he a Hall of Famer? Is he not a Hall of Famer? I'll stop short of asking you that question, is he a Hall of Famer or not? But when you think about his career, you coached with him, you coached against him, how do you put that into perspective?
Yeah, and he is going to do great. And so the person that was in that role, I also got to coach in Matt Ryan, for the last few years, and Matt was great that way too. Quarterbacks they have different perspectives sometimes than other people have, and they're able to share that and express that in such a way that they're doing it. And so, thing that we'll always respect so much about Russ, like, man, does he dig in to go compete and find it? And that will be no different in him transitioning into a new space. I got to coach in Seattle during Russ's year 2 and 3, I suppose. So I got to see, the version that was kind of on the way up and coming. I thought the clutch gene is with him, like in the big spaces and the big moments. You felt like there was a big pass to be made. I can certainly remember, like, 2-point conversion in a championship game against, the Green Bay Packers, and to get us, into Super Bowl, or a touchdown throw into those spaces in overtime to go win. And so I think of Russ, I think of clutch moments, and I think of a really good competitor. And so I knew going in there, I could remember Pete telling me, hey, Dan, we really got something in this quarterback. They had just gone through his rookie year, and I believe they, went to the second round, maybe beat Washington in a wild card, and then maybe lost to Atlanta.
That's
after
exactly
that. But Pete knew back then, hey, we're onto something here, and Pete and John were on it in terms of quarterback. And so good for them to let a guy compete. They had just signed somebody, and so allowing Russ to come in after not having an off season as a rookie due to the lockout, like, I think that speaks to, like, the competitor that he is and what he stood for. And so for a long time, he's been one of the best deep ball throwers outside the pocket, especially, Nick, in the league. You look to the completion of those plays, man, is he a dangerous player out on the edge? And I can think of over and over, reps to down the field, completions to people outside the pocket.
This is a player who was the butt of jokes for a long time. Former number 1 overall pick that won't live up to the billing. Lackluster defense. Not a leader. Mocked when he called himself the best shooting big man ever. How about now? A phrase that young people like to use, and I love it because I grew up in the video game age, right? When video games started, leveling up. Karl Anthony Towns has leveled up. And he hasn't leveled up from, like, level 18 to 19. No. He's at level 99. Right now, Cat is one-shot killing the optional hard boss in the video game. Like, if this is Final Fantasy VII, he's one-shot killing Ruby or Emerald weapon. Shout out to the nerds out there that get that. He is fully evolved. Right now, he's Charizard. Fully evolved form. He dominated Victor Wembanyama in Game 2 on Friday night. Now, if you're going to ask me, I'm a Knicks fan. Wemby or Cat moving forward? I'll take Wemby, obviously. This is not to say Cat's better than Wemby or that he's going to be better than Wemby in the future. He's not. But I'll tell you what. At this exact moment in time, Karl Anthony Towns is outplaying him. And there can be no question to the contrary. And if things continue like this, and Cat keeps outplaying Wemby, and Cat's woofing at Wemby after he dunks the ball and is physicaling Wemby down low, and he's awesome, and that pass he made out of the triple team is something out of a fever dream in Game 2, he's going to win Finals MVP. He's going to win Finals MVP. Russell Wilson's Hall of Fame.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM, tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll get back to your phone calls and your texts in just a bit. And don't worry, we're going to talk about the massive news today regarding college football player, Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby, as he has been granted eligibility to play this season after that massive gambling scandal. But first, looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season? That's a tough transition. Boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your Odds Boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. Obviously, that ad is not for current baseball players at the collegiate level or the major league level. So with that being said, it's just past 6:45 p.m. Eastern, and it is time. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! Yeah! All righty, we go around the crew and everybody picks one batter that they think will correctly get a hit. We got some decent active streaks right now. Brad is up to 5 in a row. Monty, our VP Monty, took the last couple days off and he did not submit a player, but he's been on 4 days in a row. So without further ado, Brad, you're the longest active streaker, looking to make it 6 in a row. Who are you rocking with tonight?
Let's go about the Bay with the San Francisco Giant and Luis Ariz, 3-time batting champ, taking on the Nats. You look at Ariz, he has got a hit in 10 of his last 11 games. He's batting .340 at home this season, .341 against right-handed pitchers, and he's going to be facing that tonight. And Miles Michaelis of the Nats, who's got a 6+ ERA, 42% hard hit rate. And not only that, Ariz, 4 for 14 lifetime against Michaelis. So give me Luis Ariz. Let's go, streaking to a half dozen.
I like it. All right, I'm going to San Diego tonight. Reds and the Padres at Petco Park. And I'm not a fan of his, but I'll be a fan of his tonight if he can get a knock. Give me Fernando Tatis Jr. leading off for the Padres against the lefty Andrew Abbott. Tatis, career off Andrew Abbott, 5 for 13. That's a .385 batting average. And this season, against left-handers, Fernando Tatis is hitting .327. So I like the trends. I like the historical data. Fernando Tatis also been getting that batting average up, and up over the last couple of weeks. This guy was hitting .235 on May 18th. He's now up to .273. He's got a hit in 3 straight games, and he's got a hit in 9 of the last 11. Give me Fernando Tatis to keep it rolling tonight and get a knock. All right, let's get to producer Brandon Combs, like me, looking to start a new streak here. Combs, who are you going with?
I am going to go with one Trey Turner. He's got a .280 lifetime average against the Toronto Blue Jays and has 5 hits in his last 5 games. I won't take up any more time because I want to get to the beautiful Monty and that goatee.
Oh, that goatee, man. I mean, it's getting thicker. It's getting dark. Are you putting a little Just for Men in there, Monty? That thing is looking pretty.
I don't need that at my ripe young age of 34.
All right, our video producer, you heard of Michael Montgomery, Monty, the owner and operator of batters-box.com. 4 in a row. He's been off the last couple of days. It's good to see you, Monty. Who are you rocking with tonight?
Yeah, I'm going with Jordan. Back to the well. He's got me a few times here on this segment, so we'll go with Jordan tonight at the Angels. Second highest rated hitter on my board at batters-box.com with an elite matchup against Grayson Rodriguez. Jordan's been dominant. That's why he's the favorite to win AL MVP at BetMGM right now. Hitting .311 with OPS over 1,000, 191 WRC plus, 54% hard contact against righties this year, just absolutely crushing it. Grayson Rodriguez getting smacked around by lefties like he always does. In over 200 games with an elite rating, Jordan is getting a hit 67% of the time, so I love that trend. And then last but certainly not least, 5-star pitch coverage rating for Jordan tonight, hitting well against every single pitch that Grayson Rodriguez throws.
All right, and Brad, if you put those 4 guys together, Fernando Tatis, Luis Ariz, Trey Turner, Jordan Alvarez, to all get a hit, what are those odds on BetMGM?
Oh, cool. Plus 290 as always. Fade or follow, that is up to you.
All right, we'll be right back with more of your calls and texts on BetMGM tonight.
Russell Wilson's Hall of Fame candidacy, Mike, is going to be a hot button conversation. Obviously, right? With him retiring, the dizzying heights that his career reached in Seattle, and then obviously the resounding thud the last couple of years in Denver, Pittsburgh, and in New York with my Giants. In Mike Sandoz, and I mean this sincerely, there are a few people that are better equipped to answer this question than Mike. In your estimation, is Russell Wilson a Hall of Famer, and why?
I would say I would lean towards yes, based on his 10-year run. However, I feel like what is a Hall of Famer now with them changing the rules to get in? It's harder to get in. So we've seen, obviously, Eli Manning has failed twice. We've seen even Antonio Gates, Luke Kuechly took a year, which is surprising to me. Those guys are locks. So I'm not betting that he's going to make it. And I think the next 5 years of his eligibility, sort of the clock, is important for him because of how it ended. We're so based a lot of times rooted in the recent, right? And we just need some time to remember that this guy was clearly a top 5 quarterback for a while. We can argue how long. And he was a special player. I think that's been easy to kind of gloss over the last few years because he hasn't been the most likable guy, right? I mean, he sort of got ahead of himself, acting like he was more than he was, and he fell flat on his face. And a lot of people kind of reveled in that. But I think over time that fades a little bit, and hopefully you're just left with, a body of work in Seattle that's probably going to be the ticket for him. I do think it's complicated because, number one, who's advocating for him? Right? He had this sort of weird thing with some of his teammates. The defensive guys thought he was getting too much credit. Is that all going to resolve? Because it feels to me there's just not a groundswell. He's had a bad fracture with the Seahawks franchise, right? So that's why I think time's really important for him, and it's an uncertainty right now. But I could certainly make a good case for him.
Outside of Terry, who are a couple names on your offense that you think will exceed expectations this season?
Yeah, I think you're talking about, Terry, like that's a demonstrated and proven, space for him that, he's been so consistent. And that's why, he's a commander through and through. The thing that, we don't talk about, and it's not that big, the topics elsewhere just because it's not stat driven, but I really like our offensive line here. And we've got 2 exceptional tackles in Josh Connolly and Laramie Tunsil, Dan Cosme over at right guard. And so I feel like when you're talking about, offenses and teams in general, line of scrimmage, man, that's where it comes down to in the NFL. You've got to be able to get down on both sides of the ball, pass protection, the run blocking. And so those 2 offensive tackles for us, they'll be significant. These are real athletes, Nick, that can block and get out in space and play in the screen game. They've got physicality with them in the run game. So having those 2 spots, and then a number of guys that you spoke on, just like competitiveness at wide receiver with a guy like Luke McCaffrey or Jalen Lane, and added Van Jefferson. You talked about Chig earlier. So the strength of our team is going to be the team. And we're very comfortable with that, knowing that it's all of us that will make the difference. And so we're training and leading in that way. And I like how that feels. And doesn't have to be this guy's a number 2 or number 3 option. It's just, hey, man, what are the roles that these guys can play and absolutely max it out.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of this Monday night get-together kicks off right now. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talking text line, we're going to get to. We have over 15 text messages that we've got to get to. We've got a couple of callers that were on hold. If you want to get on hold, 310-840-4910. Again, you can call, you can text, 310-840-4910. A couple of quick programming notes. Coming up in an hour from now, 8 p.m. Eastern, or 8:20 p.m. Eastern, excuse me. Dan Rosen of NHL.com is going to join us to talk Stanley Cup Final. What an unbelievable game that was over the weekend. Every single game has been unbelievable. The twists, the turns, the comebacks, the rapid goals, unreal. So Game 4 tomorrow, we're going to talk to Dan Rosen of NHL.com. He's their lead senior writer at 8:20 p.m. Eastern. But until then, it's a lot of NBA Finals preview. It's a lot of Knicks Spurs talk. We're going to get to the Brendan Sorsby news in just a bit. Massive gambling scandal, current college football player, and he's going to be granted eligibility to play this year. But, Brad, we started the show with the news that the current sitting president, Donald Trump, is attending Game 3 of the NBA Finals tonight, and along with that has come major headaches and major inconveniences for fans attending the game and for thousands of fans not even attending the game. They've already canceled the Game 3 watch party, which is the watch party for the Knicks playoff games, whether they're home or away, is in Plaza 33. It's right next to Madison Square Garden. That's already been canceled, with NYPD admitting that it's because of the presidential visit. Also, fans are being asked to attend the game 2+ hours early. And I gave the example last year. If a lot of people think, well, so what? You get to the game earlier, you'll be fine. No. The U.S. Open, which I can say with pretty damn good confidence, Brad, nowhere near the level of excitement and human footprints that are going to be in and around Madison Square Garden tonight for the NBA Finals, with the Knicks up 2-0 and in the Finals for the first time in 27 years. And the U.S. Open got delayed by 40 minutes because the president went to that. And you had thousands of fans stuck outside because they had to wait in the increased security lines. So, again, here's Darren Rovell, who tweeted a first-person account of what's going on outside Madison Square Garden. They said, quote, they routed everyone down to 34th and 8th, police barricade, threw metal detectors to a point about 200 feet from MSG. Then they came and apologized and said they were confused, and instead we needed to exit the barricade and go to 34th and 7th. We walked there, and then a different set of police told us to go to 32nd and 6th. There are hundreds, if not 1,000 people wandering around in giant herds, not knowing where to go or how to get in. And the police keep saying they don't know the protocol. So this is the massive headache that has been created by the president attending the game. And there are, again, thousands of fans that are paying lifetime savings worth of money that I'm telling you, guaranteeing you, will not get into the arena before the time the game starts. And the game's going to be delayed as it is.
Yeah, throbbing headache. Exactly right. And just kind of hastily organized. And then, again, that's the downside. When the throng of humanity and you're trying to figure all this out in real time on the fly, you could come up with a plan. I continuously try to teach and instill that plan into the organizers in the NYPD. But given the short notice, there's confusion. There's bewilderment. It's going to happen. I just pray that these fans are allowed in eventually. And yeah, maybe the game time is delayed 30 minutes, 45 minutes, but we need every single seat in the house filled with people that actually purchase the tickets because they have every right to go to that game despite the inconveniences that they are facing today. So we're going to see this play out. But yeah, this is only going to build up the drama of the action inside MSG tonight, and what could be really kind of a series defining, not winning, of course, but a series defining game for the Knicks if they go up 3-0.
Yeah, by the way, this jackwagon Portnoy, Dave Portnoy's, he's been doing this for weeks now, and it's not working, but he's going to keep doing it in hopes that it keeps working. Basically acting as if the New York Knicks already won the title. He's got championship gear out on their site. I mean, it's just the clown shows that are coming out of the woodwork to try to stop a New York Knicks title here, Brad. I won't have it. I won't have it. I will not have it. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. All right, we got a bunch of texts to get to, so we're going to take them in the order that they came in here. And let's see where we left off. Caleb from Alabama tweeting in, by baggage, talking about the president. Brad, I think you mentioned that. Do you mean the multiple assassination attempts? Don't blame Prez for going, and don't blame Prez for wanting extra security. That said, I think y'all's point is valid. If I was Prez, just wait until Knicks win their third game, then go to the potential clincher, or maybe try to go more anonymously. Yeah, I don't know, Brad, you want to take this one first, and I'll follow up?
I mean, baggage, yeah, of course, these assassination attempts are going to be a part of any kind of baggage just out there, but just kind of in general. I mean, it's a sitting president of the United States. It's not ever happened before in the history of the NBA. And yeah, there's just, you see all that is associated with him, that singular human being just being in the presence of watching a game. That is baggage. The security, Secret Service, all the protocols, everything that people got to follow, getting their hours in advance. Baggage, and more baggage. It's all a part of a giant sack that's bigger than Santa's.
Yes, I agree. And no, we're not blaming him for wanting to go. We're not blaming him for going. We just think, well, yeah, I guess I am blaming him. I think it's a stupid decision. You're inconveniencing thousands of people that are spending lifetime savings worth of money for going to the game when you just shouldn't go to the game. Like, he has every right to go. Yeah, of course. But just what has come along with that, I don't think people realize. I wish people would, like, and I haven't experienced this. I didn't go to the U.S. Open final last year. I went to the semifinals. He wasn't at that. If I went to the final, I couldn't get into the arena on time, and I had to go through, basically Navy, Air Force, or Navy SEAL level security screeners just to get in, and I missed the start of the match, which was already delayed by 40 minutes. Yeah, I'd be furious. I just showed you a tweet with a picture from Darren Rovell, or there you could see Darren Rovell's tweet. There's people standing in a gigantic street block long line that are being directed in three different locations and not being able to get into the arena because of this. So yeah, that is the baggage that Brad is talking about, and it's valid because I think we speak, or we try to speak for the fans, and tonight there are thousands of fans that are getting massively inconvenienced, and I think that's just annoying. I think it's a problem that the president created by himself. And again, this is absolutely zero to do with anything politically affiliation or anything like that. This is now affecting our sphere. This is interfering with our jobs, the sports, because that's all I've heard about. Every TV I turn on today, the president attending the Knicks games, security, all this, protocols, all this different stuff. Fans furious, fans aggravated. Yeah, that's affecting us, and it's affecting the players. De'Aaron Fox literally spoke up and said it's become an inconvenience. They have to get TSA-like security screenings. Let's move on to the next text here. We've got Adrian from Maryland. Says, good evening. I agree with this. Has made it a disservice to the real fan. Trump could have told James Dolan, I appreciate the offer, but this is about New York, not me. But I still think the Knicks blow them out tonight. Well, Brad, I won't give a damn about any of this in 3 hours, 4 hours from now if it is a Knicks blowout and they're up 3-0. But right now we're not at that stage. So yeah, it's annoying.
All I got to say is this texter from area code 240, bingo, bango, bongo. It's exactly what I thought immediately when we heard the news that he was going to be arriving. All I had to say is thanks, but no thanks. And go out and say, hey, you know what? I hope the Knicks win. I'm a giant Knicks fan. Absolutely go out and crush the San Antonio Spurs. I'm going to watch comfortably from the White House. And I'll give you a call after the game, Dolan, and, everybody else in New York, party on. That's the right way to play this. Look, we all have to make sacrifices in life, right? And especially when you're in a high-level position, the most powerful position in the entire world, there are going to come sacrifices with that gig as well. And this is one of those instances, and he chose otherwise.
All right, let's get another text in. Kathy from Maine says on the show, by the way, 310-840-4910. You can call and you can text, whatever is easier. We will definitely take the phone calls. Those are ideal. We can hear your voice, but we'll take your texts in case you would rather do that. Kathy from Maine says, I agree with everything you have said about the president attending the game tonight. The only game a president should attend is the Navy-Army game or any service academy. He's their boss. I was at MSG this AM at 10:30. They were already getting the barricades out. Additionally, who's paying for him to attend? Taxpayers. Go Villanova Knicks. Yeah, again, that's the Navy Army game the president should attend. That I agree wholeheartedly.
Agreed.
That is the one game.
Commander
I mean, the Super Bowl. Yeah, I really don't even care about the Super Bowl because I don't know. I feel like that's hours long in advance. Like if you're in the city for the Super Bowl, the day of the Super Bowl, like you're there for a reason. This is the middle of Manhattan on a Monday where people are working, and this was just announced on a whim a couple of days ago. That is the main difference here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And there is a taxpayer expense that goes along with it. So that's just, added fuel to the fire that people that, don't really want them there. That's more the political side of things, but it is a fair point. So, I mean, look, it's just, again, there was an easy choice in this entire situation, and it wasn't made. And I'm just going to leave it at that.
Yep. Let's continue on with our text messages rolling on in here. Chuck in Alabama texts in, good evening, Pat and Brett. He keeps calling you Ben. I don't think he knows your name, Brad. He said Ben although I think he said Ben. I think Chuck texted in on Friday night and said Pat and Ben, and that's when PJ was filling in for you. So, Chuck, it's Ben. Pat. Yeah, it's Brad. Brad Evans, Pat Boyle. We love you, Chuck. You text in frequently. Get the names right. He says, Knicks run the Spurs out of the gym. I agree. I feel for the long-suffering Knicks fans. I'll get political. Okay, this is Chuck in Alabama. Trump's presence will have a huge impact on the energy from the game. He should stay his ass at the White House and watch. Regardless of what Trump thinks, this is about the Knicks and their fans, not him. Now, I'm on an 8-game streak. He's doing our Let's Go Streaking segment. And he says, tonight, Yordan Alvarez hits tonight. Let's go streaking. So Chuck in Alabama has...
Okay. Him and Monty.
Chuck in Alabama has stolen Monty's pick. Are we allowing that, Brad? Yeah. Should we allow Chuck in Alabama to get on board with Monty?
Yeah, he could piggyback because Monty usually waits until literally 11th hour to make a selection. Now, today was the exception to the rule. He did it earlier in the day, but Chuck didn't know that. So, yeah, it's permissible. Fair game.
Okay. All right, very good. All right, so we'll get Chuck in Alabama. He claims he's on an 8-game streak. Now, I don't know if there's any way for us to confirm that other than him saying that.
We just got to trust him. Trust in Chuck.
There you go. All right, Ben. Chad in California texts in, again, 310-840-4910 if you want to call or text. Chad in California says, Donald Trump being there is what it is. He's a New Yorker, wants to go. If the world wasn't so violent and hateful, the amount of security that's there wouldn't be needed to the level it is. So there's no one to blame but ourselves. If you're spending a ton of money to go to this game, you should probably take the day off and get there early. Either way, go Knicks. Yeah, I mean, I agree on some
Easier
points.
Said and done, Pat. Easier said and done.
Exactly. Yeah, Brad, go ahead. You take it.
Well, the bottom line is this. Yes, you could say, I'm going to take the day off. I got a sick day. I'm going to take a vacation day. But bosses are bosses, and they may not allow you to do that no matter what kind of level position that you're in unless you are the boss and you can make those decisions. So, again, it's easier said than done in that instance. I don't know where he's getting with. If the world wasn't so violent and hateful, look, you're the president of the United States in the 21st century. There's going to be threats everywhere. And as a result, that comes with increased security everywhere that you go. And it's been that way for decades upon decades upon decades. So you look through the historical annals of this, country's history. I mean, really since post Abraham Lincoln, you could say, there's been a lot of increased security wherever the president goes.
Yeah, I mean the world is the world is the world, man. I mean, John F. Kennedy got shot, because he rode in a car that didn't have a roof. So it's like that was 60 years ago. President, who was the other? I always forget. Who was the other president that was assassinated in like the early 1900s? I always forget who it was.
Well, William McKinley was stabbed in, I believe, 1900, as a matter of fact. So, I mean,
yes.
Yeah, look, there has been assassination attempts recently as Ronald Reagan. I mean, there are assassination attempts with every president that we don't ever hear about. But the ones that we've seen front and center with Reagan getting shot, that was, 1980, 81, around that vicinity. So, yeah, I mean, it happens. It is a violent world that we live in. So as a result, Secret Service is doing their damn jobs. They're going out there, they're protecting the president, and that comes with a series of protocols and massive security upgrades they have to put in place.
Yes. By the way, Combs says in our show chat, Abraham Lincoln, LOL. Yes, I wasn't talking about Lincoln. I was talking about what Brad said. I still don't even remember his name. McKinley
in 1900. Lincoln was assassinated in 1865.
Yes, and James Garfield was also assassinated in 1881.
Yes, correct.
So those are the two I was thinking of, Garfield and McKinley. Yes, I remember very well, Combs, that Lincoln was assassinated, but I said early 1900s. That would obviously be way after that. So why don't you learn a little bit of history? Here's our next list. When we do the list, Brad, presidents that were assassinated in 1900s. Combs will be out in the first answer.
Yeah, that's guaranteed.
Look, and I know we're throwing around the A word here. Obviously that's the reason why you have Secret Service, like you said, Brad, doing what they do, and that's why you have barricades being put up. That's why the president should be at the game. Shouldn't be at the game. Because now you've cost thousands of people an opportunity to watch the game outside at the watch party. And there was somebody that wanted to call in or text in and was like, oh, they moved the watch party 2 blocks over. No, they didn't. There are Knicks affiliated watch parties that were planned weeks in advance that have a capacity, and they're at very low profile places. One was at like the Brooklyn like roller rink park or whatever, something like that, a place that I've never even heard of. And I work in New York City, or I used to work in New York City. So the watch party that everybody knows and that you always see the clips of when they show it on the games, that's Plaza 33. That got canceled because of the president coming to the game. You're asking fans to show up 2 hours early in advance. We literally only have to go back to September, 9 months ago, to find a major sporting event nowhere near the NBA Finals, the U.S. Open of tennis, that got delayed 40 minutes and thousands of people were not even allowed into the arena on time when the match did start because of the increased security. So it's just a massive inconvenience to the fans. And for people, again, no matter how much money they have, their net worth is, or how much money they've made, people are paying tens of thousands of dollars to go to this game, and there is a decent chance they will not even be able to get into the arena before the game starts. We've got one more text here we got to get to. It's from a 917 number, and they say, I give it 4 minutes in before the anti-Trump chants start. If the Knicks lose, you know what the narrative is going to be. Do not mess with the good juju. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the chants will be. I don't know what they will sound like. I don't know if he'll get booed. I don't know if he'll get applause. It'll probably be a mix of both, as it normally is. Again, all I care about is the Knicks players not being distracted, keeping the focus on, and winning the game. Because the Knicks are the team that has everything to lose from this, right? The Spurs, they're down 0-2. They're already desperate. They're on the road. They know it's going to be a hostile environment no matter who the hell is there. I mean, you can have Mahatma Gandhi in the stands, and it's going to be a raucous crowd. You could have no celebrities in the arena, and it'll be a raucous crowd. The Knicks players better not get distracted by this, Brad. That's all I care about.
And last point I'm going to make, and just kind of piggyback on the last point that texter made, is if things go south for your Knicks, man, there's going to be a giant throbbing finger pointed at one individual and probably one individual only. And I'll let you guess who that is.
All right, we got one more text here. It might be the best text we've ever gotten. An 815 number. And they said, I'll get political too. Bleep the Packers.
Bear down, Chicago Bears. Greatest texter of all time here on BetMGM.
Brad, do you like that new school Bears song that Combs always plays, or do you want the old school one?
I want the classic, man. Because I can sing along with it. It's unbelievable. Like, the new one's got its place. It's a bit of a jam, but I am a sucker for the throwback.
Okay. 310-840-4910. All right. We're going to talk plenty of more NBA Finals, plenty more about the game itself. Brad and I are going to break it down, X's and O's coming up at the top of the hour. We're also going to talk to Dan Rosen and talk some Stanley Cup Final in an hour from now. But coming up next, the news that we just have to get to. Brendan Sorsby, the Texas Tech college football player that was banned at a massive gambling scandal, he's going to play this year. How? Why? And the ramifications when we return. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This is a tricky one. Sorsby, is it better for fans if Sorsby plays? Definitely yes. He's an awesome prospect, thought of as a potential first-round pick in like a loaded quarterback class next year in 2027 in the NFL. College football will be more fun if Brendan, and by the way, he's going to be suspended for the first 2 games as part of this. He's going to miss games against Abilene Christian and Oregon State. So this is an absolute joke. And Texas Tech is one of the best teams money can buy. So that is a joke. It is better for fans, like for us, if he plays. Now, I am a gambler. You know that about me. We're sponsored by BetMGM. I love to bet. I love to bet on sports. I am a huge believer because, I talk about this a lot. Now, I thankfully don't suffer from addiction. But I know a lot of people that do. And it's horrible. And in these instances, you obviously sincerely hope that people get well. And it's my sincere hope that Brendan Sorsby doesn't gamble again. It's a problem. Like, I'm not comparing, this is not to say I'm better than you, but like some people, it's like with drinking, can have 1 drink and that's it. Can smoke 1 cigarette, that's it. Can place 1 bet and that's it. For him, it's clearly an issue. I don't say that to mock him at all. I want him to get well. And part of me absolutely believes in second chances in life. This feels crazy. Because basically, there's no punishment here. Like, I'm not advocating for the young to lose his livelihood or never be able to play. That's not what I'm saying at all. I want him to do well. I'm a huge believer in life. And like I have a daughter, a young child. Like I want her to feel this as she gets older. It's important. There have to be consequences for actions. Or else, like, what's the point of rules? Why do they exist? Like Sorsby blatantly broke the rules. And a huge one. Like, I don't ever want to take the NCAA side on something. Like, that doesn't give me pleasure. They're right. Again, I'm not into, like, Sorsby should get thrown in jail or never play again. 2 games for gambling on his own team? Come on. And it's nothing against the young man. It isn't. I hope he's great. It feels like we're crossing the Rubicon a little bit here, and not in a good way. You may never hear me say this again. I think the NCAA is right on this one. Even if I acknowledge it's better for all of us if he plays, because he's awesome. A complicated one. Complex storyline. Not black and white. And as far as Victor Wembanyama goes, he's awesome. He could go down as one of, if not the best players ever. ... But the moment has been too big for him. Call me a hater if you want. I just prefaced that comment by saying he's going to go down likely as one of the best players ever. Maybe the best. We'll see. It's early, obviously, right? I feel like he's going to lose this finals. That's okay. The moment's been too big for him. The brain fart pass to Stephon Castle in the waning moments of a tie game in Game 2 will go down infamous in finals lore. It's one of the worst plays we've seen, one of the biggest brain farts we've seen in the history of sports in a big spot. No? Like, you could compare it to the J.R. Smith not knowing time and score in Game 1 of the 2018 finals. That's J.R. Smith and Victor Wembanyama.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You guys are lighting it up on the text line tonight, and we had a bunch of phone calls early in the show as well. So we appreciate you listening. We appreciate you interacting. 310-840-4910. All right, Brad, we're going to pivot, though, here for a little bit and talk about the big college football news that came down today, and that is Texas Tech star quarterback Brendan Sorsby has been granted a temporary injunction against the NCAA. It is going to clear the way for him to play for Texas Tech this year, even after he was declared ineligible for wagering on college sports, including his own games, including Texas Tech games. Massive gambling scandal. He had wagered approximately $90,000 on professional and college sports over 4 years, including 40 bets involving Indiana football when he was a freshman with the Hoosiers in 2022. The NCAA denied Texas Tech's appeal for reinstatement on Friday, but today a Texas judge has granted an injunction. And so, as of now, Brendan Sorsby is going to be allowed to play college football after just as recently as last year was betting on the sport and the teams that he played for. How? How is this possible? What kind of message is this sending to college athletes and kids and the entire population and to sports fans? Oh, you want to potentially tarnish the integrity of the game and the team that you play for? That's okay. You can come back and play again next year. This is utterly ridiculous. This is a sham.
That's exactly right. As the proper way to describe it, sham. And be damned to the people that ruled over this. Look, this is going to go through an appeals process. I entirely anticipate this is going to be overturned, but that appeals process, like anything in the court system, is going to take time. Sorsby will see the field at some point this year. He's got to have the first 2 games under suspension. Then he's got to be back by week 3, the college football season. He is going to be in uniform and on the field. Will he be able to, finish the season? That will be determined based on how long the appeal court date takes, and whatever that date is when it's issued. And what the ultimate outcome would be. It's going to take time, to say the least. But this sets an awful, disgusting precedent, to say the least, in the world of college sports. Now, look, I'm a diehard US Illinois fan. My two sons are in the Marching Illini band, and I'm a season ticket holder. And every single Saturday during the college football season, my butt is in attendance, sitting at the 50-yard line at Memorial Stadium in Champaign. I'm not going to lie to you. I could be sitting there watching the game this year, and there could be a dumbfounding play that transpires right before my eyes. And maybe for a fleeting moment, it's going to creep into my dome based on the issuing and the granting of Sorsby and the injunction that was filed and him being able to return the field. Oh, maybe that guy who whiffed on that tackle, maybe he's in on the cut. Maybe he's got action in the game. Maybe that quarterback's horrifically overthrown pass means, oh, yeah, he might have a little something on this. He might be throwing the game in some way. Those are concerns that are not going to creep through my cranium every single time I'm watching game, whether it's in person or on television, because of what is going on right now with this ruling today and allowing Sorsby to play college football again after he bet on games, bet on teams of which he was a member of. It is inexcusable. It is unacceptable. This destroys anything related to college football and really could be college sports in my mind. And there's going to be massive ripple effects as a result. I just gave an example on a personal level, but also, kind of broadening this out. Why, Pat? There is other reports that have been out there. Yahoo Sports reported after the issuance of what we saw in the court system today, quote, Big 12 ADs have had, quote, serious talks, end quote, not playing Texas Tech. One SEC AD added, should not play Texas Tech, quote, in any sports, end quote. What is going to happen at Texas Tech and the Red Raiders program? Will these ADs that are threatening, hey, we're not going to play you because we don't believe in any of this, whether it's Utah, Arizona, somebody else in that conference, based on the ruling today. I want to see if they actually follow through with that. When push comes to shove, there's always money involved, television money, all that kind of stuff. That probably flies at the window, but they're at least flirting and debating the idea internally of playing these games or some sort of like forfeit in some way, shape, or form. And SEC folks are just like this. One AD says, we don't know what school they're affiliated with, but we shouldn't play them in any sports as a result because Texas Tech is going to allow Sorsby to return to the field. What the hell are we doing? Do rules even matter anymore? And at this juncture, I say no, because the courts ultimately make those decisions. You just got to find a judge that's either willing to take a handout or is a fanboy, maybe a graduate of a certain institution, to get the ruling that you're looking for to reinstate a player despite their horrific wrongdoing.
Yeah, that's perfectly said, man. I'm just going to continue. I'll add on some more quotes here. And, Brendan Sorsby said in a statement today, quote, I'm very grateful for the endless support I have received throughout this entire process. I'm also grateful for the chance to rejoin my teammates. This opportunity comes with the responsibility to remain focused on my personal growth, the ability to learn from this experience, and to be able to use my situation to help others going forward. And look, I'm not slamming this kid. This isn't about, it's not about him. It's about the NCAA. It's about a court granting him the ability to play here. Look, I hope he gets all the help he needs, right? Because, gambling disorder, anxiety disorder, but he went to rehab. Yeah. He's going to continue counseling. So I got nothing against the kid himself. I got nothing against Brendan Sorsby, but he should not be allowed to play, Brad. How can we allow this to happen? Pete Rose got banned from the Hall of Fame and banned from baseball for betting on his own team to win, not throwing games. I mean, you basically look between the lines here, read between the lines. I don't know if we ever got specific instances on what the bets he was placing, but he was placing bets on games that he was involved in when he was at Cincinnati, when he was at Indiana. And here's a great quote by Charlie Baker, the NCAA president, on Twitter today. There is no better example of why targeted intervention from Congress is necessary. When you have schools and deep-pocketed supporters willing to look the other way on the glaring integrity threat of betting on your own team, and judges whose rulings effectively strip away our ability to stop them, only Congress can equip the NCAA to apply this common sense rule to everyone fairly and consistently. The Protect College Sports Act would empower the NCAA to enforce rules, including the gambling restrictions. It's needed now more than ever. He bet and he gambled and he wagered on games that his team was involved in, that he was involved in. He got banned, and now he's just going to be allowed to come back and play. I mean, you said it, Brad. What the hell are we doing? And you mentioned it best, man. The fact that you have to watch college sports games now, watch Texas Tech this year, and wonder, okay, maybe Brennan Sorsby's not dumb enough to happen twice, but is this player betting on the game? Is this player gambling on this game? This guy just missed that on purpose? That's the worst thing. That's like the worst part of society. Like, that's rock bottom for us, man. If we get to a point where we're seriously questioning, and now there's reason to seriously question whether or not players are either throwing the game or trying to do stuff to impact the game one way or another because they've got money on it or they've got friends that have money on it and they have the knowledge of that and they're now impacting the outcomes of games because of that. That's the that's the rock bottom for sports fans, man. There's no coming back from that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I totally agree. And, one of the other, key parts of this is just how powerless, how nutless the NCAA really is overall, right? They're a shell of what they used to be. A court can override any kind of ruling or rule that they have in place. And here's a prime example of what happened today with Sorsby. Like, there is a much needed overhaul of the NCAA. And I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. There needs to be a new institution. It could be a branch of the NCAA that is created and installed with somebody that is trustworthy, somebody that is upstanding, that people greatly respect, who can oversee everything that is tied to these betting incidences and misfires and miscues that some of these kids have in the world of college football to prevent these types of situations from arising. The NCAA they have nothing right now. They have no good standing, no good foot to stand on whatsoever. And again, the courts are the ones that have the ultimate power in this, and they can determine whether or not a player can not play or be reinstated. But why on earth are we letting Sorsby back into college football? Why? I don't get it. I agree with you. It's not about him as an individual. He needs to get all the help that he can get. But what made all the sense of the world is like, you're banned from playing college football, college sports ever again. I mean, we saw what kid at Iowa State was a punter, and he made like a little over $2,500 worth of bets on various sports, and he was banned for life, right? How's it any different what Sorsby is doing? Sorsby did it at an nth higher level, 90 grand he was wagering on. He was wagering on games and teams that he was a part of. That's unacceptable. That's inexcusable. And you're going to allow him back in? They should say, kid, get the help that you need. You're done with college sports. Put your name in the NFL supplemental draft and go that route, and best of luck to you. That's all that needed to happen here. But now a judge, for whatever damn reason, has said he can return to college football. And again, I think this is going to be overturned eventually, but I guarantee you we're going to see Sorsby on the field at some point because Texas Tech is going to allow their, oh, yeah, great, we got our quarterback back. We're going to win games. Pew, 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 go Red Raiders. Really what Texas Tech should do is, intervene and say, nah, hey, Sorsby, sorry, man. You did a solid for us. We appreciate your contributions. We're sorry things went sideways through the gambling addiction, but we cannot in good conscience allow you back on the field and play for our team. Are they going to do that? Hell no, they're not, because it's all about the mighty dollar. It's just, there's so many problems right now in college sports, and this is one of the prime examples, really kind of a microcosm of the general problems that are impacting the sports, whether in football, whether in basketball, some of the other non-money making sports that are out there. The NCAA, sack up.
Yep, 310-840-4910. We got a texter from a 917 number. Says, I no longer watch any college sports anymore. Beyond ridiculous. And then said, best, Pat. I know you from overnight. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. We got some other texts. We got some other texts, Brad, to get to when we come back on the initial topic we were getting into, the president attending Game 3 of the NBA Finals and whether people agree or disagree with that. We'll also do 82-0 when we return. Brad, you and I are going head to head. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We're coming right back. Don't go anywhere. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Russell Wilson, recently announced he was retiring and he's going to be on the NFL on CBS, and I think he should be pretty good in that role, right? When you think back on Russ, because there's a lot of talk right now, is he a Hall of Famer? Is he not a Hall of Famer? I'll stop short of asking you that question, is he a Hall of Famer or not? But when you think about his career, you coached with him, you coached against him, how do you put that into perspective?
Yeah, and he is going to do great. And so the person that was in that role, I also got to coach in Matt Ryan, for the last few years, and Matt was great that way too. Quarterbacks, they have different perspectives sometimes than other people have, and they're able to share that and express that in such a way that they're doing it. And so thing that we'll always respect so much about Russ, like, man, does he dig in to go compete and find it? And that will be no different in him transitioning into a new space. I got to coach in Seattle during Russ's year 2 and 3, I suppose. So I got to see, the version that was kind of on the way up and coming. I thought the clutch gene is with him, like in the big spaces and the big moments. You felt like there was a big pass to be made. I can certainly remember like 2-point conversion in a championship game against, the Green Bay Packers, and to get us, into Super Bowl, or a touchdown throw into those spaces in overtime to go win. And so I think of Russ, I think of clutch moments, and I think of a really good competitor. And so I knew going in there, I could remember Pete telling me, hey, Dan, we really got something in this quarterback. They had just gone through his rookie year, and I believe they, went to the second round, maybe beat Washington in a wild card, and then maybe lost to Atlanta after that. But, Pete knew back then, hey, we're onto something here, and Pete and John were on it in terms of quarterback. And so good for them to let a guy compete. They had just signed somebody, and so allowing Russ to come in after not having an off season as a rookie due to the lockout, like, I think that speaks to like the competitor that he is and what he stood for. And so for a long time, he's been one of the best deep ball throwers outside the pocket, especially Nick, in the league. You look to the completion of those plays, man, is he a dangerous player out on the edge? And I can think of over and over, reps to down the field, completions to people outside the pocket.
This is a player who was the butt of jokes for a long time. Former number 1 overall pick that won't live up to the billing. Lackluster defense. Not a leader. Mocked when he called himself the best shooting big man ever. How about now? A phrase that young people like to use, and I love it because I grew up in the video game age, right? When video games started, leveling up. Karl Anthony Towns has leveled up. And he hasn't leveled up from like level 18 to 19. No. He's at level 99. Right now, Cat is one-shot killing the optional hard boss in the video game. Like if this is Final Fantasy VII, he's one-shot killing Ruby or Emerald Weapon. Shout out to the nerds out there that get that. He is fully evolved. Right now, he's Charizard. Fully evolved form. He dominated Victor Wembanyama in Game 2 on Friday night. Now, if you're going to ask me, I'm a Knicks fan. Wemby or Cat moving forward? I'll take Wemby, obviously. This is not to say Cat's better than Wemby or that he's going to be better than Wemby in the future. He's not. But I'll tell you what. At this exact moment in time, Karl Anthony Towns is outplaying him. And there can be no question to the contrary. And if things continue like this, and Cat keeps outplaying Wemby, and Cat's woofing at Wemby after he dunks the ball and is physicaling Wemby down low, and he's awesome, and that pass he made out of the triple team is something out of a fever dream in Game 2, he's going to win Finals MVP. He's going to win Finals MVP.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. At MGM Tonight, he's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. We got more of your texts to get to. You can join the phone lines, 310-840-4910. We're going to go our deep dive X's and O's preview on Game 3 of the NBA Finals coming up at the top of the hour. But first, BetMGM players will receive an NBA Final Odds Boost token. To use the token, add a wager made up of NBA playoffs bets to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager that was made with the token, you will receive extra winnings and unrestricted bonus dollars. All right, before we get back to the basketball talk, though, well, I guess we're going to continue the basketball talk here because, Brad, we're going to play a little 82-0, baby. We did it for the first time on Friday, and now you and I get to go mano-e-mano. Have you played this game yet?
I did for the first time this morning. I tried it out. It was not bueno, mi amigos. I went with a 60-22 record. There was an error in the NBA. I'm like, I don't know any of these Jim Jacks. This guy had good stats. I'll put him in. But when you have to go Rasheed Wallace as your center, yeah, you're collecting L's, and I certainly did.
Yeah, so can we go 82-0? Can Brad or I go 82-0? You can play along, by the way, at 82-0.com, 82-0.com, or maybe as Monty would call it, 82-0, 82-0.com. So how are we doing this? I was maybe not paying the most attention in our last commercial break. Brad, are you going first? And is that how we're doing this, puppy?
Brando, do you want me to go first or do you want Pat to go first? I don't give a damn.
Yeah, Brad, just go. You go first, and we'll let Pat follow you up.
Okay, that's great. I'll take every New York Knick. All right, Monty, spin the damn wheel. Let's go. I'm going undefeated, you Jim Jacks. All right, so let's see the 1980s, and I'm gonna have
Phoenix
to blow
Suns.
the screen out because it's kind of. Phoenix Suns? Oh, yeah. Oh, well, yeah, I could go Eddie Johnson.
If you're watching on YouTube or on Twitter, you could see VP Monty has got the screen. He's got the game up for us. So you spin the thing, you run the random generator. It gives you a team, and it gives you an era. So Brad got Phoenix Suns in the 80s. Go ahead, Brad. Sorry.
Well, yeah, look, I shouldn't ever go against my ILL, and a man, it's a friend of the show, and Eddie Johnson, but it's Tom freaking Chambers at the top of the list, and he qualifies as a power forward, and that can be a tough position to fill, I've realized, in the singular time I have played this game. Give me Tom Chambers, and I may have a few Fleer cards of his in my collection. Don't lie. Is it still me?
Yes. So you go through all your five. And I think you do, right? Combs, he gets the 2 wild cards. Just like if you're playing the game normally where you can switch the team or you can switch the era.
Correct. You get one chance to switch the team or one chance to switch the era at any point.
Okay, so I got the Knicks, and I believe it was, the 1980s?
No, you got the Nets in the 70s.
Oh, Nets in the 70s. Well, I know he was also in the 80s as well. Bernard King. I know that name, who was one of my favorite players when I was young. So give me Bernard King. All right, spin it again. Where are you going to go with Atlanta in the 1960s? My God, I know none of these people. There is a center who apparently, Bob Pettit, who averaged 27.6 points per game. Oh, that's a luxury item. I will go with him because centers are a tough position to fill in this little exercise. Bob Pettit for the win. Next spin, Golden State Warriors in the 2010s. I need a
are
point
you
guard.
kidding me? That's a gold mine.
It is a gold mine. I got Kevin Durant, Monta Ellis, Steph Curry. Give me Steph Curry a point, man. Sorry. Okay, I'm not going to go with Kevin Durant. I'm going to go with Curry because Durant, I still have a bitter taste in my mouth from the performance he had in the playoffs this season with the Houston Rockets. Am I done? I think I got one more position to go. So Curry there, one more spin, and Utah in the 20s. We have Donovan Mitchell, Spider-Man. Is shooting guard the only position I have left? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, give me Spider.
Wow, so Brad's not going any wild card changes.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm rolling with it. Only 68 wins,
he went
so
68 and 14.
Low bar.
No, that's pretty good.
Is it? I don't know. I've only played this game once, now twice. So 68, well, I guess I'll take it.
So again, you could, you chose to just go with the teams and the era that you were given. Now you could try to change the era and change the team, and you could get screwed. Like PJ did that early on Friday, and he got some players that you definitely would not know, and there was players that I even forgot about. He only went 56 and 26. So 68 and 14 ain't bad.
Okay, we're going to stay with it then. So, Pat, you're on the clock, buddy.
All righty, let's rock and roll. So Brad went 68 and 14. I'm first. Now, my first choice, I got the Sixers in the 80s. I might need some help here because that's tough to read. So Combs, just read me the top couple of players.
You got Charles Barkley, Julius Erving, Mason Melrose, it looks like.
All right, I'll make this quick here because we got less than 2 minutes. I will go with Dr. J. Give me Julius Erving. Let's see. Can we go Julius Erving, Dr. J at, how about, let's see, small forward?
All right, spin it. Miami in the 80s.
I got the Heat in the 80s. Combs, who are the top couple players here?
I'm dealing with the same problem.
You got Edwards. Yeah, Sparrow.
Oof. I don't like this. Give me I can try to get LeBron here. Give me a different era. Let's stay with the Heat. Give me a different era. Heat in the 2000s.
Dwayne Wade, right? Shaquille O'Neal, Jamal Mashburn, Lamar Odom.
How do I not have? Oh, because LeBron didn't get to the Heat until the 2010s. All right, I'm going to take Shaq over D Wade. Give me Shaq to play center. You know what? Because we're going to run out of time. We're going to continue when we come back. I like my team, though. I got Dr. J, and so far I got Shaq. I think I could go 82-0 here. We're going to finish off when we come back, and we'll also deep dive into Game 3 of the NBA Finals. We'll give you all of our best plays. We'll give you a prediction. We'll break down what Wemby and the Spurs have to do to get on the board, or do the Knicks take a 3-0 lead? He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Don't go anywhere. I might be going 82-0 when we come back. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Russell Wilson's Hall of Fame candidacy, Mike, is going to be a hot button conversation. Obviously, right? With him retiring, the dizzying heights that his career reached in Seattle, and then obviously the resounding thud the last couple of years in Denver, Pittsburgh, and in New York with my Giants. In Mike Sandoz, and I mean this sincerely, there are a few people that are better equipped to answer this question than Mike. In your estimation, is Russell Wilson a Hall of Famer, and why?
I would say I would lean towards yes, based on his 10-year run. However, I feel like what is a Hall of Famer now with them changing the rules to get in? It's harder to get in. So we've seen, obviously, Eli Manning has failed twice. We've seen even Antonio Gates, Luke Kuechly took a year, which is surprising to me. Those guys are locks. So I'm not betting that he's going to make it. And I think the next 5 years of his eligibility, sort of the clock, is important for him because of how it ended. We're so based a lot of times rooted in the recent, right? And we just need some time to remember that this guy was clearly a top 5 quarterback for a while. We can argue how long. And he was a special player. I think that's been easy to kind of gloss over the last few years because he hasn't been the most likable guy, right? I mean, he sort of got ahead of himself, acting like he was more than he was, and he fell flat on his face. And a lot of people kind of reveled in that. But I think over time that fades a little bit, and hopefully you're just left with, a body of work in Seattle that's probably going to be the ticket for him. I do think it's complicated because, number one, who's advocating for him? Right? He had this sort of weird thing with some of his teammates. The defensive guys thought he was getting too much credit. Is that all going to resolve? Because it feels to me there's just not a groundswell. He's had a bad fracture with the Seahawks franchise, right? So that's why I think time's really important for him, and it's an uncertainty right now. But I could certainly make a good case for him.
Outside of Terry, who are a couple names on your offense that you think will exceed expectations this season?
Yeah, I think you're talking about, Terry, like that's a demonstrated and proven, space for him that, he's been so consistent. And that's why, he's a commander through and through. The thing that, we don't talk about, and it's not that big, the topics elsewhere just because it's not stat driven, but I really like our offensive line here. And we've got 2 exceptional tackles in Josh Connolly and Laramie Tunsil, Sam Cosme over at right guard. And so I feel like when you're talking about, offenses and teams in general, line of scrimmage, man, that's where it comes down to in the NFL. You've got to be able to get down on both sides of the ball, pass protection, the run blocking. And so those 2 offensive tackles for us, they'll be significant. These are real athletes, Nick, that can block and get out in space and play in the screen game. They've got physicality with them in the run game. So having those 2 spots, and then a number of guys that you spoke on, just like competitiveness at wide receiver with a guy like Luke McCaffrey or Jalen Lane, and added Van Jefferson. You talked about Chig earlier. So the strength of our team is going to be the team. And we're very comfortable with that, knowing that it's all of us that will make the difference. And so we're training and leading in that way. And I like how that feels. And doesn't have to be this guy's a number 2 or number 3 option. It's just, hey, man, what are the roles that these guys can play and absolutely max it out.
lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 of this Monday night extravaganza kicks off right now. We're just over 30 minutes away from tip-off. Game 3 of the NBA Finals, Knicks and the Spurs. I needed to get here right now. I cannot wait any longer. I got the NBA, inside the NBA, whatever the hell they call themselves now, Chuck and all those normal guys, on my screen. You can watch our show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. We still have a couple of texters that we have got to get to. Don't worry, did not forget about you. If you want to join the show, you can call or you can text. Any last-minute predictions for Game 3 of the Finals tonight, 310-840-4910. You can call, text, 310-840-4910. Brad, before I try to finish off a little 82-0 here and go 82-0, what did you think of your second time playing and first time on the show here? You went 68-14. You didn't try to change the team. You didn't try to change the era. Not bad. Not too shabby. Golf clap.
No, hey, man, I'll stick to my guns. Again, I had a really good center draw and Bob Pettit, and you did too with Shaquille O'Neal. So I've got some stiff and rugged competition, I feel, coming against you. But apparently, according to your measuring stick, 68-14 ain't too shabby, so I'll take it.
No, it's really not that bad. It's really not. So we're playing 82 in the 82-0 game, 82and0.com. Can you go 82-0 by building an NBA team? It's a random generator. You get a team and you get an era. So I think it starts with the 1960s and you get the 60s, 70s, all the way up 2000s, 2010s, 2020s. You could change the team once. You could change the era once. And Brad went 68-14. And when we last broke, we didn't have time for me to finish. My first two players, Dr. J, Julius Erving, and then I got Shaquille O'Neal. Brad, your team, by the way, was Steph Curry, which is awesome, Donovan Mitchell, Bernard King, Tom Chambers, and Bob Pettit. So I feel pretty good about my chances of going 82-0 here. So I'm on my third. All right, Monty. Go ahead and spin that puppy. Or I think Monty did before we broke. And so I got, what is this? The Nets? Is this the Nets in the 2000s? Yeah, Nets in the 2000s. All right, so I got Vince Carter, Stephon Marbury, Richard Jefferson, Keith Van Horn.
Oh, wow.
Oof.
Vince
Carter's
Harris,
obviously
Kenyon Martin.
Yeah,
Jason Kidd,
Vince Carter,
Kerry Kittles.
I could go Jason Kidd as well. Vince Carter, I think, would probably be the easiest one. But at this point, I mean, I got Shaq and I got
Kidd.
Dr. J.
I go Kidd all day, man.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love me some Jason Kidd.
9.3 dimes, 7.3 rebounds per game. He had 1 point, nearly 2 steals per game.
All right. I mean, Brad, you're convincing me there. I mean, Jason Kidd he is one of the best point guards probably of all time. Oof. All right. I mean, I guess if you're going, if they're waiting this 82. Go ahead, Combs.
I said the numbers for Vinsanity. I mean, same thing with Stephon Marbury. His numbers are better than Jason Kidd in the 2000s.
All right, I'll save my wild. I already used one, so I only have one left. I changed the era, so I can change the team. All right, I'll take Brad's advice here, and I'll go Jason Kidd to play point guard.
Can't believe a Knicks fan on Game 3 of the Finals passed up Stephon Marbury. How, like,
Stephon Marbury is not that great of a Nick. Don't get me wrong.
Trash shoes. Starberry sucked.
Yeah. All right, so I need a power forward and I need a shooting guard. I've got Shaq playing center. I got Dr. J at small forward, and I've got Jason Kidd at point guard. All right, Monty, what do we got for the fourth? Kings in the 2020s.
So you got De'Aaron Fox, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Domantas Sabonis, Buddy Hield, Russell Westbrook, Harrison Barnes.
I mean, Sabonis would be the first, and I think I could get him to play power forward, but
yes.
Yeah, man. I mean, I love some Sabonis, but do I really? Is that going to help me get to 82-0 just because he grabs a lot of, because he has a lot of assists?
I don't think it is. You just need to get a very nice 69, Pat. Don't worry about 82-0. You're looking for 69 to beat your boy.
All right, you know what? I'm going to use my wild card. Let's change the team. Let's stick with the 2020s. Hopefully, I get Jokic. Give me the 2020s. Give me the new team. I got the Rockets in the 2020s. I can take Kevin Durant. I'm doing it. Give me Durant to play power forward.
That was a good move. Well played by you.
All right, last one. I got no more wild cards. I got to take this no matter what it is. It's the Cleveland Cavaliers in the 80s. Oh no.
World be free.
World be free.
Wow.
Elder Harper, Ron Harper. Hey, Dylan's going to be in action tonight.
World be free, though. I mean, that's not...
He was a baller, dude.
Yeah, average 23.
Yeah, I mean, he finished top 10 in MVP once in the 70s. He finished top 20 in the MVP twice. He's not even a Hall of Famer.
What position do you need? Shooting guard?
Yeah. And he played it.
Well, you got two. You basically have three options. You got World Be Free, Ron Harper, or Randy Smith.
Yeah, World Be Free is the best out of those. All right, I'll go World Be Free. Let's see what I got here. I got Durant, I got Shaq, I got Dr. J, I got Jason Kidd, and World Be Free. I think I got at least 74. 60 and 22.
Boom!
How is that possible? I got jobbed.
Suck it. Domination.
You're 0-2 in this game, Pat.
How
You're terrible at games on this show.
I beat PJ the other night. I beat PJ the other night, didn't I? PJ was terrible. Or did you play Combs and you beat me?
No, you lost to PJ.
No way. PJ had 56 wins. I definitely beat him.
Okay, maybe I was wrong. Maybe it's the other way around then.
Yeah, PJ had a terrible team because he tried to use his wild
show.
Cards and he got screwed. I think I had like 64 or 66, something like that. PJ only had like 56 wins. Wow, I can't believe I got 60 and 22. I got Dr. J, Durant, Shaq, Jason Kidd, and World Be Free.
Yeah, that's rough. That's really rough. Not gonna lie.
Jeez. I'm telling you, you got lifted up by Steph Curry and by Bernard King. That sucks.
Go Knicks.
All right, whatever. Go Knicks. Brad beats me. He got 68 wins. I got 60. So you see how hard it is. I thought I had a team that was at least getting 72 to 74 wins, and I got 60. Anyway, all right, so that's fun. We'll play it again either tomorrow or Wednesday. Speaking of which, this from our friends at BetMGM. The NBA Finals are here, and this no-sweat token belongs in your starting five. Use it on an NBA Finals bet and get bonus bets back if you lose. Take your shot with a no-sweat token for the NBA Finals. Here's how it works. Log into your existing BetMGM account to receive an NBA Finals no-sweat token. Add a qualifying NBA Finals bet to your bet slip and bet up to the specified maximum stake and activate the token. If your bet doesn't win, you'll receive your stake back in bonus bets up to the specified maximum amount. All right, Brad, we're hoping we're about 25, 30 minutes away from tip-off. Knicks and the Spurs, Game 3. Knicks up 2-0. Back at the Garden in the finals for the first time in 27 years. The Knicks, 1.5-point favorites. The over-under, 215.5. And let's just ask here, let's before we get into our plays, Chuck said something that that echoed a lot of sentiments for a lot of people. Charles Barkley saying that Wemby and the Spurs have been victims of youth so far with how young the Spurs are. They've looked inexperienced in these 2 games, a lot of turnovers, definitely not executing at the end of games. Wemby throwing it off Stephon Castle's back as he turns around. That final play in game 2 was definitely not what they wanted. But, I disagree with that. It's hard to say that when they went into game 7 in OKC and beat the defending champions. I just think that the Knicks are outplaying them. I don't know if they're, sure, they haven't been in the finals before. Brad, other than OG Anunoby, and again, I'm pretty sure he had what the hell did OG have during the finals that he basically missed the entire playoffs with? But OG Anunoby's the only person that's got NBA finals experience. The Spurs have Harrison Barnes. They've got Luke Cornett. The Knicks star players, Brunson, Bridges, Josh Hart, Cat, these guys don't have any finals experience. So, yeah, the Spurs are a couple years younger on average. It's not like the Knicks are a team of guys that are 34, 35. These guys on the Knicks are all 27 to 30. So I think they're just out-executing them. I think that's too much of a cop-out to say the Spurs are the victims of youth. What do you think?
Yeah, I think there's some truth to it, to be honest, but you make some astute points. And, look, the New York Knicks don't exactly, as you just laid out, have a ton of experience in the NBA Finals either, but they're just playing at an extraordinary and exceptional level in every facet of the game. And we knew that coming in this NBA Finals spread that, they just were trouncing fools, everybody in their path in the Eastern Conference. But a lot of people say, well, the Eastern Conference pales in comparison to the Western Conference. They're going to beat their match and possibly meet their maker in the process. And they certainly have it. They have, delivered consistent results on both ends of the floor, whether it's, just playing at a high level offensively. And they haven't played at an extraordinarily high level, to say the least, in this NBA Finals series, because San Antonio Spurs are such an excellent defensive team, second best only to the New York Knicks in that category defensive rating here in this NBA postseason. But that's the other key, is that the Knicks are numero uno in offensive rating, numero uno in defensive rating. They have shown no weaknesses whatsoever. And even though they are the biggest of big stages, they are not wilting under the spotlight. They're just playing exceptional basketball across the board. They're bringing a effort every single night. San Antonio, I think, may have thrown one of their best punches. We're going to find out tonight, indeed, if they still have maybe a stronger and more forceful punch in the arsenal here in Game 3 on the road in enemy territory. But in Game 2, I felt that was a game San Antonio had to have. And the New York Knicks were just resilient. And that's been the story of them really this entire magical postseason run, that resiliency. Again, I going back to the last game and I kind of point the finger at Miss Johnson a little bit. Like, what the hell was that final play all about? I honestly felt that De'Aaron Fox, who was a money man in Game 2, probably should have either, driven the ball to the cup or take a little mid-range jumper. He had a couple opportunities to do that. They're, playing man-on-man defense, and I think he could have easily done that and maybe put one through the cylinder, maybe kiss one off the glass. But the fact that you wait for that play to develop, when Wemby gets the ball on the elbow from 17, 18, 19 feet, and that's the shot you take instead of him flashing to the rim, possibly, getting an offensive rebound, possibly him drawing contact and a foul, getting a line to either, tie the game or outright win it. That was mystifying. That was just dumbfounding and completely idiotic in that moment that Miss Johnson, and I believe that was the play that was drawn up. You have one of the most dominant big men we have ever seen in NBA history. And that was a play you call. You get some action where he is, 2 to 3 miles away for the bucket, and you hope that he sinks an open jumper. That was the issue that I had in that instance. Miss Johnson's got to be better, and the Spurs cannot be the folly of youth. They got to play like a steam veteran tonight if they want to steal Game 3.
Agreed. Absolutely. All right, so a couple of plays here. If you like it, if you are inclined to do so. I think it's a defensive game. I like the under. I think you and me both like Dylan Harper. I love Dylan Harper. I mean, not as a Knicks fan, but Dylan Harper has to continue to have an impact. He's got to play more minutes. When he gets on the court, man, he is a lightning bolt. running up and down the floor in transition. So Dylan Harper over 19.5 points plus rebounds. G. Anunoby on the Knicks. He's been a model of consistency. I think he goes over his points total again. He's done it both games so far. He scored 17 in each game, 1 in game 2. It's 15.5 points tonight on BetMGM. I think OG goes over. And finally, if there's a guy that's hitting threes tonight for the Spurs, I think it's Devin Vassell. He shot 42% from deep on the road this year. He was actually a much better three-point shooter on the road than at home. And Vassell over 2.5 threes at plus money. Brad, really quickly, what do you like here for game 3 tonight?
I also like the under. I'm going to go Dylan Harper, 20-plus points plus rebounds at plus 115. And for S's and G's, SGP, Knicks money line, Cat 10-plus rebounds, plus 135. Go Knicks.
Bang. Let's go Knicks, baby. All right, we're going to talk a little puck when we come back before the NBA Finals game takes center stage. Dan Rosen of NHL.com joins us next. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This is a tricky one. Sorsby, is it better for fans if Sorsby plays? Definitely yes. He's an awesome prospect, thought of as a potential first-round pick in like a loaded quarterback class next year in 2027 in the NFL. College football will be more fun if Brendan, and by the way, he's going to be suspended for the first 2 games as part of this. He's going to miss games against Abilene Christian and Oregon State, so this is an absolute joke. And Texas Tech is one of the best teams money can buy. So that is a joke. It is better for fans, like for us, if he plays. Now, I am a gambler. You know that about me. We're sponsored by BetMGM. I love to bet. I love to bet on sports. I am a huge believer because, I talk about this a lot. Now, I thankfully don't suffer from addiction. But I know a lot of people that do. And it's horrible. And in these instances, you obviously sincerely hope that people get well. And it's my sincere hope that Brendan Sorsby doesn't gamble again. It's a problem. Like, I'm not comparing, this is not to say I'm better than you, but like some people, it's like with drinking, can have 1 drink and that's it. Can smoke 1 cigarette, that's it. Can place 1 bet and that's it. For him, it's clearly an issue. I don't say that to mock him at all. I want him to get well. And part of me absolutely believes in second chances in life. This feels crazy. Because basically, there's no punishment here. Like, I'm not advocating for the young to lose his livelihood or never be able to play. That's not what I'm saying at all. I want him to do well. I'm a huge believer in life. And like I have a daughter, a young child. Like I want her to feel this as she gets older. It's important. There have to be consequences for actions. Or else, like, what's the point of rules? Why do they exist? Like Sorsby blatantly broke the rules. And a huge one. Like, I don't ever want to take the NCAA side on something. Like, that doesn't give me pleasure. They're right. Again, I'm not into, like, Sorsby should be thrown in jail or never play again. 2 games for gambling on his own team? Come on. And it's nothing against the young man. It isn't. I hope he's great. It feels like we're crossing the Rubicon a little bit here, and not in a good way. You may never hear me say this again. I think the NCAA is right on this one. Even if I acknowledge it's better for all of us if he plays, because he's awesome. A complicated one. Complex storyline. Not black and white. And as far as Victor Wembanyama goes, he's awesome. He could go down as one of, if not the best players ever. ... But the moment has been too big for him. Call me a hater if you want. I just prefaced that comment by saying he's going to go down likely as one of the best players ever. Maybe the best. We'll see. It's early, obviously, right? I feel like he's going to lose this finals. That's okay. The moment's been too big for him. The brain fart pass to Stephon Castle in the waning moments of a tie game in Game 2 will go down infamous in finals lore. It's one of the worst plays we've seen, one of the biggest brain farts we've seen in the history of sports in a big spot. No? Like, you could compare it to the J.R. Smith not knowing time and score in Game 1 of the 2018 finals. That's J.R. Smith and Victor Wembanyama.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We got tip-off Game 3 of the NBA Finals in about 20 minutes from now. But let's talk some puck because we've got Game 4 of Lord Stanley's Cup Final tomorrow night in Vegas. And so let's go to Sin City and bring in our next guest. And that is our guy, Dan Rosen, senior writer for NHL.com. He's also host of NHL's The Rink podcast. And you can find him on Twitter at DRosenNHL. Dan, it's good to have you back, man. How is Vegas and how you doing?
Vegas is Vegas. It's, you know how it is. It's the same all the time. It's great. I'm doing really well. It's as I was telling you guys before, it's quite the juxtaposition from Raleigh to Las Vegas for games 1 and 2 to games 3 and 4. I like Raleigh. It's quiet. It's suburban. There's a city and all that, but this Vegas is a little bit different. Let's just call it just say what it is. It's a little bit different, but it's exciting. And, we've got ourselves this is an epic Stanley Cup final already.
Oh, yeah. Without a doubt. And Dan, right now we're in the midst of the rare 2-game break where teams are not traveling in the Stanley Cup Finals. So you get a little extra downtime in Vegas. And so do the Carolina Hurricanes, who are waiting around in Sin City right now for Game 4 after suffering that heartbreaking 5-4 double OT loss on Saturday. I saw some Hurricanes player, quotes about not minding having the 2 days off. Some players were eager and they wanted to get right back on the ice after a loss like that one. But let's call the elephant in the room here, that Vegas flu that normally threatens to disrupt the team when they come and play the Golden Knights because they're out all night or at the casino. So the Hurricanes have had 2 days to hang around Sin City with that loss in their mouth. Do you think that will help them, hurt them, neither? What do you think?
Well, I think it helps them. And the Vegas flu is a thing that I think it used to be a real thing. I don't know that it is right now. I can certainly tell you it's not right now in the Stanley Cup final. Maybe if you come here, for a weekend game in January where you get an extra night here, sure, I'll understand that. If you're a hockey team coming in, and I get that. But this is the Stanley Cup final. It's a little bit different. Those guys are not going out into the casinos. They're staying at a hotel that doesn't have a casino. That's on purpose, I would imagine. Most teams do that here. But they needed it. That's a tough one to overcome. I think they needed the break. It's a tough one to overcome. They not only that, for both teams, 3 games in 5 nights with cross-country travel in the middle, just 2/3 of the way through that. That's a lot. And those are 3 emotional games. You're talking about comebacks that are just epic, and a hat trick, the fastest hat trick in Stanley Cup final history, the first player to have 4 points in a period in Stanley Cup final history, the fastest 3 goals by a team in Stanley Cup final history, the first time there's been 3 multi-goal comebacks in a row in Stanley Cup final history. So there's a lot going on here, and I think that extra day was good for both teams, but certainly for the Hurricanes, to your point, because to your question, because they needed that extra day to, I think, get over what had to be an emotional loss.
Dan, the amount of biscuits in the basket so far in this series has fed really any insatiable appetite. There have been 25 goals scored in 3 games. So will it be more of the same, do you feel, in game 4? And between the pipes, which goalie has the best chance to prevent siren-sounding pucks? And if you go Carolina, who is that goalie?
Yeah. I think we're going to still see offense in this series. It might quiet down a little bit, but it's hard for me to really say that and believe it because, like Taylor Hall said it today, he goes, after game 2, as crazy as that was, you travel, you think, okay, now they're going to settle into this series and it's going to be a little bit more predictable about where the Hurricanes and the way they play and Vegas and the way they play, and it's clash of styles and, maybe a 2-1 or a 3-2 type game or a 3-1, but it was obviously anything but that in game 3. So I think this could continue. I think we're going to have a series like that. Maybe you get one tame game, but maybe not. And if the goaltending has just not been very good in this, flat out, it just has not been very good in this series, except when it's really had to be. Like Carter Hart needed to be good in overtime. And he was, in game 3. He made a couple of big saves early in that first overtime. Brandon Bussey came in a 4-0 game, and he had to be good. He had to be good to give his team at least a puncher's chance, and he was. And he stops Mitch Marner on a shorthanded penalty shot, and he makes 18 saves. So the goaltending has not been great, but it's been solid when needed to be solid in those moments, especially in that game 3. Now, Rod Brind'Amour likes to play the suspense game. He said he knows who his goalie is going to be for game 4. He just doesn't want to say it. He goes, there's not much suspense around here, so I'm going to create some, basically, and he likes it. Not great for people like me. We want to be able to know, obviously, and a lot of people want to be able to know. If I had to guess, it's Frederik Andersen, because Rod Brind'Amour is very loyal to Frederik Andersen. He continues to go back to him, and he's obviously a huge part of why they're here. But if it's Brandon Bussey, which would be the goalie I would go with, I think it's actually a better call because Bussey is, he's rested. He's more rested. He's not shell-shocked like Frederik Andersen might be. And he also catches with his right hand. Frederik Andersen catches with his left hand. And that creates a little bit of an element of surprise, a little bit of a different look for a team that's so used to playing a goalie whose glove hand is on the left side. It depends on where you're shooting all that. Well, Bussey's is on the right. So it kind of throws things off. And maybe in the middle of this wacky series, throwing a little bit of a curveball will help.
Oh, interesting. Good insight there. Dan, let's go away from the Stanley Cup final for a brief second. The Kings are hiring Peter LaViolette as their new coach with LaViolette's pedigree. Is he the right guy to take over the young Kings team at this time, do you feel?
Peter Laviolette's been a coach for a long time. This will be his 7th job, his 7th team in the National Hockey League, which is almost a quarter of the teams, and it's more than a quarter of the teams when he started coaching in this league. Is he the right guy? I think he's a good coach. I think he can get a lot out of a team early in his tenure with the team. Look what he just did with the New York Rangers. His first year with the Rangers, they go to the Eastern Conference Final. I like him as a coach. Is he the right guy? I'll tell you what, I would love to see some new blood infused here, but I'm not going to argue against Peter Laviolette because if you're the Los Angeles Kings and you think you're in a window here where you might be able to still develop some of your young guys, but also win, and you got Panarin signed for 2 years, Doughty's towards the end, but he's not at the end yet, so there's time there, and you got a few other guys there. Adrian Kempe right in the middle of it for him right now. Quentin Byfield's coming up, and he's really starting and it could take over with Anze Kopitar gone. Maybe Laviolette is the right guy for a short period of time there in LA. We'll find out. I mean, that team is very vanilla, and it has been very vanilla. They need to create more. They need to generate more. And we'll see if Laviolette can do that. He wants to run a high-paced offense, so we'll see if he can do that.
Talking to Dan Rosen here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Dan is senior NHL writer for NHL.com, and he's the host of the Rink podcast, which you can check out and listen and download wherever you get your podcasts. We're talking Stanley Cup Final, Game 4 tomorrow night after another unbelievable finish over the weekend in Game 3, where the Golden Knights to win in double OT with Shea Theodore's goal being the difference maker. But at a game that they jumped out to a 4-0 lead before Carolina answered with 4 goals of their own in the third period. So, Dan, back to the Cup here. With how unpredictable and chaotic these games have been, do you think that favors one team or another? Like, would Carolina or Vegas rather a game be boring with not a lot of ebb and flow? Do you think the unpredictable nature of this series favors one team?
I don't know that it necessarily favors one team. Well, maybe it favors Vegas a little bit because Carolina, the way they play, they pressure you, they pressure hard, they have the puck a lot. This is most of the time, right? They have the puck a lot. They generate a lot of shot opportunities, not always on net. They get a lot of shots blocked, but they're pumping pucks at the net. They're keeping possession. They're forechecking. And with this back and forth, it means that they're not doing that enough. And that favors the Vegas Golden Knights. One thing you're seeing in this series is Vegas is taking advantage of Carolina's pressure. A lot of times in the defensive zone, when Vegas gets the puck in their own D zone, Carolina's going to forecheck and they're pressuring up. They're flipping it high out of the zone, and they have a winger flying the zone. The far side winger's flying the zone, and it's creating breakaway opportunities. Mitch Marner had a few. Brett Howden had a few. Mark Stone had one. That was just in Game 3. So to me, it does favor the back and forth nature of this. Probably does favor Vegas more than it does Carolina, simply because Carolina's not accustomed to playing that way at all.
Dan, with all the goal scoring that we already dove into earlier on in this segment, we've seen in this series, who has been your standout player of the first 3 games? Who would be your pick right now to take home the Conn Smythe Trophy?
It's Mitch Marner, and it's not even close right now. I mean, Mitch Marner scored a hat trick, and he had 4 points in Game 3. He's been dynamic for the Vegas Golden Knights throughout the entire playoffs. He leads them with 28 points. He leads the playoffs with 28 points in 19 games. It's a Vegas record for most points in a postseason. Jack Eichel had 26 in 2023. Vegas won the Stanley Cup that year. Eichel, by the way, did not win the Conn Smythe that year. That was Jonathan Marchessault for Vegas. But Mitch Marner he's just been so good, and it's not just with the puck and scoring goals. He's been so good defensively. He's been so good on the penalty kill in so many different situations. He's a runaway right now if Vegas were to win this thing.
Talking to Dan Rosen here on BetMGM tonight for another couple of minutes about the Stanley Cup Final, Game 4 tomorrow night in Sin City. The Golden Knights up 2-1. Okay, Dan, finally, you mentioned Mitchie Marner, the favorite for the Conn Smythe, especially if Vegas is able to win the Stanley Cup, maybe even if they lose it anyway. But how about some of the lesser household names that you could see stepping up in a big way tomorrow or the rest of this series? Do you have an unexpected hero stepping up for either team?
Well, I mean, Brett Howden wouldn't be unexpected anymore. He's got 13 goals. He only scored 12 in the regular season, but he's been terrific in these playoffs. So I could see him stepping up and having a really big night for them. I think on Carolina's side, I look at their fourth line. It is an energy line with skill and a lot of physicality. And Will Carrier got hurt in Game 3, and he wasn't able to return. I think he got hurt. I think he missed part of the second, and he didn't come back for the third or the rest of the game. But he practiced today, and he's a big part of that, bringing the forecheck and the physicality with Eric Robinson and Mark Jankowski. I could see one of those 3 guys stepping up and making a big play to solidify a win for Carolina. And Brett Howden would have to be my pick if it's Vegas, because he's been that good in the playoffs and he's shown absolutely no fear. He's really just relishing the moment. It's a moment he's been a part of, but he's never had. I mean, when Vegas won the Cup in 2023, I think Brett Howden scored 5 goals. Good. You're a role player, and that's great, but he's got 13 in the playoffs now.
Dan, great stuff, man. It's been an all-time series already. Hopefully we get 7 games of this. Unpredictable. When you think a 4-goal lead is safe, it's not. We know a 3-goal lead is not safe. So enjoy another day or so in Vegas, man. You'll probably be back, assuming there is a Game 6. But we appreciate all your time. Can't wait to catch up soon.
All right, guys. Really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Bet on Black, Dan.
There you go. Dan Rosen, senior writer for NHL.com. Make sure you check out his podcast as well. It's the NHL's The Rink podcast, and follow him on Twitter at DRosenNHL. All right, we'll take a short break. We'll be moments away from tip-off, hopefully, when we return, and the finals watch party will begin. Spurs and Knicks at the Garden with the Knicks up 2-0. Game 3 is coming up next. Hang out with us all throughout the game. We'll have live analysis, in-game reaction all throughout the contest, and so much more. We'll also get back to your phone calls and your texts when we return, too, at 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Russell Wilson, recently announced he was retiring and he's going to be on the NFL on CBS, and I think he should be pretty good in that role, right? When you think back on, because there's a lot of talk right now, is he a Hall of Famer? Is he not a Hall of Famer? I'll stop short of asking you that question, is he a Hall of Famer or not? But when you think about his career, you coached with him, you coached against him, how do you put that into perspective?
Yeah, and he is going to do great. And so the person that was in that role, I also got to coach in Matt Ryan, for the last few years, and Matt was great that way too. Quarterbacks, they have different perspectives sometimes than other people have, and they're able to share that and express that in such a way that they're doing it. And so thing that we'll always respect so much about Russ, like, man, does he dig in to go compete and find it? And that will be no different in him transitioning into a new space. I got to coach in Seattle during Russ's year 2 and 3, I suppose. So I got to see the version that was kind of on the way up and coming. I thought the clutch gene is with him, like in the big spaces and the big moments. You felt like there was a big pass to be made. I can certainly remember like 2-point conversion in a championship game against, the Green Bay Packers, and to get us, into Super Bowl, or a touchdown throw into those spaces in overtime to go win. And so I think of Russ, I think of clutch moments, and I think of a really good competitor. And so I knew going in there, I could remember Pete telling me, hey, Dan, we really got something in this quarterback. They had just gone through his rookie year, and I believe they, went to the second round, maybe beat Washington in a wild card, and then maybe lost to Atlanta after that. But, Pete knew back then that, hey, we're onto something here, and Pete and John were on it in terms of quarterback. And so good for them to let a guy compete. They had just signed somebody, and so allowing Russ to come in after not having an off season as a rookie due to the lockout, like, I think that speaks to like the competitor that he is and what he stood for. And so for a long time, he's been one of the best deep ball throwers outside the pocket, especially Nick, in the league. If you look to the completion of those plays, man, is he a dangerous player out on the edge. And I can think of over and over, reps to down the field, completions to people outside the pocket.
This is a player who was the butt of jokes for a long time. Former number 1 overall pick that won't live up to the billing. Lackluster defense. Not a leader. Mocked when he called himself the best shooting big man ever. How about now? A phrase that young people like to use, and I love it because I grew up in the video game age, right? When video games started, leveling up. Karl Anthony Towns has leveled up. And he hasn't leveled up from like level 18 to 19. No. He's at level 99. Right now, Cat is one-shot killing the optional hard boss in the video game. Like if this is Final Fantasy VII, he's one-shot killing Ruby or Emerald Weapon. Shout out to the nerds out there that get that. He is fully evolved. Right now, he's Charizard. Fully evolved form. He dominated Victor Wembanyama in Game 2 on Friday night. Now, if you're going to ask me, I'm a Knicks fan. Wemby or Cat moving forward? I'll take Wemby, obviously. This is not to say Cat's better than Wemby or that he's going to be better than Wemby in the future. He's not. But I'll tell you what. At this exact moment in time, Karl Anthony Towns is outplaying him. And there can be no question to the contrary. And if things continue like this, and Cat keeps outplaying Wemby, and Cat's woofing at Wemby after he dunks the ball and is physicaling Wemby down low, and he's awesome, and that pass he made out of the triple team is something out of a fever dream in Game 2, he's going to win Finals MVP. He's going to win Finals MVP.
The conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All righty, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood on Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text. Shout out to Dan Rosen, senior NHL writer for NHL.com, for joining us last segment to talk puck. And Brad, oh, am I fired up now, baby? They just did the anthem. They did the lineups at the Garden. And Knicks and Spurs, Game 3 is minutes away. To hear the crowd, by the way, when they introduced OG, you could hear the entire Garden crowd go, "Oh, G, Anunoby!" Oh, my God, man. Last Knicks title 53 years ago. They're 2 wins away. Oh, baby, I couldn't wait for this game. And that ratcheted up quick, man. If the Knicks were, if it was 1-1, if it was 0-2, there would be a lot of nervousness. There would be a lot of anxiety. I'm confident, but the excitement for this game, I just went from 0 to 100, man. I can't wait. And if the Knicks win tonight, I'll be in delirium.
As you should be, man. So I got to ask you, on a scale of 1 to 5, why 5 being the most nervous Nelly imaginable and 1 being as chill as a Ville, where do you stand right now with this Game 3 with a 2-0 lead? You got to be close to 1, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm about as close to 1. You know, again, I know the Spurs team is very good, and Wemby could start to snap at any moment, and, you know, they could reduce the turnovers, but, I mean, they took 2 games. They took 2 both in San Antonio. If the Spurs win 1, it's 3-1. Going back to San Antonio, and you got a chance at worst to close it out at Game 6 in the Garden. Look, I guess there is a reality where the Spurs win both these games here at the Garden. I just don't see it with how great the Knicks have been playing. Like, the Knicks came back from 14 down in Game 1 and closed it on an 11-0 run. Game 2, they went down 12 in the second quarter. Then they were up by 14. They had already reversed the tide of that game so quickly, and then they blew the game and still won. So it's like you've had just about everything possible to happen in these 2 games, and the Knicks have come out on top on both, and they really haven't even played that great so far. By the way, they just showed Derek Jeter and Eli Manning. You got New York legends in the house. Yeah, right next to each other. Holy smokes. Holy smokes, Brad. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, what's what it's all about, my friend, is they're about to tip this sucker off. By the way, Pat, on a separate note, I just want to give you an update on what we were talking about earlier. The Athletic broke this about an hour ago. We were talking about Brennan Sorsby, and I'm going to read you a direct tweet from The Athletic at The Athletic on X. In the wake of the Brendan Sorsby court decision, the athletics departments for Georgia and Nebraska have banned their teams from scheduling any future games against Texas Tech. Wow. I got a feeling this approach is going to be spreading like wildfire throughout college sports in wake of the injunction allowing Sorsby to return to the college football gridiron today, despite betting on games by his own admission on him betting at upwards of $90,000 on various events, including games and including on teams in which he played for at the collegiate level.
Yeah. Now, look, I mean, you're not going to – I think I read that, like, basically trying to cancel games against Texas Tech this year, especially in the Big 12, it's nearly impossible. It's not going to happen. But in the future, like you mentioned, future games, yeah, then that's huge. Like if Texas Tech, they want to try to schedule some other big name teams for non-conference games, these teams are going to tell them, no, man, like bleep off, no shot, because you had a choice. And here's the thing: we talk about the effects and all of this stuff. The Texas Tech Red Raiders had a choice that even when this injunction was granted, that they could do what the right thing and say, sorry, we're not gonna let a player play that was betting on games and betting on his own team. They're not doing that. There's no shot because, like you said, what matters more to Texas Tech, the money or doing the right thing? The money.
Yep. Yeah, that's the bottom line, and we're going to see how this thing spreads throughout college sports. If other schools are going to follow suit, like Georgia and Nebraska tonight, and be like, all right, look, Texas Tech, we're not even going to pick up the phone. You want to schedule an event in tennis? Ain't going to happen. You want to schedule an event in baseball? Not going to happen. You want to schedule an event in basketball? No. Thanks, but no thanks. This could be them kind of standing up to what the court did inexplicably today, allowing Sorsby and really just kind of contradicting other court rulings that have been out there and saying, oh, yeah, you want to go ahead and bet on your own teams? We don't care. There are no rules anymore. Let's go ahead and torch any rule book that is out there. We'll let you go out there and do whatever the heck you please. That was the allowance. Effectively, that was issued today. And these are the results. Teams are going to start protesting. Schools are going to start protesting. We're going to see if others are going to follow suit, especially those in the Big 12 themselves. Of course, with Nebraska being the Big 10 and, of course, Georgia being the SEC. I did read that Yahoo Sports quote earlier. Maybe that SEC AD that said, hey, we're never going to play Texas Tech as long as it stands. Maybe that was Georgia after all, but who knows?
Yeah, by the way, Brett, about as brutal of a start for the Knicks as you could ever imagine.
Yeah.
Down 9-3 with Stephon Castle getting an N1 on Mikal Bridges. You've already had a Wemby alley-oop dunk. You had a Wemby block, just completely swatting away a Mikal Bridges 3. You did have Josh Hart hit a 3 that they dared him to shoot. That was great. It was 7-0 to start, but now it's 9-3 to Spurs, 9-3 to the Spurs with a free throw for Castle that he misses. But the Knicks have already turned the ball over 3 times, and bad turnovers, like throwing the ball to nobody. Brunson kicking it off his shoe. This has not been a good start here. There's definitely some nervous energy. And Brunson with a beautiful bucket, though, to answer to make it 9-5. I'll tell you what, man. I never in my life honestly thought I'd see the Larry O'Brien trophy logo behind the Knicks logo at Madison Square Garden. It is a thing of absolute beauty. She looks beautiful, man.
Yeah, look, I think there is some nervous Nellies on the floor right now. Of course, there's a lot of pent-up frustration, anger, and just high-level expectations. People are already talking about breaking out the brooms right now in the NYC, but the San Antonio Spurs team is here for a reason. They're damn good. They're going to make this, at least a game, and I still feel they're going to, we just got a turnover there as that was off the foot of De'Aaron Fox. I don't think we're going to have a full-blown sweep. It could be a gentleman's sweep in this series. Maybe it goes to a game 5 in San Antonio and the Knicks win again on the road. Maybe San Antonio is able to extend this and get it back to New York in a game 6, and it lives up to your projection, your prediction, which was a Knicks in 6. But San Antonio ain't going to go down without a fight. They're not just going to lay down and die and not win a single game in this series. It could come tonight. it could come in game 4. But so far, yeah, they're playing excellent basketball. It looks like Wemby's got an easy bucket there on the feed from half court from Stephon Castle. So 11-5 right now. San Antonio out to a roaring start against the New York Knicks. But, we've seen runs often in this NBA Finals, whether it be in San Antonio, New York, the other team fights back. But somehow, some way, it's always New York in the end that makes the right run at the right time. And maybe get another one of those scenarios tonight. San Antonio, I do not see them waxing the Knicks by any way, shape, or form, nor do I see the Knicks waxing San Antonio. Maybe this is going to be much like game 2 is going to come down to the very final possession as Shamet throws one up off the back iron and San Antonio has a ball again. So we'll see how this unfolds. But, yeah, strong start from the Spurs, to say the least.
Yeah, the thing that makes me angry is Mikal Bridges is already on the bench with 2 fouls. That's why Landry Shamet's in the game. And Stephon Castle showing no wear and tear from that rolled ankle that he had at the end of game 3. He's already coming out. He's got a quick 5 points here for the Spurs. But they're all over Brunson, and the refs are calling it, which I thought we would. I mean, look, I don't think we'll get a lot of fouls. We've already seen a decent amount here in the first couple of minutes, but I mean, it's been physical. It has been very sloppy and frantic, though, to say the least. So Bridges on the bench with the 2 quick fouls, that's a concern for me because, again, with what he can do defensively, he's been guarding De'Aaron Fox and doing a pretty damn good job for a large part of this series. Last game, he had the 20 points on like 8 of 12 shooting. I mean, he was unconscious. He hit 4 threes. So hopefully Landry Shamet can be that spark off the bench that he has been throughout most of this postseason, but Bridges probably going to sit until the end of the first quarter now. So I'm obviously not a fan of that here in the first couple of minutes as a Knicks fan.
Yeah, live line update right now at our friends at BetMGM. Spurs currently -5.5 on the live line. The total is up, it just changed. It's down now to where it closed at 215.5. Now it's back to 217.5. If you're buying what I'm selling, that this game is going to be full of runs and Knicks are going to come storming back after this slow start. They're plus 145 right now, Pat, on the live money line. I tell you what, man, being a gambling man, that's awfully enticing.
Yeah, again, the Spurs got out to a huge lead early on. I'd like to see something turn, though, if I was going to if you wanted to invest in the Knicks and you didn't before the game, I want to see something turn here. Wow, Josh Hart hitting another 3. That's already 2 of them. So there you go. That could be the thing that changes this game if Josh Hart's hitting his triples. But I'd like to see somebody from the Spurs get into some foul trouble or the Knicks start to have some better possessions defensively. They're overcommitting. They're getting sold on the bait. Karl Anthony Towns bites on the pump fake from Wemby and then fouls him on a dumb follow through. He had already beaten OG Anunoby, and I'm pretty sure that foul is on Cat. So, yeah, let him go. That's the dumb Cat fouls that we've been able to avoid. Again, it is something to be said about now that the Knicks are up 2-0 and it's back at home. Do they feel pressure that they haven't felt here this entire postseason? That's what I'm going to be looking forward to watching, their mannerisms, how they shoot the ball, how their possessions go here throughout the rest of this first half. But, Brad, I'm going to be a mess the next 2 hours. You get to, hang in there, buddy. Bit of due to you, brother. We'll see you tomorrow.
Go Knicks! Win one from my boy Pat Boyle and Ben Stiller, who I'm seeing on TV, or Spike Lee or Chalamet. All the stars are out inside MSG.
That's right. The stars are out. The most expensive ticket on the secondary market was for over $65,000, but it's the Spurs off to a hot start against my Knicks. San Antonio up by 10 midway through the first quarter. We'll have more watch party when we return on BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Russell Wilson's Hall of Fame candidacy, Mike, is going to be a hot button conversation. Obviously, right? With him retiring, the dizzying heights that his career reached in Seattle, and then obviously the resounding thud the last couple of years in Denver, Pittsburgh, and in New York with my Giants. In Mike Sandoz, and I mean this sincerely, there are a few people that are better equipped to answer this question than Mike. In your estimation, is Russell Wilson a Hall of Famer, and why?
I would say I would lean towards yes, based on his 10-year run. However, I feel like what is a Hall of Famer now with them changing the rules to get in? It's harder to get in. So we've seen, obviously, Eli Manning has failed twice. We've seen even Antonio Gates, Luke Kuechly took a year, which is surprising to me. Those guys are locks. So I'm not betting that he's going to make it. And I think the next 5 years of his eligibility, sort of the clock, is important for him because of how it ended. We're so based a lot of times rooted in the recent, right? And we just need some time to remember that this guy was clearly a top 5 quarterback for a while. We can argue how long. And he was a special player. I think that's been easy to kind of gloss over the last few years because he hasn't been the most likable guy, right? I mean, he sort of got ahead of himself, acting like he was more than he was, and he fell flat on his face. And a lot of people kind of reveled in that. But I think over time that fades a little bit, and hopefully you're just left with, a body of work in Seattle that's probably going to be the ticket for him. I do think it's complicated because, number one, who's advocating for him? Right? He had this sort of weird thing with some of his teammates. The defensive guys thought he was getting too much credit. Is that all going to resolve? Because it feels to me there's just not a groundswell. He's had a bad fracture with the Seahawks related with the Seahawks franchise, right? So that's why I think time is really important for him, and it's an uncertainty right now. But I could certainly make a good case for him.
Outside of Terry, who are a couple names on your offense that you think will exceed expectations this season?
Yeah, I think you're talking about, Terry, like that's a demonstrated and proven, space for him that, he's been so consistent. And that's why, he's a commander through and through. The thing that, we don't talk about, and it's not that big, the topics elsewhere just because it's not stat driven, but I really like our offensive line here. And we've got 2 exceptional tackles in Josh Connolly and Laramie Tunsil, Sam Cosme over at right guard. And so I feel like when you're talking about, offenses and teams in general, line of scrimmage, man, that's where it comes down to in the NFL. You've got to be able to get down on both sides of the ball, pass protection, the run blocking. So those 2 offensive tackles for us, they'll be significant. These are real athletes, Nick, that can block and get out in space and play in the screen game. They've got physicality with them in the run game. So having those 2 spots, and then a number of guys that you spoke on, just like competitiveness at wide receiver with a guy like Luke McCaffrey or Jalen Lane, and added Van Jefferson. You talked about Chig earlier. So the strength of our team is going to be the team. And we're very comfortable with that, knowing that it's all of us that will make the difference. And so we're training and leading in that way. And I like how that feels. And doesn't have to be this guy's a number 2 or number 3 option. It's just, hey, man, what are the roles that these guys can play and absolutely max it out?
The day shuts down. The games light up.
Banking that ass left and right.
This is BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle.
I am owed a championship, and some freaking dog is not going to deny me.
On Westwood One Sports.
That's right. I've already defeated that stupid air corgi. Hey-oh! Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means we've got 2 solo hours of an NBA Finals watch party coming at you here as we take you to 11 p.m. Eastern like we do every Monday through Friday. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talking text line for you to join the show, 310-840-4910. Again, want you to be a part of the show. Watch the game along with us. Listen to me talking about the game as a Knicks fan, as a diehard Knicks fan, but yes, as an NBA fan. So it's not just going to be all Knicks orange and blue skies. Obviously, I'm biased and I am a Knicks fan, but I think that this has been a ton of fun. We did it for Game 1 on Wednesday, did it for Game 2 on Friday, and yeah, basically just going to watch the game and react to it live here, and we'll have some other cool segments planned for you, some fill in the blank, some hot or cold to keep the fun going. But we want you to be a part of the show. We want you to watch the game and listen to our show at the same time. So if you want to join, the talk and text line is 310-840-4910. Again, you can call or you can text 310-840-4910. All right. The Knicks are making their push here. They're making a surge, and Josh Hart is getting into it with Luke Cornett. Oh, baby, things are getting chippy right away. 3:24 left to go in the first quarter, and the Spurs lead the Knicks 24-17. Although Josh Hart just got to the bucket, and he got hammered by Luke Cornett, who honestly is only in the game when Wemby gets into foul trouble and to try to hurt people. And Josh Hart lays in the ball into the bucket, and as it's going through the net, Luke Cornett runs over underneath the basket to collect the ball, and in the process, just knocks Josh Hart right on his ass. Like, what are you doing, man? That's completely on purpose. Completely on purpose. There's been multiple times where Wemby and other Spurs players have been caught basically on camera, like that, Wemby dapping up Carter Bryant for when he basically trucked SGA. Wemby doing his little whispers to Mason Plumlee and Bismack Biyombo before they delivered some brutally harsh fouls on Jared McCain. So we're getting physical already here, but let's get you caught up with a box score before I tell you how we got here. Again, 24-17, the Spurs lead it. They do a TV timeout. Wemby got off to the perfect start. 9 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist, and a block. He started off 4 for 4 from the field. Now he's 4 for 5, but he just went to the bench. Stephon Castle, another also perfect start. 7 points on 3 of 3 shooting. He's got 2 rebounds, and he's got 3 assists. And then Devin Vassell has already hit a couple of threes. He's got 6 points. Off the bench, Dylan Harper, once again, making an immediate impact. 2 points, 1 rebound, and 1 assist. For the Knicks, Josh Hart, 8 points already in the first quarter. Josh Hart in games 1 and 2 combined. Games 1 and 2 combined had 3 points. He didn't score in game 2. He's already got 8 points here in the first quarter in game 3 because they left him wide open and said, go ahead and beat us. And he's already drilled a couple of threes. He's also got 3 rebounds already. So Josh Hart off to a great start. Brunson, 3 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist. OG Anunoby's got 4 points. And Karl Anthony Towns, big cat. Big dog. Big dog, Karl Anthony Towns. 2 points, 2 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 block already for the Knicks. But, I mean, the Spurs, they've come out of the gate down 0-2 on the road, hostile environment, and they have had no problems hitting shots. They're 10 of 16 from the field. That's 63%, and they're 3 for 4 from deep. Meanwhile, the Knicks, not bad, shooting the ball, 7 of 13, but just 2 of 7 from deep. And the Knicks had 3 sloppy turnovers all in the first 3 minutes of the game. And so the Spurs jumped out to a big lead early on. They've already led by as many as 11 points in this game, San Antonio. But that's honestly, the Knicks were down big in game 1. They got down by 12 in the first half in game 2. And they were already down 11 here in the first quarter. And the Knicks already with a couple of buckets to get it back within 7. By the way, Monty, our VP in our show chat, said there's nothing there, just going for the ball. Monty, Josh Hart makes a basket, and Luke Cornett jumps into him to collect the ball from underneath the rim. How do you not think that that's not on purpose? I mean, come on. Come on. Monty saying, by the way, he played our 82-0 game that we played earlier in the show, and he went 78-4. I want Monty, what the hell team did you have? I want to see how he got to 78-4. By the way, producer Brandon Combs let me know Robert Kraft is courtside. I guess he's friends with James Dolan. Robert Kraft, obviously the owner of the Patriots. So I don't know what the hell he's doing at a Knicks game. They're showing a highlight montage, by the way, of how physical it's been already. Wemby throwing Jalen Brunson down to the floor like he's a rag doll. He tried to do that again last game. Or maybe it was Deuce McBride, I think, for trying to box him out. And Brunson got right in his face and then set a screen on him because they let play continue. And Danhausen, by the way, the guy that has, quote-unquote, cursed the Knicks' opponent, the WWE personality, if you will. Apparently, he was doing a live interview pregame. He's at the Garden. They let this guy in the building. And he got hit by a basketball from a Spurs player's shot. I mean, it doesn't like he already put the curse on him, right, Combs? Danhausen already cursed him. There's nothing else that they can do. They gave a technical, I think.
Are cursed.
There you go. I think they issued a technical to Josh Hart for shoving Luke Cornett. And so Devin Vassell took a technical free throw for the Spurs and he missed it. Yeah, ball don't lie. Ball don't lie, pal. So the Spurs up 24-17 with 3 minutes to go in the first quarter. So again, Monty, our VP, Michael Montgomery, Monty played the 82-0 game. He went 78-4. His team was Cade Cunningham, Kevin Durant, Kevin Garnett, Charles Barkley, and Bob Pettit. Yeah, that's a monster lineup. I still think mine was pretty damn good, though. I had Kevin Durant, Jason Kidd, Dr. J, Shaq, and World Be Free. And I went 60-22. How is there an 18-game difference? You telling me Cade Cunningham in his first 4 years of the NBA is a better player than Jason Kidd? Are you telling me that Kevin Garnett is better than Dr. J? That doesn't make any sense. How's there an 18-win disparity? I don't get it. Spurs come out of the timeout, by the way, with back-to-back buckets. They just look much more under control. But then again, they've gotten out to big leads in all 3 games. So why should I be worried right now? Brunson with a beautiful layup to answer. 5 points. Brunson's knee and his ankle looks okay. Stephon Castle's ankle looks okay, by the way. Remember, he was on the bench up until like the final play or two because he rolled his ankle and they had Dylan Harper on the floor and Stephon Castle. I mean, that looked like a sprained ankle. I mean, he has showed no ill effects so far in this game tonight. Oh my gosh, Dylan Harper, by the way, a couple of plays ago just posterized OG Anunoby. That does not happen easily. That is how much of a freak athlete Dylan Harper is. Kid is 20 years old. I mean, my goodness, they're showing the replay right now. Harper gets the ball off a Luke Cornett screen, and he just goes right at OG. I guess you could call it a poster. I mean, OG goes for the goes for the block and misses because Harper switches angles mid-flight. But I mean, I guess that would probably be a poster. I mean, that was an unbelievable dunk, and just goes to show you how special this kid. This kid's 20. I'll tell you, like, what. Here we go. You want to do a little fast forward, and this isn't cocky at all. Like, I'm not saying when the Knicks win the title, but like, if you need a Spurs change this offseason, or when they need to make a change, let me pull up the Spurs multi-year salary cap here. Because, the Thunder, they're already running into that problem a year after they win a title, and their average age of their team's like 26 years old. And the Spurs ain't too far behind. De'Aaron Fox's section actually, I think, only kicks in next year. Well, I was going to say, maybe in he's signed through 2030. I mean, the Spurs could end up trading De'Aaron Fox in like a year or so for somebody else, but like the Spurs are going to run it back. But I'm saying if the Spurs do need a change in the near future, it's putting Dylan Harper in the starting five and getting rid of De'Aaron Fox. Because Wemby hasn't even gotten his contract. Wemby is extension eligible this summer. So Wemby could end up getting $65 million a year this offseason. You got Devin Vassell, who's making over $25 million a year through 2029. I guess he could be a casualty, but I like Vassell a lot. I think he's very valuable on this team. I'd get rid of De'Aaron Fox. If there is a big change that the Spurs need to make, and I know we're getting ahead of ourselves, but I'm just saying, like in the next year or two, if you're wondering how the hell the Spurs going to keep this together, how they're going to pay Stephon Castle, who he's eligible for an extension, in 12 months from now. Dylan Harper is eligible for an extension in 2 years from now. How are you going to pay these guys? How are you going to pay Wemby? You're already paying De'Aaron Fox $50 million a year. That's the first change that happens is De'Aaron Fox goes bye-bye off this Spurs team. And then your starting five in the near future for like hopefully 5 years looks like, and Julian Champagnie, by the way, is extension eligible this offseason. He's probably one of the cheapest, but he's a hell of a three-point shooter. You need to have him. But I think for like the next 5 years, if you're crafting a Spurs starting lineup and you're keeping under the salary cap, it's Stephon Castle at point guard. It's Dylan Harper at shooting guard. It's Champagnie. It's Vassell, and it's Wemby. And that's your five. Keldon Johnson's extension eligible this offseason, by the way, too, and he just won sixth man of the year. So I'm just telling you might think, the Spurs team, they got years. They're going to be here forever. They're going to take over the West. Like, they're going to have their fair share of problems real soon when it comes to paying guys. The Knicks, they're doing it the right way. The Knicks already got a majority of these guys paid. Jalen Brunson took a pay cut already. Mitchell Robinson, they just tried to hack a Mitch. I don't know if it was hack a Mitch or he just got fouled trying to dunk the ball, but Mitchell Robinson 1 for 2 on his free throws as the guarding crowd went nuts on the first one. And the pace has slowed down here after the first 5-6 minutes was chaotic. It was a lot of run and gun. It was upbeat, up-tempo. Now it has slowed down into this half-court battle. And I heard, I had the volume up during our last commercial break, and I was listening to the broadcast team, and Legler and Jefferson are saying, yeah, this is the pace the Knicks want. I don't know if the Knicks high-paced. I think they honestly benefit when it's in the half court, when it's so much harder to organically create offense. And I think the half court game has actually suited the Knicks. Like when the game slowed down in the fourth quarter, the Knicks, that's when they built their 14-point lead. And then I actually thought they got too cute trying to milk every possession, trying to get it down, the shot clock down to 2 seconds, 1 second, just for the sake of it. That's when San Antonio got back in the game. That and the fact that Karl-Anthony Towns picked up 4 fouls. He got two fouls back to back. One of them was complete BS. That's what allowed the Spurs to get back in the game. But if this game plays at a slow pace for the majority of it, I think that favors the Knicks. I do not think that favors the Spurs. I don't have the numbers to back it up. I'm just going off the eye test of what the last 2 games have looked like. I think the Spurs get better when the game gets sped up because that's what they're young. And so, yeah, you're going to make some excuses in transition, but you can also use your speed and your athleticism when the game is fast and the game is in transition. And it's played at a chaotic pace. When you have to play slow and every pass, every screen, every movement, every direction that the ball goes in is critical to getting a good shot, that favors the Knicks. I've seen the Knicks, the benefit of Mike Brown's offense. This is something you didn't see too much with Tom Thibodeau and Tibbs the last couple of years, where it was just so ISO heavy. You've seen a couple of possessions already in these finals where the Knicks are just beautifully popping the ball around the perimeter and just swinging it until you get the open guy. Then you swing it twice. The third swing isn't there. The Spurs have already over-rotated. That's when you get the dribble drive penetration, and you either go to the bucket or then you force them to collapse weak side. Then you kick it back out, and then the swinging begins again. Like, that's the half-court stuff. That's when it gets slow. The Knicks know how to pass because of Mike Brown. And when they hired him, that's why I liked it, because Mike Brown with the Kings, they had the most passes per possession in the NBA in the last 2 years. And so, again, I think slower pace will favor the Knicks. The game did slow down at the end of the first quarter, but they are at the end of one, and the Spurs lead the Knicks 33-22 at Madison Square Garden. But again, they've had a double-digit lead in the first half of every game so far, and the Knicks have come back each and every time. Wemby, again, 9 points, 3 rebounds, 2 blocks already. Stephon Castle with 7 points, and Devin Vassell with 6. Meanwhile, for the Knicks, Josh Hartley in the way, 8 points after he didn't score a single point in game 2 and only had 3 in game 1. OG has 6. Mikal Bridges, 0. He picked up those 2 quick fouls, so I believe Bridges is probably going to be back in the game. He only played 3 minutes in that first quarter because of foul trouble, so I'm to see what Bridges brings here now once the second quarter starts. Brunson, 5 points, but again, not very efficient. 2 for 7 from the field. So I'm confident. I'm confident with how this game is going so far. Yeah, they're down double digits. The Spurs look really good. Again, they've looked really good in the first half of every game. 310-840-4910. Let's see if we can get back to your phone calls. I'm not sure if she's still there, but she was on line 1. So let's see if we can get Cheryl in Syracuse here next up on the show. Is Cheryl there on line 1? Go ahead, Cheryl.
Yes, she is.
Hey, what's up, Cheryl? How you doing?
Up on you guys. Good. I almost gave up. My battery's dying, and I got to see a man about a horse. But I just want to say, I know you're a Knicks fan, and I am in New York, but I'm kind of rooting for Wemby because everybody's been trashing him, and I think he's going to be awesome.
Yeah, Cheryl, I appreciate the call. Thank you so much for calling. Look, I didn't mind Wemby until, and everybody's trashing him, Cheryl, by the way, because a lot of us have been told, NBA fans, casual fans, everywhere in between, that Wemby is already the best player in the NBA. Wemby's already the face of the NBA. And I think it was way too premature. The guy hasn't won a title yet, hasn't won an MVP yet. Could he be the best player in the NBA as early as next year? Sure. Could he win an MVP next year? Sure. Could they still win the title this year? Yeah, they could. But none of those things have happened yet. And so he has directly cost them both game 1 and game 2 with his erratic play at the end of game 1, shooting balls off the side of the backboard, dribbling off his shoe. And then in game 2, after he was having a really good second half, passes the ball into his teammate's back, then bricks the game-winning shot. Yeah, you're going to get trashed when you're supposed to be the best player on the floor in this series, and you haven't come through. You haven't delivered. So, obviously, I'm rooting against Wemby because I'm a Knicks fan. But, again, like, heavy lies the crown. And a lot of people, I think, put the crown on his head way too fast. So, I mean, he's having a really good start to the game here. We'll see how he does in the fourth quarter. But, again, Spurs up by 12. Carter Bryant coming off the bench, having a big impact. It's a guy that's basically playing linebacker for them, but he hit a 3 a couple of possessions ago. So we'll take a short break. We'll come back. We'll continue our watch party. We'll do a little fill in the blank. Spurs lead the Knicks 36-24, early minutes of the second quarter, game 3 of the NBA Finals. Stick with us here. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This is a tricky one. Sorsby, is it better for fans if Sorsby plays? Definitely yes. He's an awesome prospect. thought of as a potential first-round pick in like a loaded quarterback class next year in 2027 in the NFL. College football will be more fun if Brendan, and by the way, he's going to be suspended for the first 2 games as part of this. He's going to miss games against Abilene Christian and Oregon State, so this is an absolute joke. And Texas Tech is one of the best teams money can buy. So that is a joke. It is better for fans, like for us, if he plays. Now, I am a gambler. You know that about me. We're sponsored by BetMGM. I love to bet. I love to bet on sports. I am a huge believer because, I talk about this a lot. Now, I thankfully don't suffer from addiction, but I know a lot of people that do. And it's horrible. And in these instances, you obviously sincerely hope that people get well. And it's my sincere hope that Brendan Sorsby doesn't gamble again. It's a problem. Like, I'm not comparing, this is not to say I'm better than you, but like some people, it's like with drinking, can have 1 drink and that's it. Can smoke 1 cigarette, that's it. Can place 1 bet and that's it. For him, it's clearly an issue. I don't say that to mock him at all. I want him to get well. And part of me absolutely believes in second chances in life. This feels crazy. Because basically, there's no punishment here. Like, I'm not advocating for the young to lose his livelihood or never be able to play. That's not what I'm saying at all. I want him to do well. I'm a huge believer in life. And like I have a daughter, a young child. Like I want her to feel this as she gets older. It's important. There have to be consequences for actions. Or else, like, what's the point of rules? Why do they exist? Like Sorsby blatantly broke the rules. And a huge one. Like, I don't ever want to take the NCAA side on something. Like, that doesn't give me pleasure. They're right. Again, I'm not into, like, Sorsby should get thrown in jail or never play again. 2 games for gambling on his own team? Come on. And it's nothing against the young man. It isn't. I hope he's great. It feels like we're crossing the Rubicon a little bit here, and not in a good way. You may never hear me say this again. I think the NCAA is right on this one. Even if I acknowledge it's better for all of us if he plays, because he's awesome. A complicated one. Complex storyline. Not black and white. And as far as Victor Wembanyama goes, he's awesome. He could go down as one of, if not the best players ever. ... But the moment has been too big for him. Call me a hater if you want. I just prefaced that comment by saying he's going to go down likely as one of the best players ever. Maybe the best. We'll see. It's early, obviously, right? I feel like he's going to lose this finals. That's okay. The moment's been too big for him. The brain fart pass to Stephon Castle in the waning moments of a tie game in Game 2 will go down infamous in finals lore. It's one of the worst plays we've seen. One of the biggest brain farts we've seen in the history of sports in a big spot. No? Like, you could compare it to the J.R. Smith not knowing time and score in Game 1 of the 2018 finals. That's J.R. Smith and Victor Wembanyama.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Let's go, Knicks! Let's go, Knicks! Let's go, Knicks! Come on, baby! An 8-0 run in the last minute and 20 seconds, and just like that, we got a ball game again. Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text, 310-840-4910. BetMGM players will receive an NBA Finals odds boost token. To use the token, add a wager made up of NBA playoffs bets to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager that was made with the token, you will receive extra winnings and unrestricted bonus dollars. Oh, baby. The Knicks, the Garden is rocking right now. The Spurs led by 11 early on again in the first quarter. They've led by as many as 12, and yet here come the Knicks. We are the New York Knicks. Dun, dun. We are the New York Knicks. Say, go New York, go New York, go. Go New York, go New York, go. Say, go New York, go New York, go. Oh, baby, the Garden is on fire. An 8-0 run in the span of a minute and 20 seconds. OG Anunoby hitting threes. Jose Alvarado hitting tough shots. Karl Anthony Towns dominating Wemby in the paint again. At least on that play he did. Went right over the top of Wemby. Had a little something to say for him afterwards. Bodega cat. All this with Brunson off the floor. The Knicks have made some of their biggest runs with Brunson off the floor. And that's not, a biggest Brunson defender and lover that you'll find. I saw a social media video, by the way, the other day where it's like, Jalen Brunson, you are my engineer. You are my doctor. You are my angel. You are my dad. And, but yeah, look, the run the Knicks went on in the second quarter last game was because of Karl Anthony Towns and some of the players on the Knicks bench. When Brunson was on the bench, don't get me wrong, Brunson, that close, the finish that he had in game one, 13 points in the fourth quarter. The Knicks don't win game one if not for Jalen Brunson. But the last two games, the Knicks have made a huge surge in the second quarter while Brunson was on the bench. OG Anunoby leading the way with 12 points. 12 points already for OG. Josh Hart had 8 in the first quarter. And for the Spurs, Stephon Castle's got 11. Wemby's got 9 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Dylan Harper off the bench with 4 points and 2 rebounds. But the Knicks, again, a 12-point lead cut quickly to a one-possession game just like that. All right, we've got a text coming through here. Again, if you're going to text in the show, we want to feature you. We want to read your name and where you're from. If you don't do that, we have no way of identifying your name. So this just comes from an 832 number, and they text in, longtime listener, first-time texter. We are going to need some big-time contribution from the other guys. I'm guessing this person's a Knicks fan. They say Shamet and McBride will have to show up, especially with Bridges in foul trouble. Oh, maybe they did put their name at the end of it. They put Cato, K-A-T-O, in all caps, in all caps. Cato or Cato, however you want to pronounce it. Yeah, and that's a great point. Bridges picked up 2 fouls in the first 3 minutes of the game and went to the bench. Landry Shamet hasn't scored, but he does have 2 rebounds, 2 assists, and a block. So he has stepped up. Deuce McBride doesn't have anything in the box score. It's more so just been OG and Karl Anthony Towns stepping up here once again in the second quarter. But, I would agree. Landry Shamet is a guy that has had double-digit points in plenty of postseason games. You got Jordan Clarkson on the floor right now. That's probably the most surprising thing. Mike Brown's going with a lineup that has Karl Anthony Towns, Josh Hart, Mikal Bridges, Jose Alvarado, and Jordan Clarkson. So that's a surprise. That is a surprise to me. OG just came off to grab a break. So this is one of the Knicks' weaker lineups that they're going to put out, where Jose Alvarado is their third-string point guard and Jordan Clarkson barely plays. He barely gets into the game. This is the part where the Spurs should be taking over, and yet the exact opposite has happened. And Karl Anthony Towns just did a tremendous job of sticking Wemby once again, face guarding him face-to-face. Wemby had a ball that rolled around the cylinder about 4 times. It Probably should have went in, but it was a great defense by Karl Anthony Towns. All right, let's get to a little fill in the blank here. Let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. Combs, what's going on, man? What a game this has been already.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch. You know, it's funny because right when we went to break, I was like, man, the Knicks are plus 210 right now. I should probably hop on this and hedge. And then the Knicks just came storming back before I could even press the button to bet it. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun down the stretch. I think all of these games are going to be fun. I know you didn't like my assessment. We were talking about it earlier. I think this could be a series where neither home team wins a game until after Game 4. I think this could go back to San Antonio, tied 2-2. I know you hate hearing that, but could be a thing. Could be a thing.
I hate hearing that. Look, and you've dug yourself into a corner. You said the Spurs are going to win. Wemby's going to take over, and he's had a brutal finish to both Game 1 and Game 2. And so, this is your last resort now. I get it.
Yeah. Look. I wouldn't say he had a brutal ending to Game 2. Like the turnover at the end of the game, yes. Was that it showing his youth? Absolutely 110%. He's 22 years old, and he looks like he's 22 years old in the NBA Finals. But, I mean, his numbers, he still had a good damn game. And down the stretch, he was the guy that they leaned on. There are some things that he has to work on. And I think Mitch Johnson, and I think you can see this early in the game so far, and I think Mitch Johnson made it a point. You're our superstar, man. When the ball is in your hands, there's no such thing as a bad shot. Take that ball and own it. Take it down. You don't have to. Not everything that gets thrown up to you has to be an alley-oop. Grab the ball, put it back down on the court, go back up, draw some contact, do your thing. And I think that we're seeing that so far early when Wemby is on the court. So we'll see. I think every game will come down. I don't think any of these games will be decided by double digits the rest of the way. But here we are now with a game right now that's 42-40 with 6 minutes to go in the second half, or in the second quarter, I should say.
Yeah, now these guys are starting to miss some shots now, and you're starting to see some not great offensive possessions. Dylan Harper's had a couple of open threes that he just has not been able to can. Knicks are trying to get a little too aggressive with their passing. They've turned it over a couple of possessions out of the last 3 here. Spurs just turned it over right back, and the Knicks turned it over right back to them. You got some sloppiness.
And one.
Oh, yeah, and Stephon Castle, it's an and one. Out of all the people that I thought would step up here, not that he was the last, but I guess these guys roll their ankles. I guess that means nothing. Man. Like De'Aaron Fox looked like he had no burst to him whatsoever after Game 1. Game 2, he scores 20 points. Stephon Castle rolls his ankle at the end of Game 2. He's come back. He's got 16 points here midway through the second quarter. He can't miss.
Yeah. The evolution of injuries and guys coming back from injuries. I mean, look, you even look at it beyond basketball. You look at the world of baseball right now with Tarek Skubal, who's a month removed from his elbow surgery, and he pitched 5 shutout innings in a rehab start yesterday. Like, threw 44 of his 54 pitches for strikes in a rehab start a month removed from elbow surgery. So it's crazy the way these guys are recovering nowadays. The technology and the advancements in medicine for athletes has been phenomenal, and kudos to them. I mean, and especially manning up and dealing with the pain. But yeah, I like Stephon Castle a lot. I like this Spurs team. The Spurs team's young. There's no guarantee, obviously, that they ever get back, right? Because you see a lot of young teams that get to a title or get to a World Series or get to a Super Bowl and never make their way back. But this team is young and they're fun, and I think that the Spurs team is going to be around for quite a while. I think the Spurs-Knicks rivalry, I think the Spurs-Oklahoma City rivalry, I think could be a thing for a while. Because I think the Knicks are good enough to get back here as well.
Dude, Stephon Castle, I mean, these are some tough finishes, man. I got to give him a lot of credit. He is getting abused in the paint. And they've called a couple on him. They've called a couple for him, I should say. He's already taken 4 free throws, but I mean, he could have had an and one on the last possession, too. He just got crushed going to the bucket and is able to finish. The Spurs right now are winning game 3, 49-44, and it is almost single-handedly because of Stephon Castle. 18 points in the first half. I mean, holy smokes.
Yeah, it's fun to watch. And it's good basketball. Look, I give basketball a lot of stuff throughout the season, especially in the regular season, because look, the product is not what it was when I was growing up, when I really loved the NBA and watching Jordan and the boys in the 90s and really growing up, Kobe after that, and watching the way that those guys played basketball. It was just a different game. And I don't necessarily love the regular season product, but these NBA playoffs and this NBA finals has really gone back to hey, we're going to let these guys play. There's a lot of physicality in the playoffs. There's a lot of physicality, a lot better defense in the playoffs. So I do love it, and these NBA finals have been phenomenal. Are you ready to do some fill in the blank?
Fill in the blank? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I'll ask you the first one. The most you would pay for a ticket, we know how much these Knicks tickets were tonight. The most you would pay for a ticket to a sporting event is blank. Pat?
The most I would pay, and I will, keep this as realistic as possible here with some emergency savings that I would have to crack into. If Game 7 was at the Garden, Game 6 is at the Garden, I'll be in Spain. If I wasn't in Spain and it was on the weekend and I wasn't working and doing the show, and it was Game 6 or Game 7, the most I would pay, and I'm not paying for the girlfriend's ticket. No offense. I'm not paying for my brother's ticket. I'm not like, you want to go, you pay for your own ticket. Paying for myself would be enough. Yeah. I would probably pay, I don't know, maybe $5,000. $5,000 to go. That maybe would have got me into the nosebleeds tonight, Combs. That ain't getting me to a Game 6 or a Game 7. It's not. So I'd be out for this one.
There's no chance. Look, I appreciate you. Imani puts in the chat. He paid $1,500 for a bleacher seat to a World Series Game 5 in 2016 when the Cubs were down 3-1. Look, I think that's about my threshold. My threshold's probably a little bit less than that. I probably would pay up to maybe $1,000 for a Cubs World Series game, maybe. But here's my thing. I think anything more than $500 to a sporting event, for me, because when you go to, like, when you start looking at the atmosphere and everything that you're in and being there and nostalgia and all that stuff, I get all that. As a fan, I truly understand all of that. But if I'm going to spend $1,500 to sit in the bleachers, yes, with a bunch of other fans and a bunch of other people that I don't know, why don't I just take that $1,500, go to the nearest bar, invite all of my friends and family and say, hey, here's $1,500. We're going to do an open bar tonight. Why wouldn't I take that money and do something more special with people to watch a game with a team that I know and that I care about and that I really want to hang out and watch the game with, as opposed to be in the stadium? Because now not only am I paying $1,500, and you said $5,000, which is astronomical. We can just tell that you're a host and I'm a producer. $5,000 to go to an event is absolutely wild to me. Why would I pay all that money when I can do that? I could probably $5,000. I could spend less than that. Take everybody I know, all my friends, all my family, who I root for with the team and who I celebrate with anyway, and just take them out for a nice night and just enjoy it with them and watch the game on TV.
That is a great counter, Combs. And I didn't even think of that. That is a tremendous counter. I don't know if you could rent out a bar. Well, I guess you probably have to rent out the bar. I think you're underestimating how much that costs. Unless you go to a little...
I'm not talking about food, because I just did my daughter's graduation party. It's going to cost us, with food, it's going to cost us a little over $3,000, right? But if we were just doing an open bar, $1,000 for the night would cover it. Absolutely, 110%.
Really?
Yeah. And even so, you could put $1,000 down, and then anything after. Hey, look, after my $1,000 tab is up that I gave you guys, it's cash bar after that.
Then it's on you.
Jack wagons.
So you're tapped. That's what we do for my charity, my family's charity golf outing, which is coming up this Saturday. We have the beverage cart, which is tapped at about $2,000 or $3,000. After that, you're on your own. Like, yeah. So I got you. By the way, the Knicks just got their first lead of the game. They were down by as many as 12 again in the first half. OG Anunoby on a step-back corner three, and then on the next possession, Brunson drilling a three to give the Knicks their first lead of the game. And then Wemby answers right back with a three of his own. So we're getting some three balls going down here. The shot making in this first half has been the best that I think we've seen any of the three games so far. Again, first two games barely cracked 200 points. And this one we're already at, it's 52-50, still 3.5 to go in the second quarter here. So we could have both teams up over 110 by the time everything is said and done tonight. I'm surprised at how much good offense we've seen in this game.
I just laughed because they just showed the crowd. And Robert Kraft, as I mentioned, is sitting courtside. But behind him, cheering, is Eli Manning, who took 2 Super Bowls away from Robert Kraft. I just think that's spectacular. Wait, Robert Kraft, you're a Boston guy, man. What are you doing at the Knicks? Like, what are you doing? If I'm a Patriots fan, I'm not happy right now, because if I'm a Patriots fan, I'm a Celtics fan, I'm a Boston guy. You don't like Boston and New York are like oil and water. They do not mix very well.
Yeah, so you've already got one website that says how New York Knicks fans reacted to Patriots owner Robert Kraft at Madison Square Garden. I don't know why, other than that he's friends with James Dolan. There was no other reason for him to be there.
Then sit in the
look, don't get me wrong. If you're Robert Kraft, you got all the money in the world, man. You can go to any NBA Finals game you want. You can go to any Super Bowl you want. I don't know why he's at the Garden for the Knicks Spurs. So that one doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. By the way, they're showing right now, so Stephon Castle just picked up another foul. He just bowled through Jalen Brunson. I mean, he absolutely destroyed him. He gets called for the offensive foul, and now they're reviewing it to see if it will become a flagrant. So this is that's the second foul on Castle. He's leading the way for the Spurs with 18 points. But if they get him for a flagrant foul, I believe, I always forget, Combs, does that add on to your foul tally or no? Is it separate?
Flagrant is separate. It doesn't add on.
This should be a flagrant. I mean, he trucked Brunson.
I hate this in the NBA Finals, though, man. And I know I get it because it's Brunson and I hate these types of call.
You got it, but Combs, you have to do it.
You're supposed to play hard. You're supposed to play hard.
But you got to set a threshold of what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. And I don't think
did he grab him and rip him down? No, but he run through and look, he didn't hit Brunson as hard as Brunson went down. Come on.
I mean, what are you talking about? He ran full speed through him and put his elbow right into his neck.
I'm just saying, didn't hit him as hard as he went down. You call that a flagrant foul? To me, that's just hardball. It's the NBA Finals. If you can't do that, like, I understand if he's going up, if Brunson's going up for a layup and you grab him and you rip him and throw him to the ground while he's in the air, sure, that's a flagrant foul. But when you're just running through somebody, that's part of the game. And that's what the NBA is supposed to be. And I just talked about how I like in the NBA Finals, they let these guys play. That's what this is supposed to be, Pat. On both sides. I don't care who hit who. It had it been the other way around, I'd be saying the same thing.
So I don't think it was a flagrant. I think it was a loose ball foul that would have been free throws regardless. And I think the Spurs challenged it. And they tried to challenge that Brunson flopped or embellished the contact. And the ref said, no shot. That's a foul. That's 2 free throws. I don't think it was a flagrant.
Yeah.
They didn't show the graphic
foul,
on
yes,
the scoreboard.
Flagrant, no. Yes.
All right. No flagrant. I think it could have been a flagrant. Maybe that's my Knicks fan bias coming through. But we'll take a short break. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. We'll continue on with some fill in the blank with producer Brandon Combs. We'll get more of your phone calls and your texts when we return. Spurs lead the Knicks 54-52. Under 3 minutes to go in the first half of Game 3 of the NBA Finals. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Russell Wilson, recently announced he was retiring and he's going to be on the NFL on CBS, and I think he should be pretty good in that role, right? When you think back on Russ, because there's a lot of talk right now, is he a Hall of Famer? Is he not a Hall of Famer? I'll stop short of asking you that question, is he a Hall of Famer or not? But when you think about his career, you coached with him, you coached against him, how do you put that into perspective?
Yeah, and he is going to do great. And so the person that was in that role, I also got to coach in Matt Ryan, for the last few years, and Matt was great that way too. Quarterbacks, they have different perspectives sometimes than other people have, and they're able to share that and express that in such a way that they're doing it. And so thing that we'll always respect so much about Russ, like, man, does he dig in to go compete and find it? And that will be no different in him transitioning into a new space. I got to coach in Seattle during Russ's year 2 and 3, I suppose. So I got to see, the version that was kind of on the way up and coming. I thought the clutch gene is with him, like in the big spaces and the big moments. You felt like there was a big pass to be made. I can certainly remember like 2-point conversion in a championship game against, the Green Bay Packers, and to get us, into Super Bowl, or a touchdown throw into those spaces in overtime to go win. And so I think of Russ, I think of clutch moments, and I think of a really good competitor. And so I knew going in there, I could remember Pete telling me, hey, Dan, we really got something in this quarterback. They had just gone through his rookie year, and I believe they, went to the second round, maybe beat Washington in a wild card, and then maybe lost to Atlanta after that. But, Pete knew back then, hey, we're onto something here, and Pete and John were on it in terms of quarterback. And so good for them to let a guy compete. They had just signed somebody, and so allowing Russ to come in after not having an off season as a rookie due to the lockout, like, I think that speaks to like the competitor that he is and what he stood for. And so for a long time, he's been one of the best deep ball throwers outside the pocket, especially Nick, in the league. You look to the completion of those plays, man, is he a dangerous player out on the edge? And I can think of over and over, reps to down the field, completions to people outside the pocket.
This is a player who was the butt of jokes for a long time. Former number 1 overall pick that won't live up to the billing. Lackluster defense. Not a leader. Mocked when he called himself the best shooting big man ever. How about now? A phrase that young people like to use, and I love it because I grew up in the video game age, right? When video games started. Leveling up. Karl Anthony Towns has leveled up. And he hasn't leveled up from like level 18 to 19. No. He's at level 99. Right now, Cat is one-shot killing the optional hard boss in the video game. Like if this is Final Fantasy VII, he's one-shot killing Ruby or Emerald weapon. Shout out to the nerds out there that get that. He is fully evolved. Right now, he's Charizard. Fully evolved form. He dominated Victor Wembanyama in Game 2 on Friday night. Now, if you're going to ask me, I'm a Knicks fan. Wemby or Cat moving forward? I'll take Wemby, obviously. This is not to say Cat's better than Wemby or that he's going to be better than Wemby in the future. He's not. But I'll tell you what. At this exact moment in time, Karl Anthony Towns is outplaying him. And there can be no question to the contrary. And if things continue like this, and Cat keeps outplaying Wemby, and Cat's woofing at Wemby after he dunks the ball and is physicaling Wemby down low, and he's awesome, and that pass he made out of the triple team is something out of a fever dream in Game 2, he's going to win Finals MVP. He's going to win Finals MVP.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text, 310-840-4910. The finals are here, and there's no sweat token belongs in your starting five. Use it on an NBA Finals bet and get bonus bets back if you lose. Take your shot with a no sweat token for the NBA Finals. Here's how it works. Log into your existing account to receive an NBA Finals no sweat token. Add a qualifying NBA Finals bet to your bet slip. Bet up to the specified maximum stake and activate the token. And if your bet doesn't win, you'll receive your stake back in bonus bets up to the specified maximum amount. Well, the Spurs were up double digits again in the second quarter. And yet again, just like in Game 2, the Knicks lead at halftime. They outscored San Antonio 42-24 in the second quarter, and the Knicks lead at 64-57 at the half. Stephon Castle with 18 points and 3 assists. Meanwhile, Wemby, 15 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Dylan Harper, 6 points off the bench. And for the New York Knicks, OG Anunoby, 17 points at half and a block. Josh Hart, 13 points, 5 rebounds. He had 3 points in games 1 and 2 combined, but they're daring him to hit threes, and Joshy's hitting them. And then Jalen Brunson, 15 points, a tremendous second quarter for the Knicks captain to go along with 3 assists. Karl Anthony Towns has 9 points and 4 rebounds to go with 2 steals and a block. Mikal Bridges, the only starter, not doing much. I mean, he got 2 quick fouls in the first quarter. He hasn't scored a point. But, man, the Knicks were rolling in that second quarter. And so now I'm feeling real good. And now, look, I said they were down 11. I was like, you know what? I'm kind of confident. I'm not just being arrogant, not just because they're up 2-0. The Spurs have gotten up double digits in the first half in every single game. And now in the last 2, the Knicks not only erased a double-digit deficit, they did it before halftime. I mean, the Knicks just dominate them in the second quarter, and it's surprising because a lot of these runs happen when Brunson's on the bench. When Brunson came in the final 6 minutes like he normally does and then took over, but man, it was right off the bat. Excuse me. A little voice crack there. That's how excited I am. It was right off the bat to start that second quarter. So I'm feeling electric right now. The Garden is rocking. You got Let's Go Knicks chants. The place is packed to the gills. And the Knicks are 24 minutes away from taking a 3-0 lead in the NBA Finals. Let's get to some of your texts here. We've got Vaughn in Buffalo, New York, texting in. Hey, guys, my name's Vaughn, and I live in Buffalo. Love the show, mainly because I can listen to game updates because my mom won't let me watch. Go Spurs. Sorry. Also, quick NHL final check. Want to talk about all the different records made on Saturday. Crazy. Thanks, guys. Yeah, look, we'll get to some of those records that were broken in that unbelievable Game 3 on Saturday night. But we only got a minute until our heart out, so I want to get to another text here really quickly. It's from a 719 number. I'm a little upset they didn't put their name on it. I wish you did. But they text in, Pat, dude, you're a Knicks fan. We got it, bro. We get it. Yeah, look, I'm a Knicks fan. And the team's up 2-0 in the NBA Finals, and I have to do my show during the game. What do you want me to do? And the team's been terrible for almost my entire lifetime. It's not like I'm a Celtics fan. It's not like I'm a Lakers fan. It's not like I'm a Miami Heat fan. I mean, they've been to a couple of finals. Even though they didn't win one, they've been there. And they had a run with LeBron. So, like, I'm a Knicks fan. The team was terrible my entire childhood. I was too young for Ewing and Oakley and Starks and Allen Houston in the 90s. I don't remember any of that. I wasn't born until 94, so I didn't see the 94 finals. I don't remember 99. I had one good year, if you could really call it that, with Carmelo Anthony. I have never experienced this in my life. So, yeah, eat it. All right, well, final hour is coming up next. We'll do a little more fill in the blank. We'll do hot or cold. We'll have some fun. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports.
Russell Wilson's Hall of Fame candidacy, Mike, is going to be a hot button conversation. Obviously, right? With him retiring, the dizzying heights that his career reached in Seattle, and then obviously the resounding thud the last couple of years in Denver, Pittsburgh, and in New York with my Giants. In Mike Sandoz, and I mean this sincerely, there are a few people that are better equipped to answer this question than Mike. In your estimation, is Russell Wilson a Hall of Famer, and why?
I would say I would lean towards yes, based on his 10-year run. However, I feel like what is a Hall of Famer now with them changing the rules to get in? It's harder to get in. So we've seen, obviously, Eli Manning has failed twice. We've seen even Antonio Gates, Luke Kuechly took a year, which is surprising to me. Those guys are locks. So I'm not betting that he's going to make it. And I think the next 5 years of his eligibility, sort of the clock, is important for him because of how it ended. We're so based a lot of times rooted in the recent, right? And we just need some time to remember that this guy was clearly a top 5 quarterback for a while. We can argue how long. And he was a special player. I think that's been easy to kind of gloss over the last few years because he hasn't been the most likable guy, right? I mean, he sort of got ahead of himself, acting like he was more than he was, and he fell flat on his face. And a lot of people kind of reveled in that. But I think over time that fades a little bit, and hopefully you're just left with, a body of work in Seattle that's probably going to be the ticket for him. I do think it's complicated because, number one, who's advocating for him? Right? He had this sort of weird thing with some of his teammates. The defensive guys thought he was getting too much credit. Is that all going to resolve? Because it feels to me there's just not a groundswell. He's had a bad fracture with the Seahawks related with the Seahawks franchise, right? So that's why I think time's really important for him, and it's an uncertainty right now. But I could certainly make a good case for him.
Outside of Terry, who are a couple names on your offense that you think will exceed expectations this season?
Yeah, I think you're talking about, Terry, like that's a demonstrated and proven, space for him that, he's been so consistent. And that's why, he's a commander through and through. The thing that, we don't talk about, and it's not that big, the topics elsewhere just because it's not stat driven, but I really like our offensive line here. And we've got 2 exceptional tackles in Josh Connolly and Laramie Tunsil, Dan Cosme over at right guard. And so I feel like when you're talking about, offenses and teams in general, line of scrimmage, man, that's where it comes down to in the NFL. You've got to be able to get down on both sides of the ball, pass protection, the run blocking. And so those 2 offensive tackles for us, they'll be significant. These are real athletes, Nick, that can block and get out in space and play in the screen game. They've got physicality with them in the run game. So having those 2 spots, and then a number of guys that you spoke on, just like competitiveness at wide receiver with a guy like Luke McCaffrey or Jalen Lane, and added Van Jefferson. You talked about Chig earlier. So the strength of our team is going to be the team. And we're very comfortable with that, knowing that it's all of us that will make the difference. And so we're training and leading in that way. And I like how that feels. And doesn't have to be this guy's a number 2 or number 3 option. It's just, hey, man, what are the roles that these guys can play and absolutely max it out?
day shuts down. The games light up.
Banking that ass left and right.
This is BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle.
I am owed a championship, and some freaking dog is not going to deny me.
On Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Fifth and final hour of this Monday night extravaganza kicks off right now, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The talk and text line, open phone lines here in the final hour as per usual, but chances are you got a better chance of getting right to the front of the line if you want to weigh in on the Knicks and the Spurs here. 310-840-4910. You can call, you could text 310-840-4910. All right, it's halftime. Game 3, NBA Finals. The Knicks up 2-0, and they already erased a 12-point first half deficit. The Knicks outscore the Spurs 42-24 in the second, and they lead at 64-57. Went through in pretty good detail the box score last segment. So again, here's the highlights. OG Anunoby leading the way for the Knicks, 17 points and a block. Jalen Brunson's got 15 points and 3 assists, and Josh Hart's got 13 points and 5 rebounds. For the Spurs, Stephon Castle with 18 points and 3 assists. Wemby, 15 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 blocks, but the Knicks just utterly dominant in that second quarter. So, let's get producer Brandon Combs back in the mix here. We were doing a little fill in the blank. Let's finish that off. Combs, I know you thought the Spurs were going to win. How are you feeling now here at halftime?
I mean, I feel about the same, right? Because it's a 7-point lead. It's halftime. It's an NBA game. I mean, it's back and forth. This game is far from over. I understand your excitement. I would be excited too if I were you. I would be cocky too if I were you. I would be going through all the emotions too. I've kind of detached myself from all those emotions because the Bulls have, not been relevant since Derrick Rose blew out both of his knees. So, it's been tough as a Bulls fan, but look, I understand. I remember what it was like in the 90s for me, but at least in the 90s, I had 6 championships to be confident and cocky with. You just have a 2-game lead and you're there. So it's kind of crazy, but, it is what it is.
Okay. Wow, living 30 plus years in the past. That's a new one for you.
Hey, you just go off of your experiences, right? It's not my fault that when the Bulls were winning all those championships, you still weren't born yet. That's not my fault.
It's not your fault, but I mean, it's your choice to then, compare my excitement with the Knicks winning and, a little bit rubbing it in your face that you picked the Spurs and you thought the Spurs were going to win and Wemby was going to be the Knicks daddy and all that. And that hasn't happened. That now you're deciding to deflect by saying, oh, hey, look at all my rings from being a Bulls fan from the 90s.
Not deflecting by anything. I just said it's crazy how confident you are with a 2-0 lead and your team hasn't won anything in 50 plus years. All I said was I was confident in the 90s when I was watching the Bulls, but we had 6 championships to be confident with. I mean, if I were you, like in 2016 when it was the Cubs, I wasn't confident during any game, especially, obviously they fell down 3-1 and then had to come back, but I wasn't confident throughout that entire stretch, throughout the entire playoffs coming in, even as good as they were in 2015, going to the NLCS. I was not confident in that team. And even when they were leading in Game 7 after destroying Cleveland in Game 6, and then with a big lead in Game 7, I still wasn't there because my team hadn't done anything in a long, long time. So I needed to see it happen before I got confident and cocky. But, it's not the same for all of us. I get it.
You weren't confident in that playoffs, by the way. The Cubs steamrolled their way to the World Series. Like, they made mincemeat of the Giants. they easily took out the Dodgers, right? I mean, the Cubs were up. Actually, they were down 2-1 in that series, but then they basically crushed the Dodgers the last 3 games.
4-2. Yep.
Yeah.
But no, I was not confident, and rightfully so. They fell down 3-1 to Cleveland. I mean, they win game 1, or I'm sorry, they lost game 1, win game 2, and then and then lose 2 straight at Wrigley. No, I wasn't confident. Because I had lived through the disappointment of 2003 when they should have wiped the floor with the Marlins, with that coming back home with a 3-2 lead and having Kerry Wood and Mark Pryor on the mound ready to go. Like, yeah, I should have, but I've seen it. I had seen it happen. And, after Rajay Davis hits that home run, that, oh God, I could only tell you the feelings that were running through my mind and my body at that point. But look, in that aspect, if the Knicks do win it, I will be happy for you because I'll know exactly how you're feeling. And I'll be happy for you in that aspect. But till it happens, I'm rooting for the Spurs.
Okay. All right. Well, and I despise you for that. So I appreciate, just so you know that.
I wouldn't have it any other way, brother. Wouldn't have it any other way. All right. You want to do some fill in the blank as the third quarter kicks off?
Yes, please.
All right. All right. There will be blank goals scored in Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final.
All right. So let's just get a little context here. So Game 1 was 5-4. Game 2 was 4-3 in overtime. Game 3, 5-4 in double overtime. So we've had 9, 7, and 9. I'll say, look, don't get me wrong. I would love to see another 5-4 game where it's back and forth, or you got a 4-0 lead blown, in the span of like 5 minutes, and it gets back to 4-all. But I think Game 4, maybe if it's the only game, maybe we get a little bit low scoring. I'll say there'll be 5 goals. I'll say it's either a 3-2 game or we actually get a blowout where it's 4-1. Probably 3-2. Maybe even in overtime. I'll say we get fewer goals here, though. Yeah. I'll go 5. 5 goals in Game 4.
These two teams, like, this is normally where a series starts to slow down just a little bit and where teams are afraid to make a mistake. Carolina doesn't want to fall down 3-1. And Vegas is going to, if they get a lead, they're going to try to play slow. They're going to try to slow down the tempo and all that. I just think it's going to be high scoring all the way through. I'm going to say 8. I'll go in the middle between 7 and 9 and say 8 goals in this game, but it might even be more than that. Like, these two offenses have just exploded. And every time Carolina looks like they're going to run away with something, Vegas comes storming back. And then when Vegas looks like they're up, Carolina comes storming back. I mean, that third period where Vegas is up 4-0. They're up 4-0 in the third period, Pat. And we needed overtime, double overtime, to settle the game. It has been incredible. I've watched a lot of hockey throughout my years. I've watched a lot of really good Stanley Cup final appearances. I've watched a lot of really good Stanley Cup playoff series. I've watched a lot of hockey. This might be the most exciting Stanley Cup final I've ever seen.
Yeah, so by the way, we had a texter, Vaughn in Buffalo, whose mom won't let him watch the games.
I need to know why.
Dude.
There's got to be a reason why, Vaughn. Let us know why.
Combs, have you ever run away from home when you were younger?
No, but if my mom didn't let me watch sports, that probably would have been the time that I had done it. Not gonna lie, and I'm not saying Vaughn should do that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Vaughn do not run away from home. That is not a good thing to do. But that's why I need to know why mom won't let you watch sports.
I mean, I would run away. Vaughn, run away.
No,
run away, man. Come on. Your mom is a horrible person. And you can tell her I said
don't even know how old Vaughn is. He might be like 8. And
he's got a phone. He's got a cell phone.
He might be 8. Your kids need to have phones nowadays. 8 years old. I mean, a lot of times it's just so that you can keep track of them, so that you can call them
That's
when
crazy.
they've
What
got
8-year-old?
after school activities.
What 8-year-old do you like? Do you need to be checking in with? Like, what 8-year-old are you not taking them to their activities, after school activities, sports, birthday party, whatever, where like you need to then check in with them?
Sometimes single parents who work full-time jobs, sometimes they have their kids have after school activities and they need to have
All right.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
All right,
So
I
you gotta think outside of your little elitist, area. Not everybody grows up into two-parent homes. Not everybody grows up with both parents. Not everybody has the ability, to grow up in a perfect world like you did.
I didn't grow up in a perfect world. All right, so knock it off. And I'm not an elitist, and I don't have.
Aren't you going to a wedding in Spain?
Yeah, and it's basically costing me a couple months' salary to do that. So. So, yeah, I'm going to be basically paying for it for the next couple of weeks, months, if you will. Not to mention all the costs that I'm already like trying to kind of factor in that we haven't paid for yet, that I know will rack up taxis and dinner and drinks and all that stuff. So,
speaking of which,
all right,
Spurs
but here's the thing.
just got it. Spurs had just had it down to a 1-point game. The Knicks got back and have now made it a 3-point game, and they have the ball again. So 3-point game here in the third quarter with 9:52 to go.
Yeah, Julian Champagny finally woke up, by the way. OG Anunoby just slams one down, uncontested. I mean, dude, he has got San Antonio so shook because he's hitting his threes. And so they're forced to respect him on the perimeter. And then if he got him flat-footed, I mean, his speed, his burst for somebody his size, 6'7" and 200 and I don't know, he looks like he's 210 pounds. He's a big dude. His speed that he just gets to the bucket so quickly, it's incredible. Like they're showing the replay. So Castle goes to close out on the perimeter. OG beats him on his first step, and then he's at the rim with nobody else around him. So he is incredible. But let me just finish on Vaughn. Runaway. Vaughn. And here's the thing. He probably won't make it far because Combs, I tried to run away once. I was probably 10 and my mom told me I couldn't keep playing Madden. I was playing it for like 3 straight hours. I needed to do my homework. So I said I was going to run away. I got down. We lived in a cul-de-sac. I got to the end of the block. I turned right back around. So that's what's going to happen.
All right. So just for the record, just so we have this out there, producer Brandon Combs says, "Do not run away. It's a bad idea. Do not do it. You don't know what's going to happen out in the world." It is Patrick Boyle who is telling you to run away, not me. I don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
I'm not. I'll claim that. I'm not putting that evil on you. Yeah, Pat Boyle said, "Run away, Vaughn. Your mom's not letting you watch sports." This is the NBA Finals.
There could be a
What
reason.
are we doing? Because he has a bedtime. Mayor Mamdani of New York City said executive order extended bedtime during the NBA Finals. So, I mean, I don't know what they do in Buffalo, right? Who's the mayor of, who's the governor of New York? Hochul. She needs to do that for the entire state. I don't care if you're in Buffalo. I don't care if you're in Schenectady. I don't care wherever the hell you are.
Aren't they Raptors fans in Buffalo?
I would think they are, but still. They're in the state of New York. We don't, New York City doesn't claim the Buffalo Bills, but they are a New York team. So I would think people in Buffalo are probably Raptors fans. But, I mean, look, you got R.J. Barrett on the Raptors, former Knick. You got Emmanuel Quickley on the Raptors, former Knick. There's a lot of shared blood. OG Anunoby, former Raptor. They probably are rooting for OG more than anything.
Yeah. All right. Well, here's a fill in the blank that's going to make you happy in the pants.
Oh, wait, sorry. Combs, sorry. Before we get there, let me jump in. I mentioned Vaughn because he did text. He can't watch sports, but he's allowed to have a phone and text. He texted about all the NHL records that were broken last game, and I've pulled them up here. I think I've got most of them. So you had multiple Stanley Cup final records were set during Game 3 on Saturday night, where the Golden Knights were up 4-0. The Hurricanes score 4 goals in the third period, and then Vegas wins it anyway in double OT. Fastest hat trick. So Mitch Marner scored a natural hat trick in just 6 minutes and 10 seconds of game time. That bested Maurice Richard's 1957 record. Fastest 3 goals by a team. The Hurricanes scored 3 goals in the span of 39 seconds, breaking the previous 1954 Cup final record of 56 seconds and the most points in a single period. Mitch Marner became the first NHL player to tally 4 points in a single period in a Stanley Cup final game. So, yeah, incredible. Sensation.
Yeah, look, the entire series has been unbelievable. And if you're a fringe hockey fan, it's been an incredible watch. And if you're somebody who's like, I kind of like hockey, but watch this series because you will love hockey by the time this series is over. All right.
Oh, yeah.
You ready for the next one?
Yes.
All right. The Cubs will trail the NL Central by blank games on July 1st.
The Cubs will try it. So the Cubbies trail the Brewers right now by 7.5 games. The Brewers with a run differential of 105, by the way. That's remarkable. Don't say I didn't tell you so. So on July 1st, the Cubs will trail the NL Central by blank games. The Brewers are going to stay in first. Let me just do a quick look at the schedule here, Combs, so I can give you an educated answer. Cubbies are about to play the Rockies, Giants, Rockies again. They better stack some wins there. Play the Blue Jays, who have struggled, the Mets, who have struggled. Then they play the Brew Crew in the last weekend of June, and then San Diego going into July 1st. There's a lot of winnable games there. Milwaukee plays the A's, and the Phillies, Guardians, Braves, Reds, Cubs, Reds. They got a much tougher schedule. I'll give your Cubbies some credit here. I'll say they'll get that deficit down to 4 games by July 1st.
Wow.
Look at their schedule. I mean, I know that
they just lost 2 out of 3 to San Francisco.
I know. One series.
They haven't won a series in over a month, Pat.
They also have 2 10-game winning streaks this year. Combs, they're capable of it.
Pat, this team, the way they're hitting right now, and by the way, Jamison Taillon went down yesterday with a injury. They have the pitching is just depleted. The offense is just non-existent. I can't believe you went to 4. I was gonna say 12.
12.
I think they trail this division by 12
nuts.
games on July 1st. I think that Milwaukee starts to really pull away and run away with this division. I think the Cubs might finish in the basement of this division.
The Spurs, in the basement of this division, that's crazy. The Spurs retook the lead, by the way. Devin Vassell hits a 3. San Antonio playing like they did to start the game. Wemby's grabbing rebounds. Wemby's getting to the rim. Wemby's hitting some shots. They're hitting 3s. Champagne's woken up. Vassell's hitting 3s. And the Knicks are not hitting shots right now. So the Spurs are back in front, 72-71, with 7:20 left to go in the third quarter. The basement of their division is crazy. I mean, I know they have had so many pitching injuries. Like, if you don't think the Cardinals are going to fall off, Combs, and if you think the Pirates are better than the Cubs, I think you're nuts. I know the Pirates have been better than the Cubs.
I told you the Pirates were a playoff team before
I know
the season even started.
I think that's wrong. So
I think the Reds still have a run in them. I think the Cubs and the Cardinals are going to be the worst 2 teams in this division at the end of the season. Look, this Cubs team cannot hit right now, man. And they can't hit with runners in scoring position. You went out and got Alex Bregman. If I told you what the WRC, you know what WRC plus is, obviously. What do you think Alex Bregman's WRC plus is with runners in scoring position?
Oh, actually, I guess I don't know what WRC, because I couldn't tell you what a good WRC is.
It's your weighted
runs created, isn't
plus. It? Yes. In 100 is your average.
So anything above 100 would be above average. Anything
Correct.
below that is obviously below.
Correct.
If Alex Bregman's WRC?
With runners in scoring position.
I'll say 75.
26.
Ooh.
26. And that is your big addition of the offseason. Like there is no clutch bat on this team. There is no clutch hitting. They don't come through. PCA has been their most consistent hitter, and I love PCA. You know how much I love me some PCA. I call him MVP. We joke with me. He's been their most consistent hitter. If PCA is the best hitter in your lineup, you don't have a good lineup. PCA is a good player. PCA is one of the best defenders in the league. PCA is a good piece to have in your lineup. He cannot be your best hitter. And if he is your best hitter, you don't have a good lineup. And right now, he's the Cubs' best hitter, and he's been the Cubs' best hitter for over a month and a half.
And you call him MVP. I mean, that's surprising to hear. The guy that you call the MVP is apparently not supposed to be the best hitter.
I love watching this kid play ball. He is a 15 to 20 home run a year guy. He's not the 30-plus home run hitter that he was last year. He had an amazing season last year, amazing first half last year. Because of those 30 home runs, he had like 27 of them in the first half. He is a 15 to 20 home run guy who's going to hit about 270, who's going to steal you a bunch of bases, and who's going to play elite defense. He is a good player. He is a really good player. But not a guy who should be the best hitter in your lineup.
All right. Those are your words. You're putting your guy down. By the way, Josh Hart just hit another triple. We got a timeout. The Knicks lead the Spurs 76-72. 6:21 to go in the third quarter. It's a back-and-forth game right now. We'll get you a box score update, scoreboard update when we return. We'll do some more hot or cold with producer Brandon Combs, and we'll get more of your phone calls and your texts. We got a couple of them, so we'll get to them when we return. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This is a tricky one. Sorsby, is it better for fans if Sorsby plays? Definitely yes. He's an awesome prospect, thought of as a potential first-round pick in like a loaded quarterback class next year in 2027 in the NFL. College football will be more fun if Brendan, and by the way, he's going to be suspended for the first 2 games as part of this. He's going to miss games against Abilene Christian and Oregon State, so this is an absolute joke. And Texas Tech is one of the best teams money can buy. So that is a joke. It is better for fans, like for us, if he plays. Now, I am a gambler. You know that about me. We're sponsored by BetMGM. I love to bet. I love to bet on sports. I am a huge believer because, I talk about this a lot. Now, I thankfully don't suffer from addiction, but I know a lot of people that do. And it's horrible. And in these instances, you obviously sincerely hope that people get well. And it's my sincere hope that Brendan Sorsby doesn't gamble again. It's a problem. Like, I'm not comparing, this is not to say I'm better than you, but like some people, it's like with drinking, can have 1 drink and that's it. Can smoke 1 cigarette, that's it. Can place 1 bet and that's it. For him, it's clearly an issue. I don't say that to mock him at all. I want him to get well. And part of me absolutely believes in second chances in life. This feels crazy. Because basically, there's no punishment here. Like, I'm not advocating for the young to lose his livelihood or never be able to play. That's not what I'm saying at all. I want him to do well. I'm a huge believer in life. And like I have a daughter, a young child. Like I want her to feel this as she gets older. It's important. There have to be consequences for actions. Or else, like, what's the point of rules? Why do they exist? Like Sorsby blatantly broke the rules. And a huge one. Like, I don't ever want to take the NCAA side on something. Like, that doesn't give me pleasure. They're right. Again, I'm not into like Sorsby should get thrown in jail or never play again. 2 games for gambling on his own team? Come on. And it's nothing against the young man. It isn't. I hope he's great. It feels like we're crossing the Rubicon a little bit here, and not in a good way. You may never hear me say this again. I think the NCAA is right on this one. Even if I acknowledge it's better for all of us if he plays, because he's awesome. A complicated one. Complex storyline. Not black and white. And as far as Victor Wembanyama goes, he's awesome. He could go down as one of, if not the best players ever. ... But the moment has been too big for him. Call me a hater if you want. I just prefaced that comment by saying he's going to go down likely as one of the best players ever. Maybe the best. We'll see. It's early, obviously, right? I feel like he's going to lose this finals. That's okay. The moment's been too big for him. The brain fart pass to Stephon Castle in the waning moments of a tie game in Game 2 will go down infamous in finals lore. It's one of the worst plays we've seen, one of the biggest brain farts we've seen in the history of sports in a big spot. No? Like you could compare it to the J.R. Smith not knowing time and score in Game 1 of the 2018 finals. That's J.R. Smith and Victor Wembanyama.
Sharp options. No waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM tonight is back.
All right, welcome back to BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Get to your calls here in just a moment, but let's get you a scoreboard update. Game 3 of the NBA Finals. The Spurs lead the Knicks 81-78 with 4 minutes left to go in the third quarter. It's Victor Wembanyama starting to step up for San Antonio. 20 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks for Wemby. He's hitting a couple of threes here in this quarter. Meanwhile, Stephon Castle, he had 18 at half. He's still stuck on 18. He does have 4 assists. And then you've got, Devin Vassell, 11 points on a perfect 3 for 3 from deep. So Vassell getting it done. And off the bench, no surprise, Dylan Harper filling up the box score, 10 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists. Meanwhile, for the New York Knicks, it is OG Anunoby leading the way with 21 points. Jalen Brunson has 20. And Josh Hart, they've been daring him to beat him. He's beaten them. 16 points, 6 rebounds. He's hit 4 threes. Josh Hart getting it done from deep. And Jordan Clarkson also playing well off the bench. Jordan Clarkson's got 7 points. This is a guy that was at the end of the rotation, barely playing for most of this postseason. Jordan Clarkson has 7 points in 8 minutes. And not only that, he's got 2 rebounds. He's got an assist. He's got a steal. So it was 81-80, but they just called a foul on Landry Shamet. So you got free throws here now for San Antonio. And I believe it is Keldon Johnson, the 6th man of the year, taking the free throws. And so he hits the first 82-80 Spurs, 3:40 left to go in the third quarter. All right, let's get to your phone calls here. 310-840-4910. Butch is next up in South Yonkers, New York on BetMGM tonight. Butch, what's going on, man? Long time no talk, baby.
Hey, Patty, baby, how you doing, man? Long time.
Yes, sir. I'm doing great, man. How are you?
Football calls this year. Hey, it's good to hear your voice, man. Definitely good to hear your voice. Hey, I think the Knicks, man, they're not getting the respect that they should get for this series, man. They're bringing a lot of eyes to this game, man. You know, I think the viewership's going to be up.
I think you're 100% right, Butch. I think that a finals like this with Wemby, who, as much as I'm critical of him, he's great for the sport because he's a rising superstar. Not even right. I mean, he is a superstar, full-blown superstar, and the Knicks are the Knicks, man. It's New York City. They haven't been good in how forever. The last couple of years, yes, it's been leading up to this. It's the culmination, but they haven't been in the finals in 27 years. They've got a very likable superstar in Jalen Brunson. And so, yeah, I think that this finals, like if I wasn't a Knicks fan, I would want it to go 7 because I am a Knicks fan. Obviously, I want it to be a sweep. But, yeah, man, they weren't getting the respect going in. They weren't getting the respect after game 1. And I think a lot of people thought the Spurs were going to win this game pretty comfortably here in game 3. So the Knicks still aren't getting the respect. They got to win this. They're going to have to sweep to get the respect, Butch. That's it, man.
Definitely. We're in a hell of a run, man. Last time they won the championship, I was 12 years old. So I want this one.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah, Butch. Appreciate the call, brother. Appreciate the call. That's an OG right there. Last time the Knicks won a title was 73. So that's an OG. We appreciate Butch for that phone call. I can't get over how tough Dylan Harper is, by the way. Another tough finish at the bucket to put the Spurs back up by 3. It's the Spurs bench now that's getting it done. Keldon Johnson, he's having his biggest game of the finals. Harper again. Luke Cornett is grabbing some tough rebounds. Crazy how the two teams, they've gone on their runs when you probably least expect it. When you've least expected these teams to go on some runs, that's when they've gone on their runs. And it's Dylan Harper who keeps attacking and keeps finding open lanes. He actually missed a shot, which I'm stunned at, and then Luke Cornett grabs an offensive rebound and gets fouled. All right, let's get back to producer Brandon Combs. All right, so Combs, we were going on about your Cubbies. You think they're going to trail by potentially double-digit games in the NL Central by July 1st. I think they're going to trim the deficit that they face trying to catch the Milwaukee Brewers, maybe get it to 4. So let's continue on with fill in the blank. What's going on?
But before we get there, right? The little love fest that you just had going on. Oh, wait, they got to sweep before they get their respect. They gotta do this before. They've got the respect, Pat. Nobody's disrespecting the Knicks. They're up 2-0 in the series. Nobody's this little. I hate when fans do this. Oh, we're the everybody hates us. People hate you because you guys are cocky and you're arrogant, and people don't like your fan base. People like you don't like you because you're good. That's part of the territory. When you're good, people don't like you. People hated Cubs fans in 2016. How do you hate the Cubs? They hadn't won in 108 years. But people hated them because they were good and because they were getting there and people knew that they had a chance to win and carry stuff on. It's part of the territory. People respect the Knicks. I respect the Knicks. Do I want to see them win this series? No. Because why? Because I host my own podcast. I talk on multiple platforms about sports, and I've been talking about the Spurs since November, so I'd like to be right. I'm not always right when I do things. I'm on my 3rd marriage. I get things wrong a lot. So I want to be right about something. So that's the only reason I'm rooting for the Spurs over the Knicks. Not because I love the Spurs or I hate the Knicks. No, I've been on the Spurs. I was the first one to put people onto the Spurs. I was the first one to say that the Spurs were the best team in the West, and they've proven me right the whole way. So I want them to continue to do that. But nobody's doubting the Knicks, other than Knicks haters, who are always going to be Knicks haters, even if you win 7 championships in a row.
I'd like to bring attention to our show group chat, which when we did a poll of what the NBA Finals predictions were going to be, everybody, except me, all of you, picked the Spurs to win. Some of you picked them in 5, Monty. All of you picked the Spurs to win. I would say that's disrespectful. I would say that's disrespecting the Knicks. That's not thinking that they're good enough to beat this Spurs team. And now they're up 2-0. And now this game is 50-50. Could go either way. It could be 3-0. Could be 3-0 looking at a sweep.
I would like to take you to our group chat as well, where everybody picked the Spurs because we know it would razz you and it would get you in the mood and it would get you to come out with a blazing fire. There are some times where I say things just because I know it's going to push your button and it's going to make you go hot on a subject. So yes, I picked the Spurs because I've been on the Spurs. Brad picked the Spurs because he watches one NBA game a year and he just picked a side. And it happened to be the opposite side of you. Monty picks the side. He picked the Spurs because Monty wants to razz you. And it's more fun to razz you than it is to be on your side. So you can't use the show chat as it's us against the world because our show chat, everybody picked the Spurs.
You should tell my mom that, by the way. She listens every now and then, and she called me the one time a couple weeks ago, Combs, and she goes, why do you and your producer argue every night? And I'm like, because we naturally disagree on a lot of stuff, but then he likes to bust my chops. And I like to break his, you know what?
Yeah, you like to bust we like to give it back and forth to one another. We don't argue because we don't like each other. We just have differing opinions on a lot of stuff when it comes to sports, and it's good, it's healthy, and that's what being a fan is all about. And in the grand scheme of things, do we get paid to do this job? Do we get paid to talk sports? Do we get paid? Am I getting paid right now to sit in a studio and talk sports with you while we get to watch the NBA Finals and I've got baseball on another screen and do all of this stuff? Yes. Is that a blessing? Yes. But we're fans in the end. And I love every sport, and I'm a fan of every sport, so I like to argue sports. And it's more fun when you argue than when you agree. If I just sat here and agreed with you all the time, you might as well just talk to yourself.
All right. Stop telling people that we actually like each other. They're going to stop listening. 310-840-4910. Let's do another fill in the blank before we go to break.
You want to do fill in the blank or hot or cold? Let's do a hot or cold.
Oh, whatever. I don't know if you had.
I feel like we need to yell it, but this time I think we'll be on the same page. Hot or cold? Brendan Sorsby should never see another football field in the United States.
Yeah, I mean hot, right? I mean Pete Rose got banned from baseball. You bet on the games. You bet on your own team on the games that your team is involved in. I don't care if you were Pete Rose and he bet all Indiana when he was on Indiana or when he was at Cincinnati. I don't care if he bet himself to throw for 400 yards and for his team to win. Because I guarantee you some of the bets were not that. But even if it was Pete Rose, like they banned Pete Rose for baseball for life until he died. Brendan Sorsby was betting on games that he was actively participating in thousands of bets for thousands of dollars. Yes, you're compromising the integrity of the sports, which is the potential worst thing that exists today in our society as fans and as people that talk about sports, is the games being compromised because people are rigging them one way or another. That is why the Terry Rozier stuff is such a massive deal. That is why the Chauncey Billups stuff is such a massive deal. It's because it cannot happen. So, yeah, hot. He should never see another football field, but unfortunately, he's going to see one in September when he returns in week 3 for Texas Tech.
Yeah, he should never, ever see another football field in America again. You want to go play in the Canadian Football League? By all means, go play in the Canadian Football League. There is no room for stuff like this. This is why Pete Rose got banned. And Pete Rose, one of the greatest players that we've ever watched play the game of baseball. One of the greatest hitters we've ever watched play the game of baseball. And he got banned for life. He got banned for life for the same exact thing that we're going to tell this kid, oh, it's okay. You know, you made a mistake. It's okay. Because what? Because he did this when he was 20 and 21 years old and 22 years old? I'm sorry, but when you were 18, I was 18 when I went in the Marine Corps. 18 when they handed me a rifle and taught me how to shoot and taught me the rules of war and whether or not what decisions to make and the difference. If you don't know the difference of between right and wrong by the time that you're 12, then you shouldn't be on a football field anyway because you don't have the mental capacity to think for yourself. It is an absolute joke. I'm so tired of the the kid, he did this. It's so soft to allow this kid to play. Not only are you letting him play again, but you're letting him play right after doing it. It's not even like you were like, all right, we're going to give you a 5-year suspension or even a 1-year suspension like they're giving out in the NFL for the same damn thing, right? Isn't that we just had a wide receiver, I'm going to forget his name now, off the top of my head for the
Calvin
Titans.
Ridley?
Calvin Ridley got suspended for a full year for betting on games. And he wasn't even betting on his team. Like, he wasn't betting on games in the NFL. He was just betting.
Yeah. Yeah.
This guy was actually betting on games that he was actively in. And not only that, but student athletes are no longer student athletes. They are paid athletes. These guys get NIL deals. They get paid money to do this stuff. So it's not like you back in the day when we were talking before the NIL happened about, oh, well, this is the reason why they need to pay the players. This is the reason why, you've got to be able to buy a kid a lunch. You got to do this. You got to do that. You don't even have any of that now. You're making millions of dollars in NIL deals. And now you're going to go out there and you're going to do this and you're going to go ahead and put the integrity of the game. No. Should never be there, and he should not be in an NFL locker room, shouldn't be anywhere near the game. That's the consequence that you pay. It's the consequences that we've always had people pay, and that's the way that it should be. Not just because, oh, he's a kid and he made a mistake. No, bull crap.
Good points. Good points, Combs. That was a good rant. 310-840-4910, the phone number to join the show. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll get you a thorough box score update when we come back. They're going to the fourth quarter. The Spurs lead the Knicks 92-91. High-scoring affair, Game 3 of the NBA Finals. I'm Pat Boyle. That's producer Brandon Combs. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Russell Wilson, recently announced he was retiring and he's going to be on the NFL on CBS, and I think he should be pretty good in that role, right? When you think back on Russ, because there's a lot of talk right now, is he a Hall of Famer? Is he not a Hall of Famer? I'll stop short of asking you that question, is he a Hall of Famer or not? But when you think about his career, you coached with him, you coached against him, how do you put that into perspective?
Yeah, and he is going to do great. And so the person that was in that role, I also got to coach in Matt Ryan, for the last few years, and Matt was great that way too. Quarterbacks, they have different perspectives sometimes than other people have, and they're able to share that and express that in such a way that they're doing it. And so thing that we'll always respect so much about Russ, like, man, does he dig in to go compete and find it? And that will be no different in him transitioning into a new space. I got to coach in Seattle during Russ's year 2 and 3, I suppose. So I got to see the version that was kind of on the way up and coming. I thought the clutch gene is with him, like in the big spaces and the big moments. You felt like there was a big pass to be made. I can certainly remember like 2-point conversion in a championship game against, the Green Bay Packers, and to get us, into Super Bowl, or a touchdown throw into those spaces in overtime to go win. And so I think of Russ, I think of clutch moments, and I think of a really good competitor. And so I knew going in there, I could remember Pete telling me, hey, Dan, we really got something in this quarterback. They had just gone through his rookie year, and I believe they, went to the second round, maybe beat Washington in a wild card, and then maybe lost to Atlanta after that. But, Pete knew back then, hey, we're onto something here, and Pete and John were on it in terms of quarterback. And so good for them to let a guy compete. They had just signed somebody, and so allowing Russ to come in after not having an off season as a rookie due to the lockout, like, I think that speaks to like the competitor that he is and what he stood for. And so for a long time, he's been one of the best deep ball throwers outside the pocket, especially Nick, in the league. You look to the completion of those plays, man, is he a dangerous player out on the edge? And I can think of over and over, reps to down the field, completions to people outside the pocket.
This is a player who was the butt of jokes for a long time. Former number 1 overall pick that won't live up to the billing. Lackluster defense. Not a leader. Mocked when he called himself the best shooting big man ever. How about now? A phrase that young people like to use, and I love it because I grew up in the video game age, right? When video games started, leveling up. Karl Anthony Towns has leveled up. And he hasn't leveled up from like level 18 to 19. No. He's at level 99. Right now, Cat is one-shot killing the optional hard boss in the video game. Like if this is Final Fantasy VII, he's one-shot killing Ruby or Emerald Weapon. Shout out to the nerds out there that get that. He is fully evolved. Right now, he's Charizard. Fully evolved form. He dominated Victor Wembanyama in Game 2 on Friday night. Now, if you're going to ask me, I'm a Knicks fan. Wemby or Cat moving forward? I'll take Wemby, obviously. This is not to say Cat's better than Wemby or that he's going to be better than Wemby in the future. He's not. But I'll tell you what. At this exact moment in time, Karl Anthony Towns is outplaying him. And there can be no question to the contrary. And if things continue like this, and Cat keeps outplaying Wemby, and Cat's woofing at Wemby after he dunks the ball and is physicaling Wemby down low, and he's awesome, and that pass he made out of the triple team is something out of a fever dream in Game 2, he's going to win Finals MVP. He's going to win Finals MVP.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, final segment here on this Monday night. You want to join the phone lines? You want to call? You want to text? Better do it now. 310-840-4910. We got Linnell Willingham coming up at the top of the hour for Westwood One Sports Night, so he'll take you through the remainder of the Knicks-Spurs game, and he'll have instant post-game reaction to Game 3. But let's get you that scoreboard update here. Knicks up 2-0, but Game 3 is starting to trend towards San Antonio. The Spurs lead at 96-91. Under 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. And, you know, they're showing a poise about them that I have not seen in the first two games. And it was the same script as Game 2. The Spurs jumped out to a huge early lead. They got up by 12 right away in the first half. And not only did the Knicks cut that deficit, the Knicks had a 7-point lead at halftime. They dominated the Spurs in the second quarter, 42-24. And the Knicks were playing well for most of the third quarter, but San Antonio is starting to hit some shots. And this is their best offensive showing of the series by far. Leading the way for them is Wemby. Victor Wembanyama's got 24 points, 7 rebounds, 2 steals, 2 blocks. Stephon Castle had 18 at half. He's still stuck on 18, but he carried them in the first half. Champagne's got 12. Vassell's got 11. Off the bench, Dylan Harper, 13 points, 4 rebounds. Meanwhile, for my Knicks, they're led by OG Anunoby with 22 points. Jalen Brunson's got 20, and he just got back onto the floor, presumably for the rest of the game. Josh Hart with 16. He only had 3 points combined in the first 2 games. Josh has 16 points and 6 rebounds. And Karl Anthony Towns, he's playing well. He needs to be more aggressive. He needs to shoot more. He's on the bench right now. They got to get Cat in the game real soon. He's got 11 points, 6 rebounds, 3 steals, and 3 blocks. Karl Anthony Towns is 4 for 6 from the field. He's having a great game. He's been very efficient. Karl Anthony Towns has to get back in this game real soon before San Antonio starts to pull away. And sure enough, now the Spurs are up by 7. On a great drop-off by Champagny, found Keldon Johnson, the sixth man of the year. It's a 7-point Spurs lead, under 9 to go in the fourth quarter. Well, producer Brandon Combs was saying he thinks that the Spurs could very well win Game 3 and Game 4 at the Garden, and we would have the home team win a combined 0 games through the first 4 games of the NBA Finals. I sure hope not. Look, I never would have expected in my wildest dreams that the Knicks were going to sweep. I was saying from the get-go, Knicks in 6. It wouldn't surprise me one bit if the Spurs win this game. The Knicks have to get one. They cannot go on the road and win 2 games in San Antonio and then give both games back at the Garden. They can't do it. You got to get one. Whether they win this one and they're up 3-0, and no team in the NBA postseason history has ever blown a 3-0 lead. So if the Knicks do that, then, I mean, geez. All the 25-plus years combined of torture, I don't know if it'll be enough to what that would do to me. Blowing a 3-0 lead in the finals on the verge of their first title in 53 years. So, again, the Knicks win tonight. They're going to be champions. But if they just win one of these 2 games at the Garden, they're up 3-1 going back to San Antonio. And assuming they lose tonight and they win Game 4, they're up 3-1 going back to San Antonio. I feel great. But here's the thing. These last 8 minutes, does San Antonio have what it takes? Do they have the poise? They didn't have the poise in Game 1. They got behind big. They were down 14 in the fourth quarter in Game 2 and staged a big comeback. But even then, the last possession, Wemby throws it off of Castle's back. Then he misses the game winner on a poorly drawn up final possession. Do they have the poise now that they have a 7-point lead with 8 minutes to go? Do they have the poise to hold on? That's the question. Can Wemby close? Can they cut down the turnovers? Can they stop Jalen Brunson? This game has been physical. It's been chippy, but it's been high quality. There's been a lot of points. It's 193 with 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Game 1 final score was 105-95. Game 2 was 105-104. We're going to blow past that. Although, I don't know. Josh Hart just missed an open corner 3. The Knicks all of a sudden can't shoot the ball. And Wemby just drilled a 3 and 1. And that might be one of the first daggers. Wemby's laughing, but he's in some pain. He got knocked right on his tailbone. A 4-point play for the Spurs. Wemby drills a triple. I think he's milking it. They're going to review the play to see if it's a technical or a flagrant one for being in a shooting zone. He got a screen from Keldon Johnson, and instead he just pulls up, hits the triple, and Mitchell Robinson lands in his landing zone. You can't call flagrant on that. That should just stay as a common foul. It'll be a 4-point play, and either way, the Spurs are going to be up by double digits. Wemby's got 29
on that
points.
Other foul, where you were talking about the flagrant ones, it's the same thing. It's you cannot call that in the NBA Finals. If that's called a flagrant foul, that is a joke. I shouldn't even be reviewing it for flagrant.
Yeah, I agree. Well, Spurs are up by 10, and I'm not going to wave the white flag, but I'm pretty close. I feel like we're going to be talking about how this is 2-1 coming up tomorrow on the show. I got to get one. Got to get one of these 2 games at the Garden. But, all right, Combs, your prediction's looking, it's half true so far. I don't think the Knicks are coming back from this. We'll see. I'll be fired up tomorrow one way or another. I'll be confident. At worst, the Knicks will be up 2-1 in the NBA Finals, and they'll still be 2 wins away from a title. But we have to pass things over to Linnell Willingham coming up on Westwood One Sports Night. Again, it's 103-93. The Spurs lead, just under 8 to go in the game. Thanks to everybody working on the show. Thanks to producer Brandon Combs. Thanks to VP Monty. Thanks to my co-host Brad Evans. Thanks to Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, Zach Kroll. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern on BetMGM Tonight.
Russell Wilson's Hall of Fame candidacy, Mike, is going to be a hot button conversation. Obviously, right? With him retiring, the dizzying heights that his career reached in Seattle, and then obviously the resounding thud the last couple of years in Denver, Pittsburgh, and in New York with my Giants. In Mike Sandoz, and I mean this sincerely, there are a few people that are better equipped to answer this question than Mike. In your estimation, is Russell Wilson a Hall of Famer, and why?
I would say I would lean towards yes, based on his 10-year run. However, I feel like what is a Hall of Famer now with them changing the rules to get in? It's harder to get in. So we've seen, obviously, Eli Manning has failed twice. We've seen even Antonio Gates, Luke Kuechly took a year, which is surprising to me. Those guys are locks. So I'm not betting that he's going to make it. And I think the next 5 years of his eligibility, sort of the clock, is important for him because of how it ended. We're so based a lot of times rooted in the recent, right? And we just need some time to remember that this guy was clearly a top 5 quarterback for a while. We can argue how long. And he was a special player. I think that's been easy to kind of gloss over the last few years because he hasn't been the most likable guy, right? I mean, he sort of got ahead of himself, acting like he was more than he was, and he fell flat on his face. And a lot of people kind of reveled in that. But I think over time that fades a little bit, and hopefully you're just left with, a body of work in Seattle that's probably going to be the ticket for him. I do think it's complicated because, number one, who's advocating for him? Right? He had this sort of weird thing with some of his teammates. The defensive guys thought he was getting too much credit. Is that all going to resolve? Because it feels to me there's just not a groundswell. He's had a bad fracture with the Seahawks franchise, right? So that's why I think time's really important for him, and it's an uncertainty right now. But I could certainly make a good case for him.
Outside of Terry, who are a couple names on your offense that you think will exceed expectations this season?
Yeah, I think you're talking about, Terry, like that's a demonstrated and proven, space for him that, he's been so consistent. And that's why, he's a commander through and through. The thing that, we don't talk about, and it's not that big, the topics elsewhere just because it's not stat driven, but I really like our offensive line here. And we've got 2 exceptional tackles in Josh Connolly and Laramie Tunsil, Dan Cosme over at right guard. And so I feel like when you're talking about, offenses and teams in general, line of scrimmage, man, that's where it comes down to in the NFL. You've got to be able to get down on both sides of the ball, pass protection, the run blocking. And so those 2 offensive tackles for us, they'll be significant. These are real athletes, Nick, that can block and get out in space and play in the screen game. They've got physicality with them in the run game. So having those 2 spots, and then a number of guys that you spoke on, just like competitiveness at wide receiver with a guy like Luke McCaffrey or Jalen Lane, and added Van Jefferson. You talked about Chig earlier. So the strength of our team is going to be the team. And we're very comfortable with that, knowing that it's all of us that will make the difference. And so we're training and leading in that way. And I like how that feels. And doesn't have to be this guy's a number 2 or number 3 option. It's just, hey, man, what are the roles that these guys can play and absolutely max it out?